Are we alive? Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, where is it? Where is it? Hold on. Is it there? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But ladies and gentlemen, we have a lot to deal with today. Welcome to earnings again, but now today is a little different because we are first now responding to the first set of earnings that hasn't really been the best or let you kind of rally up. So everybody's responding to Netflix and Tesla. Nothing crazy overseas. China, they were saying news about stimulus. It really didn't have the same effect there. You had more issues with Ukraine and Russia and talks about that stuff, but overall, everybody was reacting now to the tech earnings, and this is going to carry us away in the morning. TSM, that's a chip maker, they actually guided down, and it didn't have good guidance for chips, so that was very interesting. Johnson & Johnson actually beat and raised, so we'll see how that plays out with staples, healthcare, anything of that nature. But overall, the Netflix and Tesla earnings from yesterday, everybody is focused on that. And then we even had data today. Philly Fed came in a little better than expected, and better than the last couple months, but nothing too crazy. It is another set of contractionary data. Jobless claims was a little bit better. I think they came in a little bit above, and then the continuing claims went up just a little bit too. But overall, everything's on the earnings now. We're going to get through all of it by Friday. We'll see where the market's at, and then Monday, you're going to repeat all of this all over again with a bunch of different, bigger plays, 500 of them. Oh, it's going to be crazy. So, Chad, good morning. What's up, baby? How you living? And happy birthday, Carissa! Oh, let's go. Make sure you show Carissa some love. Thank you for everything. We appreciate you and love you no matter what, baby. Let's go, the Berry Queen. Oh, good morning. That's how we're starting it, baby. What's up, Doug? What's up, Kurt McGirt? Good morning. Bell Brand, good morning. Riz, Najee Wolf, the Jaxes, Danny, Laker, Jay. Oh, good morning. What's up, Maria? What's up, Wandering? Jerry Woods, Ryan M, baby. Good morning. Mr. Samuels, N.A. Alejandro, good morning, baby. What's up, Mr. Garlinger? What's up, Wild Style? Tom Smith came to play. Open Face. Oh, he enjoying the view and loving it. I know too, baby. Live it up, baby. Good morning. Good morning. And he's still waking up. Joshua Murray. Amen. Amen. Unapologetic. Good morning. Renzo, Forever Young. Zeke. Marcos. Halftime, baby. Oh, Bell Brand. Alaskan Assassin. 4-5. Dinos Dan. Oh, good morning. What's up, Sal? What's up, Cambellini? What's up, Stafford? Good morning, Christina. Good morning, Greg. Good morning, Ty. Oh, my goodness, JD. Good morning and God bless. Hey, man, what's up, Lumley? Nathan Evans. Oh, what about the Twitch? Are they awake? Oh, who's that driving? Patrick Swayze. Eagle Eye. Good morning. Robo Hand Tech. Woodrow. Yatana. Oh, my goodness. JP Cult member. A Morpheus Goose. Oh, you remember Animorphs? Yeah, that was. Do you guys remember that? No, I don't know. You got to be old. I feel like. Good morning. 10% Kobe McGuire. Rocky Bow Blowout. 333 baby. Slizzing. Rise the Human. Oh, Payday. Destroyer. Mother Liquor. Blazing Bob. Where's Charlie? Good morning, I don't even have Charlie yet, but I'm saying good morning, Donis, baby. What's up? What's up, Chattadoni? I hope you're ready for it. So we did wrap up most of the earnings this week. We still get more, but now it's all about the digestion, and we finally had the first downside earnings. I know, isn't that crazy? It's kind of like Animorphs. Yeah, I remember Animorphs. Yeah, it's where the animals, they turn into, they turn into, still, hey. Anyways, like the video. Good morning. Good morning. Anyway, so let's get to the news. He asked, he said if Biden would remember. I don't know. Chattadonia, good morning. I hope you're ready for it. Happy birthday again, Carissa. And now, let us get into the news. NASDAQ futures slump as the Netflix dents the tech shine. A slide in tech behemoths has soured the mood on Thursday as disappointing earnings cast a doubt on the pillars of a record first half for the NASDAQ 100 this year. Futures on the NASDAQ 100 fell 0.7 with Netflix set for the biggest intraday decline since December after missing sales estimates and projecting third quarter revenue that fell short of Wall Street's estimates. Tesla also fell after profitability shrank in the second quarter, a sign that the EV makers' margins are being squeezed. Man, they flipped those narratives from last night till this morning, huh? So let's see if we actually end up low, because some people were feeling good on Tesla yesterday. Traders are hitting the pause button on a blistering rally that has taken the tech-heavy NASDAQ 45% higher this year, outpacing the S&P's 19% rise on excitement about the potential for artificial intelligence. Such returns on the back of a handful of tech stocks are overdone and may be the precursor to a downturn. AG and asset manager strategist Cameron McCrimmon warned. He said the breadth of the returns of the S&P has been increasingly narrow, driven by a few mega-cap stocks on AI optimism, which is a classic sign of an aging bull. He wrote in a note, a U.S. recession is likely this year as central banks persist in tightening policy and strangling economies until inflation returns to 2%. According to their strategist in Europe, tech stocks including ASML slumped after Taiwan Semiconductor cut their outlook. That was offset by Anglo-American second quarter beat, which put the main equity gauge back into the green. U.S. Treasuries fell, pausing a rally sparked by speculation that easing inflation would give the Federal Reserve room to wind down its rate tightening cycle. Investors also weighed the potential for agricultural commodities to drive inflation higher. Wheat prices extended their biggest daily surge in a decade on Wednesday after Russia warned that any ships to Ukraine would be seen as carrying arms. Yeah, I knew it, man. So yeah, I'm pretty sure they're saying, I know wheat now at that point, I don't know about corn, but I'm pretty sure agriculture prices are moving faster than the first time we hit wheat, to give you an idea. So again, the last couple of days have been kind of crazy. That play is still in there, but just keep that in mind. We did get some more headlines this morning. I think Zelensky said something. But tech earnings report from tech giants Tesla and Netflix disappointed. Tesla shares dropped in early trading after the car maker warned of more hits to their already shrinking profitability. CEO Elon Musk said Tesla will have to keep lowering prices of their EVs if interest rates continue to rise. Months of markdowns have already taken a toll on automotive gross margin, which fell to a 4-year low in the second quarter. Similarly, Netflix projected third quarter revenue fell short of Wall Street's estimates, suggesting a crackdown on password sharing and a new advertising tier aren't yet delivering the sales growth analysts expected. Shares were down as much as 10% to 430 in extended trading late Wednesday. China's support amid a ramp-up in rhetoric from Beijing to bolster business confidence as economic growth wanes. China has stepped up their support for the yuan, and they're also mulling mortgage easing to spur home buying in big cities. The yuan jumped after China set a stronger than expected reference rate and changed to their capital curbs to lure inflows. Authorities are also considering loosening home buying restrictions in the nation's biggest cities, potentially removing a hurdle that has curbed demand in Beijing and Shanghai for years. According to people familiar with the matter, meanwhile, billionaires are showing their support behind the private sector push, with Tencent co-founder Pony Ma penning a lengthy op-ed backing Chinese pledges to resuscitate the private sector. Chipmakers struggle. Taiwan Semiconductor cut their annual outlook for revenue and postponed the start of production of their signature Arizona project to 2025. Twin setbacks for chip-making linchpin struggling with geopolitical tensions and a deep market slump. TSMC's surprise cut in 2023 revenue projections sent a warning to investors that the global electronics slump may persist for some time despite a boom in AI development, and the delay in U.S., a consequence of both lack of skilled American workers and ballooning cost, underscores the difficulties in making their chips despite Washington's insistence to reduce a global reliance on Asian facilities. So that's what we got. I got a bunch more little recaps here. So we're going to get a little bit more text and then we'll get the broader one. Actually, so Tesla price cuts drive GM contraction. Company expects FSD and AI to win out. Tesla posted an earnings lagger, though the stock is nearly up 140% year to date. No shift in secular growth narrative. Q2 revenue 47% year over year, slightly better than expected. EPS was also ahead, but they did get some help from large non-operating margin gain. Key auto GM metric came in at 19.2, 30 basis points worse than 19.5 consensus. This fits with the scrutiny surrounding price cuts, and management left the door open to more second half 2.5 depending macro. However, auto GM excluding regulatory credits, a touch better than expected at 18.1. The more positive takeaway resolved around the market share, AI, and FSD. Early discussions to potentially license FSD to a major OEM. Netflix posts big increases in ads, but disappoints on revenue. Q2 paid net ads increased by 5.9, nearly triple the consensus. Takeaways focused on successful paid sharing rollout, with the company now noting available market. Wait, they said that's 90% of revenue? What? I think I read that wrong. Q2 revenue and ARPU missed. Q3 revenue and ARPU guidance disappointed. More meaningful revenue acceleration expected in quarter 4 and 2024 as paid sharing gains traction. Positive sentiment supported the progress on ad-supported tier, and competition and macro uncertainty still more cautious talking points. Philly Fed index slips in July, biggest increase to prices received. Philly Fed manufacturing printed negative 13.5, below consensus of negative 10, and a little change from June's 13.7. New orders dropped 15.9, 14th consecutive negative reading. Shipments flipped to negative 15.9 from June's 9.9 gain. Employment was mostly steady, and prices paid dropped slightly, with prices received moving up from near zero in June to 23 in July. Initial jobless claims came in at 228 for the latest week, below the consensus at 241. Continuing claims printed 1754, above forecast at 1730. And then June existing home sales report is out at 10 a.m. Sentiment bounces up, more talk of overbought conditions. Investors' intelligence bulls bounce back to 54.2% in the week ending of July 18th, 51.4% in the prior week. Bulls now just stay shy of 54.9 reading at the end of June, which was the highest since November 2021 danger level of 57.2. What is this? The investors' intelligence bulls? This is an index it's referring to. I don't know what it is. Bull-bear spread pushed up to 36.2 from 33.3, up from below 21% just 9 weeks ago, and the most optimistic since November 21. Elevated sentiment fits with the focus of overbought conditions, according to Bespoke Investment. S&P has closed at overbought levels, one standard deviation above the 50 DMA. That's what that means. Every session since Memorial Day, while NASDAQ has been overbought since early May. In addition, only S&P 3 sectors, utilities, healthcare, and staples are not in overbought territory. Waiting on mega cap earnings, not enough capitulation. Dampened sentiment and positioning tailwind are getting more attention when it comes to concern about sustainability of the soft landing peak and Fed rally. Thoughts of the pain trade for risk assets remain higher in the absence of meaningful capitulation. And other recent indicators, JP Morgan client survey revealed just 17% are more likely to increase or decrease equity exposure over the coming days or weeks, down from over 50% in early June and seemingly the lowest reading this year. Bank of America Global Fund Survey showed a uptick of 0.2 basis points cash levels, 5.3% in July. In addition, equity fund inflows have picked up, totaling near $70 billion in the last 7 weeks. The $56 billion year-to-date total remains dwarfed to $800 billion. That has gone to money market funds, which now have $7.8 trillion assets under management. Also, some focus on cautious sell-side strategies, who have had the most bearish second-half view on record at the end of June, with expectations for more than a 6.5% drawdown in the S&P, which I think already went up 6.5% just for earnings. So you got the Fed quiet period, Fed quiet period, and then positioning scrutiny. Dollar downturn is good for earnings. Mixed CRE takeaways after SL Green results. Banks talks consumer resilience and liquidity review. Late spring debt ceiling deal. You guys know they rebuilt the Treasury already. Fun fact. So, if you had the tin that they were just talking Fed pivot to refund the Treasury, they're done. They've already refunded it by $300 billion or something. Fun fact. But I still got more headlines for you, believe it or not. There's a lot right now. The yuan jumped after China stepped up support and managed currency, stronger than expected reference rate, and changed to their capital curbs for inflows. PBOC set their daily fixing just under 715, 680 pips stronger than the average estimate. Chinese authorities are considering easing home buying restrictions in nation's biggest cities. Foreign investors are injecting less money into Chinese equities than in other Asian emerging markets for the first time in 6 years as investor optimism about China growth wanes. British supermarket Asda will on Friday cut the prices of of 226 own label products by the average of 9%, adding to a body of evidence that a surge in UK food inflation is on the wane. Joseph Borrell, the EU chief diplomat, said that the Russian threat against grain ships was grave and required more weapons to be sent to Ukraine. U.S. antitrust authorities issued new guidance spelling out how they will police proposed mergers in a move that could provide fresh legal support for the government's effort to block deals. And then TSMC surprised with cut to, oh wait, there's more, to an annual outlook for revenue indicating the global electronics slump may persist. They also postponed start of production at Signature facility in 2025. The Fed is looked to set to hike 25 basis points next week for the final time in the cycle and hold until at least the year end as prices ease. A survey of economists showed the median of those see the first cut in March on a potential U.S. recession. 58% expect to crunch within 12 months, down from 63% in June. Tesla fell pre-market with concerns to margin, and Netflix global password sharing crackdown delivered robust subscriber growth, but revenue still struggled. Wow, I think we still got some plays here. We got plays and some takeaways, so I'll get into them no, we still got some time. So Tesla takeaways flagged further GM contraction for price cuts. Netflix reported strong net adds, but takeaways focused on continued pressure to average revenue growth or average revenue per user. TSM cut 2023 revenue outlook with slower than expected inventory rebuild, outweighing AI tailwind. IBM revenue light on Forex and mainframe with some concern about lighter second half bar to full year guidance. Discover down big on Q2 miss, lower NIM guidance and compliance issue that forced company to suspend buybacks. UAL, they beat, guided above Q3 and raised the low end of EPS guide by 10%, with takeaways focused on international strength. LVS, another beneficiary of travel normalization tailwind. Zion boosted by better guide and updated on deposit cost. And then on this day in history, Chad, in 1969, the Eagle lunar landing module carrying U.S. astronauts Neil Armstrong and Edwin Buzz Aldrin landed on the moon, and several hours later, Armstrong became the first person to set foot on its surface. Wow, Moon Day. I love it. Right away, bro. They ain't even hesitate. They said, birds are fake. That's it. That's it. Y'all didn't even hesitate. That's the beauty of not having any latency. And I know the latency's lower now, but then it's just oh my gosh, you guys right away said birds are fake. Straight up, bro. I feel you, man. I feel you. So that's today though. So God bless you. I hope you feel historic today. And then also I don't know, we're actually not gonna hit a high today. Maybe we do. We're gonna find out. But Chattadonia, we still got a little bit more. So what I'm going to do now, because we went over the plays, here's the deal. It's actually kind of funny. So every day this week, we've been up. So today is the first day you're not up. So this is where I'm saying we have a lot more pre-market movers because you have a lot more trading lower rather than trading higher. So you got kind of two sets here where there's a big push and pull. And I made a biotech play. I forgot. I grabbed 2,000 shares of BSGM pre-market NVIDIA partnership. That's my hype play for the day. Not a recommendation, but you can't see. Oh, you can see. You can see. Here we go. But yeah, there's a lot of plays. So we're going to go over these. I want to go to the bathroom once this Nissan ad goes away. You guys want a Nissan?
Frontier SV in lease it for only $373 a month plus tax. We have a huge selection.
They have a huge selection of Nissans, if you're interested. I think we've played BSGM. I think I call this stock Terror Squad. BSGM Terror Squad. It's been in the past, but pretty much they just got accepted into a NVIDIA. They got into a NVIDIA. What does it say? It says it right here. BSGM selected for NVIDIA Inception Partnership Program. So we'll see. But yeah, I need to go pee. They keep playing ads, so I don't know if it's a good time. The Google, I was supposed to yesterday on the watch list. I forgot to. So pretty much pre-earnings plays, all of them are down except Google. So Google's the only one that went up. If we drop today, this is why we bought those plays, because we said just wait. If there is one bad earnings and people feel weird, maybe the premium on those plays will come up. So we're going to find out. The Google one is up. That one's up 20% or something. But the other ones are either break even or slightly down. So we'll find out though today. All right, I don't know. Are they going to let you on? Yeah, I think so. All right, follow me on Instagram at The Traded Fraternity. I love you. Good morning. Get ready for plays. And then the bell go ding ding and it's game time. Amen? Amen.
Just not stagnate. When companies have to compete, it means lower prices, fair wages, and more innovation. The Department of Agriculture and partners in the states are going to make large corporations making sure they cannot artificially raise food prices through price fixing and price gouging. We're cracking down on hidden junk fees in rental housing.
President Biden announcing new actions to aid U.S. consumers. The latest efforts coming as polls show the president underwater when it comes to key parts of the economy. That includes the labour market, even with jobless claims near historic lows and unemployment around 3.5%. Bloomberg's Anne-Marie joins us now from Washington, D.C. alongside Mike McKee here in New York. And Mike McKee, the latest data, pretty decent.
Well, you got to go back to the Bill Clinton campaign in 1992. James Carville, his campaign manager, said it best. It's the economy, stupid. And every year it turns out to be the major issue. And if that's the case, well, I'm reminded of Ronald Reagan running for re-election in 1984 after 2 recessions left the economy sort of reeling. Look at jobless claims. Those are Reagan's last three for this period of time in his 1983 position, and then these are the Joe Biden numbers for 2023. Biden in much better shape, but their polling results, as you mentioned, are just about the same for this period in their incumbencies. You can see Biden basically running right alongside where Reagan was, and that was not good for Ronald Reagan, but we all remember what happened after that. You get to 1984, and Reagan swept the election, winning every state except
Why
Minnesota.
don't y'all compare anything with Nixon?
Was that the economy.
Anyways, Chattadonia, game time. Good morning. I hope you're ready. We still got a lot of action. Your first set of bad earnings, or at least, again, the earnings were generally good in my opinion. Again, we had a lot of neutral with a slight little tilt, but it's just the first time you didn't get the 100-point move after removing 100 points. So we got a lot to deal with, and that's what we're looking at. But now, let's take a look at a couple of the pre-market earnings or the plays right here. DHI, they're up 4.3 on earnings. That's a builder. We still got home data. Existing home sales coming out 30 minutes after the bell. Legend Biopharmatech, 3.6. They disclose CAR V KTI generated net trade sales of $117 million. UAL's up 2.3. I think they might go up more. That could be a great earnings continuation. They killed it. Carvana's up 2.2. RBC, capital markets downgrade, but they're following through from earnings from yesterday. Baxter, they're up 2.0. Pfizer, facility damaged by tornado. That's a sympathy play. MT, BHP earnings sympathy. They're up 1.8. Let's see. Lennar's up 1.6 on DHI earnings. So is PHM. Johnson & Johnson's up only 1. They beat and they guided up. A lot of value plays have done that, but they don't get rewarded the same way. HCCI, Heritage Crystals. They're to be acquired by JF Lehman and Company for $45 in cash. Stock is up 8.5%. Catalent, CTLT is up 6.3. Elliott Management reportedly takes a stake. Wells Fargo initiation and the Pfizer damaging from the tornado sympathy. SWTX up 4.6. No news. OLO, Piper Sandler upgrade 3.9, and then Manu's up. DHI earnings for Toll Brothers, and then BSGM up 16.9. Selected for NVIDIA Inception Partnership Program. NBTX up 11.3. First patient injected in news phase 1-2 study evaluating radiotherapy activated NBTXR3. And then trading lower, Discover is down 11.5. Again, they had a regulatory issue and suspended their buybacks. INFY, they're down 7.7 on earnings. Netflix down 5.4 on earnings. MPWR down 4.5 on an Edgewater downgrade. Let's see. Enphase down 2.5. Wolf Research has downgraded them. These are all earnings. Let's see. COLB earnings down 7.6. Whirlpool down on the Elux. That's overseas earnings sympathy. And then DRRX public offering. GOSS down 12.6. Private placement. And then regional banks are lower amid earnings. And then Zion's killing it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. So Chattadonia, those are your runners. I still got a couple of plays for you. We got a couple of minutes remaining, so let's get it popping here. What's your first play of the day? Let's go, Chad. There's no delay. You're ready. You're in the game, man. What do you have for me? What is the first play? Call it out right now. Call it out right now, baby. Watching Tesla, SMCI/6B, SQQ, still watching Disney, watching Beyond, swing trade, ES day trade as always, Bitcoin long, Snap put, Netflix short, Nvidia short, Tesla put, MPW to 11, buying the tech dip, Tesla, Nvidia short, Tesla put, Tessie, SPY, hook calls. What are you thinking on SPY 500, Beyond 18 call, Nvidia puts, Carvana, Target, August call, long on Yas, playing ES level, Tesla, Netflix, 3-day rule on Tesla earnings, Apple, watching Tesla holding shares, Apple, AAL calls for August, Tesla calls, LMT, Link, SNX, accept defeat, QQQ, buy the dip, Carvana, watching INDI, BITX, Yen short, coin calls, LMT, Carvana, SPX, Fed, rates, pricing in another pause, UPS calls, Alibaba, HILS long, early sidelines for me, auctioneer, Netflix puts, TSM calls, Tesla calls, root call, debit spread, short Carvana, LMT, Uber, BioMarin for the upside, PSQH, Google puts, watching BioMarin, US 30 sells, UAL calls, Carvana, Mara calls, puts, LMT 455, Bill shares, short DAX, SPY puts, MF saying 500 is wildin', QQQ, QDEL, Microsoft calls, gotta keep it real, root, watching and learning, full port, FaZe Clan, Google ports, Yin shares, Google puts, F puts, Tesla puts, Jesus calls, Link, Microsoft call, QDEL, Carvana long, LMT, SPX, end of the day, SoFi puts, watching Tesla, wheat calls, and the final play, JD calls on Cat, long Crocs, and full port on God. Let's go. So I only got 30 seconds, and we got to get it popping, baby. I'm going to be watching TSM. Again, I think that was a big one. I think that should really scare all of the AI stuff, so we'll see. Johnson & Johnson was good, and then BSGM I got, and then Catalent, another biotech, Elliott play, and then Netflix as the earnings, and then BioMarin, and then Discover are what I will be looking at, especially Discover, but I'm just scared because Discover's already down a lot, so that's what we got to watch out for. But Chattadonia, guess what? Before anything, before a play, before a dollar, before doing anything here at the Cult, you know we got to do something very special, and that is, before we try to chase that dollar, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has sacrificed more than most of us ever have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the Cult, the people here, the people not here, we want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even their families. Thank you for your sacrifice. Thank you for your service, and I hope you know you're appreciated, and I encourage all of you to show that love and appreciation to the vets who deserve it, baby. So shout out to the veterans. We love you, and big shout out to anybody else out there helping out their local community, giving back, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, janitors, garbage men, the nonprofits, coaches, anybody helping out and giving back. I hope you know you're appreciated as well too, baby. So God bless you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Son of a bitch! Oh, it's game time, baby. Horn. Let's go, Chad. Oh, yeah, I got a new one. Baby. I got a new one. Ha ha. Good morning. Let's go. Again, today is a little different. So you still have more earnings on the way, but I'm just telling you now, last couple of days, we've done melt up this, melt up that. Yesterday, kind of didn't do much. You saw the individual names. The rebalance, too, is right around the corner. But just keep in mind now, you kind of had a disappointment, but it doesn't have to last all day. So just keep in mind by Euro close, maybe some things will change. We still got to watch commodities, agriculture, and all of that stuff. But I think today has a different shape and setup. So let's just see what happens. If it does last all day, be prepared. But even then, just get ready for all of it because now everyone's going to digest it. And then we do have even more after. I'm not selling Disney, no. I might want to buy Netflix. I just think it's kind of high up here. Again, I do like Netflix earnings was a trip, man. Again, you got to realize they did the subscribers, and that's what everybody was worried about. But now the revenue is weird. So we're going to have to let that go through, but I do like Disney still. Even then, they're going to have earnings. We still got about a couple weeks there. So that's what I'm saying. People are responding to what we have today in the short term, and people are really going to take that in. But just keep in mind, after the next 2 days, as we get into next week, not only do we have Jerome Powell, but then there's Apple, then there's Microsoft, and then there's Meta and Snapchat, and then all the little companies and all the squeeze plays, the PayPals, the Squares, and then after that, there's even more. So people will respond today, but I think today, like, it didn't help that you also had bad earnings out of TSM in the morning, and then Johnson & Johnson was good, but that wasn't enough. So we will see. One person in downtown LA, one of the damn, they just given all the Powerball winners to just LA, huh? That's crazy. Apple, or they were just moving up there. So Chad, we got about 15 seconds. Like that video, show some love, call out any plays, let's have some fun, and good luck, my friends. Good luck. It should be an easy one. Again, I'm already in BSGM, Terror Squad is what I call it. I'm already getting murdered on it. I'll probably do an average on it, and then we'll go from there. Round 1. Fight. All right, so we're only down 0.17 on this buy. Dow Jones is up. Remember, J&J had a good earnings, so keep that in mind for any of the value plays. Russell is actually down today, so we're going to see if the banks even go up. I might want to short TSM, but it's already down 5, so it's only down 3 just at the bell, and then just got. So we're going to find out. Let's see. Tesla. Again, Tesla, Netflix, that is your main story today. So don't forget about that. It's weird. Apple's moving up there. I don't know why my chart's not loading, but just keep in mind that is something we are dealing with. Let's see. Why are people selling Disney? Probably because Netflix, but again, Netflix problem wasn't subscribers. It's revenue. I think they had higher churn, even though people liked the report and people liked the rollout. I think it just speaks of higher churn and just slower things. And then they give out free accounts and shit like that. So it's kind of weird, but I don't know if it's directly related to Disney, but I mean, they have a good correlation. Yeah, wheat popped again. You're going to get another headline. I mean, just wait until Putin starts saying stuff. Ukraine already commented. Apple is breaking out right now. Netflix is down 6%. I believe the low on Netflix is 430. And then Tesla's now down 5%, back down to 276. So a couple things are moving. Remember, a couple of other names, Discover, very bad earnings beat, or miss, excuse me. And then UAL. UAL's up 3. So I don't know. It's already ran up, but remember, they had the best earnings. And then LVS too. I forgot about that. LMT is going up. Let's see. Where's everything at? So Amazon puts are like break even. The Google puts came down today after running yesterday. Meta puts still down, and then so is Microsoft. So Google's the only one that's working on that front. And then the LMT contracts went up. So we'll see. Where's the other one? BSGM, that's still down. BioMarin, Abivi. Abivi's up 1%. See if it holds again. J&J, and then that little Pfizer thing had a lot of sympathies. Tesla shares down 5 after Musk hits at more price cuts. BSGM, another red candle. Thessalonian down 4. Apple's still kind of climbing here. Carvana's on the high. Microsoft's on the high. I think I saw Roblo. And we're not down too much. Again, NASDAQ is down 0.5%, but S&P not too bad, and the Dow is still green. Is that Netflix? Yeah, Netflix new low, 443, down 7%. Again, the low is 430. So really, it could move $14 down, and then if it tests 430 and breaks, you're probably going to either get a big bounce there, or that'll be the next level. So keep that in mind. We have an LMT play, but watch them. They are moving up a little. And corn. It's not as much, but wheat is really, really running. AVTA, that one just holding. Let's see. Apple's still up there. The Apple plays from yesterday are up. J&J, IBM, Yeah, Netflix is getting murdered right now. So 441 down 7. And then Tesla's trying to climb up here a little bit. SPY's still holding. Nvidia's in the green. So Nvidia's down. Damn. Even after TSM down 4.8, they're going up right there. Yeah, Tesla's burning a little preem. And then Microsoft came up, but it's not holding. Same thing with Apple. But then SPY's working its way up here. I'm surprised travel's not doing a little better. So they're trying to climb up there. Netflix, another one, 440. $10 more till the low, bro. $10 more till the low. Rivian's on the high. The move with RXRX, I mean, I want to hold it for more of a squeeze. That's why I sold covered calls. I just think it's going to go back and forth there. I think people are going to like it, but I mean, it's the play's up 40% since we got it. So it's not like it hasn't moved. It's just, I think it's going to get nuts. But if not, you're taking a risk. So covered calls. J&J's up 3. That's good. J&J did very good. Microsoft's breaking out right now. AI's on the high. NVIDIA, CRM, Legend, LEGN. I think we had news on that in the morning. And then SPY's coming up here. NASDAQ still down 0.38. SPY's close to going green. Key pool J&J one more time. Okay, I sold out of the Apple shares. I got like 150. Again, I was up 500 yesterday after the news. It came back up, but remember I went a little bigger on that one. No more Apple for me. Yeah, 0 Apple for me. Yeah, I closed that. So again, got out of that. Remember, we played it yesterday. I liked the news there. We were up a little bit more, but I went bigger. I had 500 profit, walking away with a little under half of that. So I'm cool with it for now. The last long term I bought was Disney. And there's Disney right now. Where's Netflix? Yeah, so again, watch 4:30 on Netflix. I think that's going to get interesting. Johnson & Johnson CFO could end up with large stake of Kenvue and spinoff. Again, LMT. Yeah, Oxy. I like the oil plays. I like the companies. I think trading oil will be a little bit more difficult. PRFX and then Citi. Whoa. And then Boeing, PRFX, that's running. I think we saw something on that, or that was the other day, but they're going. Boeing's on the high, and then Citi just took a little bit of a pop here, and Wells Fargo. Banks are starting to wake up here now. So again, the Russell was actually red today, which I thought was funny, but it's starting to move. PayPal. Where's Discover? Remember, Discover was really bad. Google's on the high now. Bonds at the low. Yeah, they're getting murdered. Same thing even with, I think the yen. Are you green on that? Yeah, you're still green on the yen, but it did get murked today. JP Morgan again. Microsoft, Google, all on the high. Let's see, there's BSGM. Oh, it's still kind of moving up here. Wall. Oh, where's Zion? That was another one that was good. Zion's up 9.6. Wall. Key Corp. You guys were talking about that one yesterday. NVIDIA again. NVIDIA had that little pop and lock. That was weird. J&J still holding. Bank of America. Where's Tessie? So it looks like I think Netflix is dying more than Tesla. So Tesla's holding. Netflix is coming back into another low here, 440. Yeah, I think 430 is going to be your level, man. I think that's where the people will get excited. Again, that was the low yesterday, and then I think it came right back. Yeah, you hit 434 and then 430. So that's where I'd be watching. And then maybe it stops moving here, but it looks like Netflix getting more activity than Tesla. Apple's coming back up. We got out with a little bit of profit. So if that can, remember, they had news from yesterday. So I think there's a continuation. I went way big of size. J&J one more time. Citi and banks are starting to move up. TSM, not really doing lemonades on the high. Where's Root? Yo, did Root do day 2? Yeah, Root's already back up another 2.9. I don't know Boeing news, but Boeing was just moving not too long ago. IONQ, that's a China one. On REITs, I like them a lot, but I do also think a lot of REITs have recovered. So, like, all we were talking about with MPW, we kept bringing up, like, the REIT index. So some of them have came up and they want to, like, break out a little bit. Just pick and choose accordingly. Some might have more premium, some might have more risk, but I think there's good pickups there. But if it's already kind of ran up, the better the price, the better the play. JPM vertical. I mean, all of the banks are going up. Boeing's breaking out here. JPM is starting to move up there. BSGM is a partnership with NVIDIA. Or they got accepted into like a NVIDIA biotech partnership thing. KRE, where's MP dubs? MP still above. Is that down 4%? Oh, what the? It's not low. It's showing me Tesla for MPW. Did everything just, did my shit just disconnect? Yeah, my E-Trade just shut off. Hold on, we're back. And where are we at? 4561. Root is on the high still. Banks are starting to go. WPRT flushing on the low. Snap. Apple's hitting a new high now, 196. Snap is going crazy, 0.5. Where's Meta? And then Google's running, now TSM. Netflix 400 coming. Abivai running. April. Let me see. NASDAQ negative because of Tesla. Yeah, they're the worst. I mean, again, Netflix 2 down 8.9. Abivai is up 2%. Tesla's starting to drop now. So it looked like Tesla wasn't moving with it all, but now they're starting to give that up a little bit here. Dow helping. Again, Root keeps going, and Lemonade and all the other insurance ones. MUFG, decent candles. They haven't died yet, have they? No, see, they've been trending with the banks. So they've even recovered more. Japan has done better than even SVB. PayPal's in the green now. Very weird considering Discover, Roblo on the high, Palo Alto. That's even Apple went up now too, another 0.5%. Wheat big drop. Yeah, corn even came down too. So literally, you're getting a bid right now as some people are still focusing on the next earnings. Tesla, Netflix are murdered, but so far cash open is just getting bought up. So it does kind of feel like the last 2 days. It doesn't feel different yet. You just kind of have a little different sentiment, but the action is playing out kind of the same. So again, you're watching straight cash open, a lot of things catching a bid. TSM, I think's recovered, 2.5% already? And then some of the earnings that were good kind of just held up. J&J, they're actually still melting up here. Snap. There's Tesla again. Netflix a little bit off the bottom. 440. Redfin's on the high. Expedia. Pfizer even. PSQH. I think, didn't we have something on that in the morning? That's the D-SPAC of it. Root is going up, bro. Dude, you got a whole nother $1 on Root. That's another 10%. That's actually crazy. And then RXRX is starting to break out now again. Big news on Boeing. I saw Boeing run, but I didn't see any news. I could double check. XLV. No news on Root. It's just moving up. That's why. If it holds, it holds. I already got out of it because it never holds, but now it is. So you could take it. Baba's on the high now. China plays weren't playing along earlier. So see if that starts to come up here. Let's see. World's first transatlantic flight takes off. That's for, I don't see anything on Boeing. Last night, Malaysia to get first 737-8s next month. So I think they're just moving. Oh, the Ryanair, I did see that one in the morning too, but was that it? 30 jets doesn't seem like a lot for them comparatively. But I didn't see it on there as the there was Malaysia news, there was Ryanair, but it didn't show as breaking. Baba's going up. RXRX is again, I mean, I think it's in squeeze mode now. Every one of these is a high. I mean, it has a history here, but just covered calls, lower cost basis. I mean, at this point, you're up. You got a nice cushion. You should. JD and China plays are coming up now. No news on Abivite. Could be some of the Pfizer stuff, or if they have like a drug approval. Nvidia's on the high. Palantir's going up. Futu, Adobe. So again, all of the tech I think is still working. Again, Microsoft, even Apple. Would I have gotten another $1 on Apple? Weave. Coin actually fell. I don't know. You haven't had the random pop yet. Nasdaq's trying to. I mean, Netflix had like a $5 bounce and then Tesla came down. So we'll see. China says important to work with U.S. on climate change. Wow. Good for you. Discover is kind of catching a bid. Hold on. They do this with Discover, bro. Boeing's still ripping. Boeing's trying to... That one's still going. Hold on. I'm checking something else. Disney dump. Googly woogly. Let's see. RXRX with the red candle. Disney is at the low. Watch Netflix too. NVIDIA, very solid. Wow. Google tripping. I think Discover's interesting. J&J's running. All right, I grabbed 100 shares of Discover, 105.59. I'm going to try to flip it there. I think it might be able to bounce a little. This stupid earnings bounce after selling 13. Mm. 105.59. NVIDIA rejection, year low. Netflix coming down too. Watch out for that. Win is on the high. It was like the second travel play I've seen. Did LVS even hold? Yeah, LVS they were negative. They actually did good and they're coming up. TSM has been riding up here. I mean, TSM's already recovered half of the lows. Snaps up one. Meta's getting a red candle here. FRSH on the high. NVIDIA. It's weird because you're saying snaps up. Meta's getting a red candle down. I think Google is up. And then, again, Meta's going down. NVIDIA's about to go green. They were red. So they're about to be 0.39. And at 470. My goodness. Legal and general investment chief bets on UK recession. Financial Times. 947. OPEX and ETF, VIX could see some action. I mean, I think the rebalance is going to be interesting, but it's also like, in a weird way, the rebalancing, like I've heard a lot of people thinking that the rebalancing is going to lead to, the companies that have been lagging the 7, that it's going to lead for them to go up, right? That's what some people are assuming because of the rebalance in the weighting, and there'll be a catch up, but I was thinking about it. If they lower the weighting of all the 7 companies, right? And they lower their weightings because they ran up so much. a lot of people think the other stuff will go up, but I've been kind of thinking about it. I'm like, wait a minute. Doesn't that mean those companies could go exponential again? And now that just pretty much sets up an opportunity for like Apple and Meta to go up 50% without affecting the index, essentially, or less. So in a weird way, it's like I don't know what's going to happen, and that's what I'm trying to say, because a lot of people think it'll lead to the breadth catching up. But I was also thinking about it in the sense that, well, maybe this just opens up the door for some of these names to keep moving crazy without impacting the rest of the index. NVIDIA, yeah, they're about to go in the green. Discover's coming up there a little bit. That's the only other play I grabbed here. Tesla's still at the low, and then Netflix also. So that is the only problem here. Microsoft or Apple. We got out of that Discover red candle here at the high, so it's not moving. Same with the market, but some names are going, some aren't. Micron's on the high. So remember, TSM, bad earnings, they went up. All the chips have gotten a bid. PayPal has been on fire all day, about to hit 75, which is quite interesting. AAL rebound, maybe. But just airline, I'm surprised the airlines aren't up a lot more. That Ryanair on the high. Remember Boeing here. Goldman's on the high too. JP Morgan was running it. Tesla hitting a new low now. Yeah, the Tesla is nothing but good things. I mean, I don't think any of the earnings were bad. I don't think Tesla was bad. I don't think Netflix was bad. All I think is that both of those stocks went up $100 in the month prior to their earnings. That's it. Like even Netflix ran up literally the $50 it fell, and that's what's wild. But it's like the earnings are good. I don't think we've seen way worse earnings. We've seen some that were better, but at the end of the day, it's not like it just wasn't bad. Like it was just the stocks were they ran already. This our long term's hitting highs and all of these gains. It's like we had earnings without having earnings because they went up a lot. So I was surprised though. It's just kind of refreshing to see that the market wasn't going to take it up another 200% off of the same thing. But I think give it some time, and once we get the rest of the earnings, the digestion will be felt. How is 2.7 year-over-year revenue on a growth stock not bad? Just depends. Depends what stock we're talking about. But even in Netflix's case, you got to be. I mean, let's be real. If you are a Netflix bear, coming into this earnings, were you worried about revenue? And if you say yes, you're a liar. Because I don't think anybody cared about Netflix's revenue. That's the funny part about this earnings. It was all about the subscribers. We thought the churn, if you didn't like you thought Netflix was going to die, you thought it was going to be down, the users, it was all about that. And guess what? They beat on that. But then the revenue, even if you were a bull, it kind of brought up the question, like, what the fuck? That doesn't make sense. It brings up a lot. So if you thought of revenue, hats off to you. But again, most analysts, most people, just looking at the company, the revenue wasn't the worry, but it became one with everything else that we're seeing because the guide lower and all of that. But the one thing that was going to, you were worried about them dying and growing and keeping this platform alive. They did it, but the revenue now brings up the other one, but it just wasn't bad. I don't see Netflix as a bad earnings. Do I think would I have bought Netflix 10% higher after moving how it did? No, absolutely not. But it's definitely it wasn't the story we were expecting, but it kind of brought up something a little bit more to think about. You think their numbers are fake? No, I think churn is higher. I think they don't want to admit it, and I think they're trying to hide it in the sense that you don't want to feed that publicly. because if you feed the narrative through your earnings that motherfuckers are canceling and that the churn is bigger, then that's it. It's churn plus free memberships or whatever else they're doing. But that's where I think that's where the revenue comes in. But it's awkward, or they're sandbagging. That's it. They're just sandbagging the shit out of us. But for the most part, you know, like some people are like, oh, they spent more money. And I'm like, no, dude, this is like top line revenue. This is like money coming in, you know? So it doesn't matter how much they spent or not. It's like the revenue does not coincide with doubling up your subscribers or tripling them up for the quarter. Only 3% are on the ad tier plan, though. Something to know. Yeah, they have movement, and it could go other places. It's just awkward. I think that's it. But it wasn't. I mean, to be real, it's just like it's a complete difference though than some of the earnings that you were watching when they were dying. That's again from whether it was a revenue issue, but even last year, you know, remember they were losing millions of subscribers versus, you know, adding 6 million. And then Discover came down, scammers. Regionals, I mean, I think regionals are awkward. I don't have the regionals been bad lately? No, but we judge regionals differently than we judge the other ones. You know, it's just like, because now when you look at a bank, you look at a regional, it's not about are they doing bad or good. It's just about are they dying, and that's kind of been carrying for the last 2 quarters. So I think some have done way better. So like Zion yesterday, that was way better. I mean, we could have looked at it. Who else? Schwab was another good one. SMCI is flushing. Their bonds catching a bid, and then Discover came down $1.50 a share on that. SMCI, some cheek lays here, down 5.2. And TSM coming down a little bit. Airbnb is on the high, so maybe that travel. And then banks, 155, almost 156 on JP Morgan. And then Airbnb, not green yet, but he's moving up. And then SMCI flushing on the low. Am I going to buy banks on their long term? Well, you could check it. I think it's on the member post. I don't know where the last long term is. I think we have a video, but we have banks. We've owned banks in the long term for a decent amount of time. So I own JP Morgan in the long term. I think we're up 20 something. And then MPW is financial. So believe it or not, like I think financial assets are the biggest weighting in the long term. So if you counted REITs as banks, we have more finance plays in the long term than not. Uber going up. I thought travel, again, it's kind of like the Netflix earnings and Tesla, where again travel is good so far, but maybe travel has also ran up too much ahead of this as well. So that's my next question. If we start seeing all these companies report and they already ran up and their reporting's halfway decent and then the stocks are dropping, just keep that in mind for any of the industries too. Because again, that's what happened with travel. Travel's been running, but if we start getting more good travel stuff and then you just start holding here, just keep that in the back of your mind. Best performing stock is MPW, pretty wild. Really? Is that like new pickup or year to date? Because there's some, like, believe it or not, like Uber is one of our biggest gainers on the year. So even though we've picked up certain things that went up more percentage wise, just like watching your money return, it's nuts. Does the numbers justify the pre-move? That's it. That's honestly, I'm starting to get very I'm getting picky with it, but I want to see if the market's going to get picky. Because, again, you know, ripping 7% in a week, it doesn't look like we're in a picky market. But so far, Tesla, Netflix, investors did respond. And then if now even travel, Las Vegas Sands was red. UAL only went up 2% off of straight 10% guide up in full year earnings. So that is going to be a really relevant question. And then DFS getting clapped. So watch out. That's the risk. If that flips to another low, we might be in for a ride. So Amazon puts came back to break even. Google, they were up. They came back to slight profit. Meta's still down, and then Microsoft's still down. Those are the earnings puts. And BSGM is getting killed too. I don't think they have a calendar. TSM. I think TSM should have won a lot. I don't get it. It's Ukraine Prime Minister says World Bank and IFC plan to mobilize more than $8 billion for new programs. Russia's state prosecutor asked for 20 years in prison for jailed Russian opposition politician Navalny. But I don't know how the AI boys ain't shit their pants off of TSM. TSM was not a good look. Dude, again, even ASML guided for slower recovery. TSM, even with AI tailwind, they're saying, dude, they're guiding down and all of it, bro. I'm like, that's not a... But then again, TSM and ASML, I said this before the earnings season, they never reported good when the video was good. But yeah, no, TSM was bad. It wasn't, I mean, as far as chips, inventory, the rebuild, everything they're talking about, it just wasn't like... I mean, ASML and TSM does not look like you have a chip frenzy going on. That just simply put. But then again, last quarter when the AI frenzy was happening, they never reported that anyway. So that is the question. Existing home sales 4.16, estimate 4.2. So slightly lower. I don't think the market will trip out too much, but that's like the fifth set of data in the last like 4 or 5 to 7 days that has came in lower than expectations. PayPal. EU consumer confidence, negative 15.1, estimate 15.8. So again, existing home sales came in slightly lower right now. I don't think it should move much, but that is like the bigger trend is that every data set this week and even from Friday is all coming in below expectations now. So there's a little bit of a gap, but I don't think it should move you too much. 4.1 versus 4.2, 4.25. It's low, though. It's the lowest. This is the lowest existing home sales since January. And that's when numbers were dropping. Uber's on the high still. Apple came down. Boeing is still nonstop. Boeing is a going. And then Disney on the low. Amazon's flushing now. Yeah, so Boeing, a couple value plays on the high, and then a couple of tech. Again, J&J, that earnings is actually still continuing. Watch UAL, because that was another good one, and they're still at the high too. And then where's Netflix and Tesla? Tesla's into the low, 274. Netflix hasn't came close to the 430 flat. Still like $8 more. So we're going to find here what happens. Teslonium. So the first couple red candles, I mean, the cushion level is still unreal, just to give you an idea. Did we fill that gap? I guess you did. You filled yesterday's gap off of the opening candle. But, I mean, the next level is 45.40, man. And then even then, it's like, dude, you got a long way to go. Long way to go. And then EU consumer confidence there. U.S. leading index, negative 0.7. Estimate was 0.6. EOV had earnings. That could be a good one. I don't know about adding them to the long term, though. They're coming off earnings. Abivai is moving up here. Carvana is flushing now. Tesla, that's starting to look a little bit. I think it's just catching up to Netflix. So now, because Tesla was only down 2% in the morning, now it's down 6%, and then Netflix is down 7.8%. SPY getting some candles. Carvana is getting clapped. Boeing is run. Boeing, UAL, J&J. China drill with Russia and Japan Sea is good for regional peace. What? China's doing a drill in Japan with Russia? Yeah, Tesla's going down there a little bit more. Hershey, value plays are still they're holding weirdly. Enphase down 5%. They say it's good for peace, you know? The Grytech good. NVIDIA, everything's starting to flush right now. So some more than others. I get that, like, it's funny, Discover flushed prior. They were already down. But then it's either you're running and killing it like Boeing, UAL, J&J, or now even like the tech. I think Amazon just flipped already. I watch Google and Meta. Those are the ones with a little bit of candle or green. Meta and Google kind of a gap between the two. And now Apple's about to go negative. Yeah, Tesla's interesting. I thought Netflix was going to die before Tesla, because at least Netflix guided down on revenue. Tesla didn't guide down on anything, and then they just missed on margin by like half a point. Dow Jones very strong, 0.6 right now, and it's strong without the Russell. So that we haven't, the last couple days, if Dow was strong, Russell was usually outpacing. How my Airbnb properties doing? Good. I don't know if I could speak for everybody else, but my Airbnb bookings are up 56% year to date. So comparing last July to this July, I have 56% more bookings throughout the year and up to this point. Do you think you're an outlier? I mean, you could cut me in half, and I think we'll be around the average. Or even if you cut me by like 80%, any of the numbers still remain well. But it just areas. That's the problem. I don't think it's I think there's not outlier areas, but there's slowdowns in certain ones. So if you grabbed an Airbnb in like, middle of nowhere or like kind of a new travel town, like that's it. I mean, again, where my Airbnbs are, all of my rent trends are very strong. Again, it's not like I own Airbnbs in California and it's just to kill it. I do have some out there or that I guess partnered with, but they're decent, but it's still not like, it's just California has not suffered at all in that sense. The bonds are doing it again. Yeah, with the delayed, 2 minute delay or 1 minute delay, and then they react. But yeah, bonds are getting murdered. There's Tesla. I'm waiting for Netflix. If Netflix hits certain prices, I want to start making trades on it. PRFX, that one keeps running. I think they had something yesterday or today. Uber's on the high again, and Fiverr. Tesla from the low, 272. TGT, Caterpillar, they were running all day yesterday. Uber is still in the red, ironically enough. I think that's like all the travel names. They're catching a bid, even LVS, and then they're just still down. And then UAL only 2.5. Bonds hitting a new low now, and the market is following along. We're down almost 1% on the NASDAQ, but SPY, Dow, and Russell, it's not too bad. Nvidia gave it up. Pack W, Big Reds. GE's on the high. Value plays. Walmart. GE's actually kind of no. What was that I just had up there? Yeah, that looked ugly. Nvidia looks pretty ugly. Down 1.7 now. And then PRFX, they're still going. RXRX still holding up. Google, I don't know if they announced earnings day. It should be next week. We'll see. J&J, biggest increase since February 2022. At 5. Walgreens, value plays are holding unless they have bad news and then got murdered, but most value dividends should be decent, or at least just maintaining stability. And then PayPal, that's just a weird one to throw in the mix. And then Disney's still down off Netflix. Nvidia's on the low. I picked up one LMT contract. It's up. I just put a little option on it. Amazon. So SPY now going red. Microsoft, all of big tech is playing along. So big tech is your biggest drag here. I mean, you could blame Tesla and Netflix here. So we're going lower. I mean, 2 days ago, this is where you were. So the Tuesday close now. But the cushion you've built, like I've told you, got the cushion. You got the cushion. U.S. targets several individual entities in new Russia-related sanctions. Treasury website. Yeah, JP Morgan on the high too. Coin on the low now. And DFS just hold. They already dropped, so we took our drop early on there. Boeing still moving. Now 3M. Dude, it's all values today. It's all value rotation. All value rotation now. It's kind of getting hard to... I mean, the Dow's the only thing green, but pretty much panic on earnings. It's not too much panic, but then they're buying up the value. Where's the long term? Well, there's some biotech rotation, but it's just easy. I mean, they're buying dividends in banks. They're buying even some growth that's already got killed. They're just buying it. It's just value. Just going for anything under that's underperformed heavily. Healthcare leading, real estate loser. Yeah, because the interest rates too, they've been kind of... I'm surprised MPW's held, but bonds just died. That's weird. I think it was UK data mixed in with the real estate one, but that data shouldn't have killed the bonds. Bonds are just weak now, just considering everything over the last couple days. Walgreens came up a little bit. Some things are just holding. AMD. Yeah, industrials are killing it. I think Caterpillar's still up there. Overstock's on the high. Okay, maybe get a little bit of growth. New low on the market now. So we usually haven't dropped this consistently in any of the mornings. Like even yesterday, anytime you hit these levels, you would bounce up right away. But so far, that little ramp up only lasted for 10 minutes now. New low, 4552. So still a long way to go, though. So 4550 and then 4539. That's the next level that we went crazy from on Tuesday. Cat, $3 away from all-time highs. SoFi. Yes, Abivai, carry your weight, my brother. Yeah, it's all value plays. And then Overstock and DraftKings. Is Tesla stopped hitting new lows. Discover still holding. Watch if Discover flushes, though. Again, we're down on that, but like I said, you'll be in for a ride if it goes nuts. Disney's already just dead. Again, that's why I kind of like Discover. If it's already dead, it's not dying much more. But then if it had gains, it could die. And then if it was down in value, it's getting a bid. Word to the Dow. Kenvue dropped big. Coca-Cola's breaking out now. It's only 0.75%, though. Yeah, Redfin dropped all week, even with Zillow going up, which was weird. Carvana off the lows. I mean, SPY's at the lows. See if we get a bounce or if this turns into the flush. Intel and Micron on the high. That's weird considering Intel and Micron are actually doing very good. And then AMD and NVIDIA, they turned around. TSM starting to get... Actually, all the chips are getting a bid right here. Uber one more time. Netflix. Expedia is going green, or is that just a high? Let's see. Yeah, Expedia went green. Where's the booking? Booking's even green. Yeah, Meta's down. Google is up. I think if Google goes red, that'll get a little weaker there. That could bring down tech even more. I mean, Nasdaq's still down 0.82, but Google's holding up pretty good. Yeah, corn and wheat chilled out. The yen chilled out dramatically. You still have gains on your yen, but it's not as much now. Deutsche Bank raises target price to 51. Oh no, Nasdaq raises Deutsche Bank's target price. Target's holding. Walmart was just going up. Micron and Intel still. Now Roku's on the high. So SPY, little bounce. You're literally right back to the opening price right now. UNG. Merck is on the high. Where's Pfizer? Guggenheim raised price target of Tesla 125 from 112. Maintains sell rating. Did I change the mic? No. I think it's post-earnings hype, maybe. I don't know. Big kinda Uber wants... A lot of things want green, but then it's like... It's just a very weird mix. You're either really red today, or you're like you're going up while still red, or you're outperforming in the sense that you just have a dividend. Very, very weird one. Bad earnings. Uber's going up. Where are we? Dow's still up 0.5. Russell's down 0.6 now, or 0.8. And then SPY's down a quarter. SPY's making another move down here. This could be it's probably part of it. I mean, we've seen a lot of weird effects even on the way up. So remember that little like mini short squeeze we saw throughout all this. Our banks, XLF is still up. Healthcare is actually doing amazing, 1%. Very rotation, unless we panic sell like 1,000 points on the market, I might chalk it up to rotation here, and then I don't think we get any more. We're gonna get bond auction and oil data for the rest of the day, and then that's it. Then you notice you haven't heard any Fed speakers too. Regionals, I mean, either decent or a bright spot with Zion. I don't think they're up today, hence the Russell, but it still puts them there. But overall, the big bank. I'm surprised we didn't sell off on Goldman's earnings yesterday. And then now hit another low there. You tested the low again, and now you're bouncing up. Oh, you work at Zion's. How is it? Rate decisions next week. Yeah, that's why you have not. That's why you have not heard from the Fed. They're on the blackout period. Bonds are going down again. So that is a development here because it's still developing, and the market hasn't stopped with it. The shape kind of looks the same here, but I mean, ironically, and it's been a while since you've watched the NASDAQ and stocks get sensitive at the rate run. Dollar new highs. Nvidia new lows. So let's see, again, all these, it's doing the dancing queen at the low. Yeah, dollar is up a lot. That's actually interesting. MPW going. So MPW might be squeezed. MPW shouldn't be up today. Again, real estate's down 1%. And then remember I told you guys how MPW, it pretty much tracks real estate. They're matched up now. So remember there's a point where VNQ, and when I was telling you, that's why we made the plays. I was telling you, I was like, dude, it's just lagging even the whole index. So now they're matched up here a little bit, but we got to see here. But MPW shouldn't be up today if all the real estate's dead. So keep the squeeze on watch. And then SPY's still down. Watch out for the bonds though. Until the bonds stop, I don't think this story's done yet. Having the time of your life. See those rates. It is affecting tech for the first time of the year. Yeah. MPW had 120 shares short at the month. Yeah. Well, that's why I think $10 is a place where either shorts cover, shorts reload, the Uber bulls buy in again, and then the fake bulls dip out. So I think $10 is a big level for them. But overall, I do think it just I think from here on out, we need to watch it play. I have two things on MPW actually. I have two new things for it. One related to drip, and then one related to the other thing. It's a good one. It's a good one. But I can't give it to you for free, unfortunately. You know, people would charge you for their analysis. You know what I'm saying? And people do that often. I just ask for 1,000 likes. That's it. That's all. If you want that, I don't know. You guys have a real big, deep, there's a backlog of tin. Netflix, I can't like 2 times. Then get your brethren. Can we get 2 for 1K? You got, I don't know. You guys there's a backlog, bro. There's such a big tin backlog this week. I would love to give you a 2-for-1, but I'm just saying, it's just, I got some good ones on MPW though. Like pretty much I have 2 things that need to be factored in. If anything, I may have found the way to confirm MPW is a fraud or not. There's a very simple question that has came to light that and then that's also the bull case as well. But again, it's just, you know, maybe it's not the time. Maybe, you know, 150 likes shy. It's quite controversial. Oh, I did not get to listen to RFK. I wanted to. Google's coming down here now. SPY one more time. Like I said, watch Meta and Google. I think those are going to be important here. Canada imposes sanctions on 39 Russian individuals and 25 entities. Targets include Wagner Group figureheads. There's Tesla. So SPY's going up. Qs are on the high right now. Again, I think if Google is about to go red, that's some weakness right there. And then now, so here it is. Okay, Meta hasn't gone yet, or Microsoft, but now the Amazons are green and the Googles are green as far as those earnings run-up plays. Again, I've been watching the IV here. XLU utilities are going. Again, XLV is also running. Microsoft now, software's on the low. Microsoft, Datadog, Zscaler, some of those places. From now, bonds are catching a bid. Again, everything's tweaking out right here. So bonds last 5 minutes, they've been flushing. SPY delayed and caught up. Now bonds are catching a bid, but we're flushing into the lows now. It's not too bad. Again, NASDAQ is ugly, but if you're on the S&P or Dow, this isn't dramatic yet. So until we get to like 45.39, that's one thing. You'll give up 2 days of gains, but even then, that's still some cushion. So until this SPY goes down like 0.75%, 0.5%, it's not really that big of a day. U.S. stocks extend fall. NASDAQ down 1. Yeah, it's really early. I think we got to wash some of this stuff out. And just if you are in those earnings like put plays, like the ones we did for the IV, you'll just see how slow they're moving. And really just nothing's like changed so much yet. So like what I'm saying is like we're kind of crawling right now. Even though it may be your first day of red or bad earnings or this and that, it's just like we're low-key crawling. Even how the premiums are moving, it's like I think we got to work our way into something. So let's see. Apple came down. NVIDIA a little bit off the bottom. Google is now red. Netflix might make another low, 438. I've been looking for 430 the whole day. That has been the level. The divergence of the daily implied top. It sucks that we're dealing with a lot. You know, I mean, the amount of reasons I've gotten for a lot of things is very plentiful. You know, we have to deal with just how things have moved. Powell next week, the earnings we've got, the earnings that are upcoming, and then any of the other stuff too with the rebalance. Apple break even on the day now. That's good. I was mad. I was like, damn, I could have got a bigger bag. I was like, I knew I should have sold yesterday at that little pop, but I'm glad now. And then Discover's holding. I don't know. I want Discover to go crazy here. It's good, but pretty much Discover is going to go down if the market goes up, and then if the market goes down, it'll hold. That's kind of what it is. Wow. 44 yee. Are you about to be 45? Huh? Yeah, don't bring up 45 in here. Hey, yee. I know. I hope you love me, yee. Hey, because I love you, yee. It's just fuck. And what are you talking about? That's my guy right there. They call him Yee. He's a very good guy. I tell him, I saw him get into real estate. Small good decisions, real estate, man. I'm telling you, this guy's terrific. I watched him grow. He grew his long term. He got into real estate. He stayed in the coat 44 months. He's all about that life. I'm telling you, he's a terrific man. He looks beautiful. I've been seeing him in real estate. He's been doing a lot of work. He's been doing it all. So please say thank you. Say you love him, because I love this man. I'm gonna promote him to vice president. That's what we do here. Thank you. I love it. God bless you, Yee. Thank you for everything. Horn. Give them the horn. Give him. No, it's a terrific horn. Tell them hit the horn. Trust me. It's terrific. Horn. I love you, bro. God bless you. Yay, baby. That's it, man. I got 4 more months and we need a new badge. Ain't that crazy? You think that's Michael Jackson? I'll show you Michael Jackson. That's not. Oh. No, I don't know. You're ignorant. Yeah, they're just being ignorant. Stop being ignorant. You're ignorant. They don't know. They don't know. Looks hanging around. Can we get 1,000 likes so I could get 10, bro? Because I'm just trying to get the 10 out there. I'm just trying to get the 10 out there, bro. Oh, so ignorant. Microsoft flushing now. I don't know. I don't know the Microsoft will come back. I need the metas, though. That'll be nice. RX dying. Kind of, but it's at least better than the fucking Carvana dying. I could respect that because it hit a new low. So I feel y'all. But it is still up a little bit. But yeah, they are getting candles. Google it. And then bonds at least chilled out. That other one was awful, though. BSGM, we've gotten clapped on that play before. But he hasn't really moved. He's just holding. But I think we need to just get through. Again, the back and forth is just kind of a little nutty here. Yeah, RXRX still flushing. How many percent is that? 10? Yeah, 9% down. Netflix hasn't hit a new low. Tesla was. I haven't seen Apple yet. Note follows Microsoft. Tesla going lower. Even Apple now. So Apple is negative. Merck. Healthcare is killing it, though. So all the while, you're dumping and hitting a new low. Not everything's going down. Healthcare is catching a bid there. I think your Boeing is still holding up. Staples are running right now. So literally, you're watching the rotation like low-key in real time. As you're hitting a low, you have the literal defensive rotations catching a bid. So just keep that in mind there. And like I said, I wouldn't freak out too much. If you're in tech, you got to rebalance and then now, or at least get ready for the other ones. And then maybe our tech puts will come back up. But for the most part, dude, I think this is just a little bit of a Netflix Tesla hangover. Maybe let's see what happens at Euro close. It's been just under an hour. Now, July 24th, the rebalance shit's done. So that's it. By Monday, this whole rebalance thing's over. So that's it. And then it's just back to earnings and Powell. Oh, nice. We hit 1,000 likes. Good job, guys. Good job. So which tin do you want? I forgot the other tin. I'm going to start forgetting the tin. I got MPW tin. I have the passport tin, but that's premium tin. I forgot what the other one. I didn't have something else for you. I had one more set for you. That was really good. Well, okay, I'll just give you the MPW tin. It's easier. It's a lot easier. And then granted, anything I say, I'm a bull because I buy it at the lows and I have it, so I'm obviously biased. It's okay, you guys. You know what I'm saying? Like, I like to talk about stocks and I like to tell you all and I like to share my opinions, but it's okay to disagree with me. And at the same time, like with my sizing, my position and everything else, I do not have an interest in promoting you something for you to buy it. Okay? So what I'm telling you, even then, a lot of these, like, stop. We might have to talk about it today. Maybe you guys need to stop buying the long term if you haven't started already. And what I mean by that is just like, please, don't get into the FOMO habits. And like at the same time, talking about this stuff, I do not say this to influence it, and and I don't want that to happen. And I do want you to know I'm heavily biased in the sense I own the shares, but I'm not biased enough where I don't, there's a lot of people who could have bigger positions and would benefit more off of my comments than not. So all I'm saying here, keep that in mind. I have my bias, but I hope you can learn. And here it is with MPW. Very big tin. Are you ready? And I don't know if there's an analyst listening and you could get this question to management. I love you. And tell me if I'm an idiot or not. But I think I'm on to something. I think MPW, you could prove it's a fraud, or you could prove that they're legit with one thing. Because I saw, it's always the people shorting it who bring up certain things about it. And I looked into it, but it has to do with the TRS. I love the acronyms, but it's a taxable REIT subsidiary. So if you are a REIT and you want to engage in business that is not owning property and collecting passive income, you need to make a taxable REIT subsidiary. So let's say you want to buy a portfolio. Again, you may not understand why people would do this. I'll explain. It's like, let's say you wanted to buy a portfolio of properties, right? And then let's say you wanted to keep 3 of them and sell 2 of them. You couldn't buy it under the REIT. You would have to use a TRS. You would have to use a subsidiary because the profits would have to get taxed on the flip, and then you would have a different taxation status on the one that you're holding. Oh, ad pause? So you guys are getting ads again today. Well, there you go. Please hold. Tell me where I left off. Tell me, are you guys following? All right, can I continue? Holding. All right, no ad. All right, perfect. So like I'm saying, if you wanted to buy more than, like if you wanted to hold a property and flip it from a portfolio, you had different things. You would use a TRS. You would get a subsidiary so that you could sell the property that you want to sell, get taxed on it normally, and then the properties you would hold for the REIT, you could have that now back into the normal REIT status or the taxable status of a TRS, right? Are you guys following with me? Are you with me? So pretty much if a REIT wants to buy something that's not a passive investment, they need a TRS. MPW does it a lot because they have a lot of different, they're investing in Steward and again, the troubled tenants, they're most likely using TRSs. So here it is. Are you ready? It's very, very simple. By law, a REIT cannot have more than 20% of their assets with a TRS, or 25%. So that's it. So if Prospect and Steward, I don't know their relationship, but I assume those are TRSs. But if all of these sketchy deals are under TRSs, the real question is, do they surpass 20% or 25%? If they do, then they're fucked. If they don't, then that means they have 80% assets, and then that leads to the next thing. At any given moment, the bull case for MPW, Hershey's Bear Cave, oh, fuck out of here. I'm sorry. I'm not buying it. I don't know what he's saying, but I don't buy it. I don't know. I would love for this thing to die, though, so I could buy it at a low price, but no, I'm not buying it. I'm sorry, that one. Short report on Hershey's, I can't. It's dying for now, yeah. We'll see. But like I'm saying, so I hope you're following me with the MPW, because one, if they do have more, if they have all of these TRSs and these subsidies and it violates the limit, that means they have more money in assets that are not REIT assets. I would be worried if that was the case. But at the same time, if they are under that limit, I'm assuming they have 80% assets. And just like SLG, bro, if MPW, what if they just sell out half of their properties? It gets fucked at that point. So, especially if they have the ability to. So that's the tin there. And then the second tin is that MPW, I think the reason why it's outperforming is because there's just a new base of people who are on drip rather than on short. So think about how, dude, Hershey's is dying. But pretty much there's now a whole army of drippers now. And yeah, we'll see how that plays out. Ta-da. So yeah, I don't know. I need an analyst to take that question up. If any of you see, I think the TRS thing though, and they're as long as they're below the limit, I think they're good. Because then that just means they're going to lose 20% worst case scenario with those investments. But then it's like that means the other 80% is just straight money. And then if you sell an asset like SLG, call it a day. Tesla printing money? I haven't heard. I need to see this Hershey's thing, but pretty wild. Oh, Tesla to the downside. Yes. Netflix is about to go. I like Netflix at 4:30. Still waiting for that. And where's Walmart? How do you short? I don't know. It's weird. Hershey's, I think Hershey's is one of the best companies in terms of returning capital to shareholders. So that's why any short report on it doesn't really I don't believe it. Like they have a very good history of like not blowing shareholder money, blowing it on research and development and like paying it back, you know? That's why I'm like, it's kind of weird. We are flushing I told you, NASDAQ, I said you could get a little worried once the SPY starts hitting 0.5% or like 0.6, because then we start getting, again, it matches up with here, but I think just a little bit of vomit after $100 pre-earnings run up and then no stellar earnings, but then also nothing dead. Just earnings, the earnings hangover, my brother. So we drill off of these earnings, but not the bad earnings from earlier tech. Yeah, 100%. 100%, bro. It's just like, I mean, you would, we give more attention to the underdog making it to the finals versus LeBron losing game 2. Does that make sense? That's how it is. That's how I would explain this. All the way up when we thought nobody was going to the finals, every earnings was like, oh, it wasn't that bad, but like, yo, they made it to the league. Look, it's not that, like, we were happy because everybody was supposed to do bad and they weren't doing that bad. Now, like I'm telling you, $100. Bro, Tesla went up $100 a month ahead of earnings. Netflix went up, 75 or another 100 in a month and a half. It's like, it's ridiculous. So that's LeBron. Like, we knew, and then we're like, okay, wow. But then it's just like they played the game, but they didn't do as good. And it's just like we were expecting championship level now. At these prices, you have to be. So that's why I think you ironically enough, you're getting a worse reaction off of better news than you've had in the past. You email me. I don't know, man. I want to fucking... Dude, what the fuck is... Let's say Hershey's, dominant chocolate company, safe bet with consistent growth, richly valued royalty. Those days are over. They face rapidly growing competition. Oh my gosh. From Mr. Beast. All-out war in Hershey's. The winning bear case believes Feastables will take a major bite out of Hershey's profit. I'm sorry. This is Dude, these are all getting insane now. There's too much emotion. No, this is No, I need to read it. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm judging it by only reading the first paragraph, but if you're mean to tell me this is on competition for Hershey's and then Mr. Beast and then we're talking profit, this isn't like, come on, dude. Tell me return of capital. Tell me R&D budgets compared. Like, dude, this is not. What about white labeling? How does Mr. Beast, he doesn't white label any of this shit? Come on. But no, I don't even own Hershey's. I just love Hershey's. That's the funny part. So whatever you're hearing me say as a reaction to this, I'm just more disappointed in just, again, the You know, this is the reason why some people sold long terms or didn't buy certain things at the best prices in 10 years. You know what I'm saying? It's like the fear porn of all of this, but it's like, come on. I don't own Hershey's. So that's it. I don't have my Hershey's. I don't have a play on it. I'm not biased in any way. So I don't gain or lose anything off of telling you that this sounds like complete, utter bullshit. Look at the Feastable numbers and pull in the Aussie might make sense. He might. I mean, again, will Hershey's, can Hershey's be at maybe potentially face competition? Sure. Great. But I don't think you're understanding the company at that point. That's not why I like Hershey's. And that's not why a lot of people like Hershey's. It's literally historically one of the best returns of capital in the world. No other company takes your money and gives it back to you like Hershey's has and does. That's why it's wild to think like, okay, you mean to tell me there is, let's say 1% competition, 2% top line revenue from Mr. Beast? Sure, great. But to say that is a short candidate, I don't know, man. It's sugar monopoly. And just too, like, it's the game we play of, oh, somebody's doing good, it's going to kill the giant. No, it's like they're probably going to work together. I'm pretty sure he does a lot of white labeling. I don't think Mr. Beast owns his own factory. I don't think he does research and development on food. And that's the thing why I like Hershey's, because I've always said it is that, like, they could have been one of those they could have been like Meta, where they make all this money and say we're spending billions to research, but they never did. They just give the money back. It's phenomenal. Staples are poised to get bullish. They are. Anything I said it yesterday. Everybody is asking for the play, asking for the long term, whether you missed out or not, and especially if you missed out. Like I said, just don't buy anything expensive. If you really want your play, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's looking right at you right now. There's undervalued plays right now that are sitting there, and they've been sitting there, and they've been trading below everything for months now. It's like, it's right there. It's just eventually, it's just going to, I think by earnings and Powell, we'll see. Maybe it doesn't even happen this year. You may buy them all now and they run next year, kind of like 2022 did. But the point is like, you don't have to chase right now. But that's a personal decision. Oh, no. I think Mr. Beast has big influence. I'm not doubting that. I agree with that. But I'm saying to short a company based on somebody who you see as competition and then ignoring the other 100 years of the company and even the last decade and 5 years, and you're missing the company. I don't think that's a adequate short theory. It's actually mind blowing. It's actually mind blowing to think about. And then I'm like, wow, what other? And then I'm like, what were the other short reports? I never really, sometimes I play them just because it's hype and shit. And then usually when I call out the short reports, if it's like for a company I own, you think I'm just being biased. So in this case, I love it because I don't own this. I don't gain off of this. But that is a wild short report to be able to say that. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's fucking insane. That's just emotional trading at its finest if you're going off of that. Streamer killing 100 years. But the problem I have is that if you think that is what makes a company, then we gotta rip up the book then and start over. That's what I'm saying. Like, a company and what makes it a good company, or what would make it a fundamentally bad company, competition would be one element, but that's not the full story. But yeah, Hershey, it dropped. I mean, it's still green on the day, but that's all I was surprised to ever actually see that. I would love a discount, though, if it does kill it somehow, but I don't think we'll find out. You should look into Feastables. I know all about it. It's great. I'm not doubting that. I'm just saying to think Hershey's is a bad company because Mr. Beast is doing good, that's a reach. That's all. You know what I'm saying? That's it. If you don't want to even get into capital structure, return of capital, investment, dividend, you know what I'm saying? Great. But somebody doing good is going to make the other guy become a bad company? That's a reach, especially when it's Hershey's. I'm only calling this out because I want you all to remain vigilant on again, this is vigilant to this whole fear shit and all of it both ways. Even fear and pumping, it's the same shit. But like, you know, I do hope, like, you get reactions in the market, and remember, it's all people are selling their book, man. But just keep that in mind there, where it's just like, that's the most starkest one, where usually short reports, they should be compelling enough where you should bring in reasonable doubt. Do you guys realize that? A short report is a good lawyer. A short report is a good lawyer making a good lawyer case, going before the jury, saying, here, I present to you a case that now gives you reasonable doubt. You see what I'm saying? That's what a short report should be. You should be able to present enough to the jury where they doubt it, where they're like, oh, shit, you know what? Maybe Roblox is bad. Maybe Airbnb is fail. Wow, what happens if, again, even if it's a complete utter nonsense to assume that 100% of the company's supply would go on, it doesn't matter. If it could introduce doubt and people could believe, that's the play. That's what it is. So that's why I'm saying, just like, you gotta factor that in. And where I hope you could learn. I'm just trying to teach you all, just see what is kind of more like a play and not versus the other one. So just be vigilant in terms of interpreting that. And that's why I'm like, this one's too far, bro. This one did not. That was very, very far from the whole reasonable doubt thing. I'm not buying that one. Yeah, like the Wayfair one. Yeah, low key. No, 100%. Like, that's, just view it in that sense. Just, it's all about the jury. And just these short reports are good when, like, they could really make you doubt it. Again, that's like the same thing. Let's even MPW, when all of those, it's just like something happens, and then people bring it up, and then they're like, well, does this make you doubt? And if you're like, yeah, it does. But then there's some times where it's just like, if it is just a wild accusation, then it's just like, well, I don't know. That means it's either really true or really false. And it's kind of like the Jesus analogy. If you don't understand, like, seriously, this is why I believe in God. I believe in the Lord Jesus Christ. Some people don't like that, but I tell you, because if you look at the story of Jesus, the man if you think Jesus is a good figure to follow, you're insane. The man was crazy. A guy walking around saying, I am God, I am this, I am that. It is either the man is completely correct or he's completely false. He's either batshit crazy or he is 100% true. And that's where kind of you have to, just a logical thinking is how I break it down. Again, and you make your decision. You could say if you believe insane or not. You know what I'm saying? But it's like, that's where I'm saying it's just like you need some level of doubt or not, and listen to what's being said and those claims. LMT, do we have plays? Those went up. Damn. I'm down with that. I mean, my wife had this conversation. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a very good philosophical one. But even then, although I bring it up, I'm not saying that as a philo in the sense of spiritual. I hope you interpret that as, just, again, like I'm saying, the logic, the doubt, taking in claims versus what you end up as the conclusion. And that's what I'm saying, and just monitoring some of these things. It's like certain claims when they get put to the test, and if you put something as like a wedge issue, it's either like you're the truth or you're totally off the mark. And that's how it should be with some of these reports. So especially if the more outlandish the claim is, it means it's really failing, or it's just like, nah. UN Security Council to meet Friday over Russia's withdrawal from Black Sea grain deal. You see, Ukraine has begun firing cluster munitions. I did not see that. Could have been out, but it's not like right now. ARCB. Your meta puts are still down though. Break even now. So every put, Google green, Amazon green, Meta break even, and now Microsoft you're down on because we bought it the day of the news. No, they're saying on Friday the UN Security Council they're going to do more sanctions. I mean, U.S. and Canada did today, but they're either going to do more sanctions or probably agree on price controls or something. Because I don't know what Putin wants. I really don't know. Because like I don't know if it's like a stupid demand, like end everything, or if he's just looking for like a little bit more than Swift. And then, I mean, to assume what he would accept, I don't think I'm at that level yet, nor has anybody in the world. But that's the part where Friday will probably give us an update, but we don't know how it'll play out. You think time for an average down? Close. I looked at it yesterday and I was thinking that, but I just want to make sure let's get the events out the way. That's it. Because like if Apple, you have to realize, just like today, if this is how the market looks with Tesla and Netflix doing bad, like what's going to happen when Microsoft, Amazon, Apple, and everybody else starts going? So it's like we're still going to have those reactions, but I think after that, Powell we'll really have a better idea, and then it'll be a new month, and then I'll be good to go. Uber's climbing. SPY's kind of recovering a little bit. DFS, again, market goes down, they go up. Market goes up, they go down. So that's going to be an inverse. Bonds are awful today. And then even after yesterday's UK data, but then again, there's also a lot of stuff, even the Japan stuff, and then now also responding here to the damn earnings. In a weird way, the bonds did kind of respond to the earnings if you think about it, because you got to really actually think these earnings came out, they were good but not good enough. Could you argue high rates are impacting? I don't know. Find out on the next episode of Earnings Hates You. MP Dub still 1038. We still do PHILO. Yeah, we had a good one the other day. We'll see what today brings. I have a good one with the right timing, but we'll find out. The wheat. I wish I was gonna buy the wheat after the corn, but either way. But the corn's holding up great. Still down though today. After again, wheat has moved. Isn't that crazy? You guys realize this is the biggest couple day moves on wheat in the last decade, which I don't believe. It doesn't seem like it, but it does. But like in a weird way, this pop is bigger than the March pop. I know it doesn't seem like that, but you got to realize when we had that other one back in the day, like it was already high. Like you guys realize it was at that's wheat. Yeah, it was at 7. I think even corn too. But like in a weird way, this little thing is almost bigger than this. I know it doesn't click, but it is. That's why I was noticing the speed from the bottom and how low we were, because we were a little bit higher from here. It's nuts. You don't feel bad profiting from war and famine? No, I do not, because I don't think I am. This is fake in the sense that if you think, I've learned, and I'm glad I learned this. It actually makes me feel a lot better. But if you think the prices on the stock market are having the real world effect, I don't think that's happening right now. Simple as that. As far as commodities, AKA the price of wheat, that's why it went down the day after. There's too much control. There's too much contracts. Governments have already subsidized it. So this increase is not going to have an effect on my cousins in Egypt who had more of a direct, impact on this in the beginning. It's the real world impact and the actual shipping of it and all of that. But these prices are not connected in the same way you think, or at least not anymore. Otherwise, if that was the case, Putin would have won the war a long time ago. And that's why you could say Putin and the Ukraine are still doing it, because they've limited the effects of prices of commodities impacting the real world translation. Food staples, yes. And I'm just saying the futures, just how future, tell me this, how do futures settle? For most people trading them, at least for me. So if you're going to say that my war effect is awful, just how do my futures settle? If I held my contract, what would happen? Cash. There's no real world impact. So do you get it? That means the only people suffering from the prices of this are the financial money changers. Well, futures are not real world. Well, some do. So depending, if I had different business contracts and different approval, I would be trading futures that actually settled in the actual commodity. Some do. But again, in most of us, if you're on TD Ameritrade, you're trading cash settled futures. It's a price mechanism. You're not trading anything real. We're just trading dollars between each other. That's all. That's why it settles in cash. So what's only thing at risk is the difference between the settle price and where you're at. So the people who are suffering are the people who made different, bigger purchases or not, and then they pay in the difference. They don't pay in supply. Tesla making another move down. It's just who holds the cash. I mean, it's the exchanges. It's all. I mean, I have the greatest example for you. Do you guys remember something called, was it copper or was it aluminum? You guys remember the short squeeze and then the stock market canceling every trade? Oh man. And then you want to say, do you feel bad trading corn when when literally your government is sending cluster bombs, indiscriminate killing machines that they banned 10 years ago? You see what I'm saying? For real. Anything I do could be canceled by the LME overnight. Any trade, anything can be unwound by a government official, and we're comparing it to actual weapons in general. So I believe in peace on all fronts, no matter what. Amen, amen. That was nickel. Yeah, big shot. There it is. That was so crazy. But that should tell you a lot, though. That's why I'm saying it's you know, it's cool to feel like you're involved in doing stuff, but these trades have no impact on the real world. Hate to break it to you. When it's also, unless you're trading real futures that settle in the commodity. You're awful. He said, if you believe people should feel bad trading futures, you should short the futures they're trading to negate it. Otherwise, you're virtue signaling. Yeah, JP Morgan, is that a 52-week high, or did they hit 157 the other day? Yeah, it is. Jeez. Yeah, JPM 156.13. Uber's going up. It's not green on the day, but we'll take it. MOKO, all value place. And then SPY has stopped the death from the last like 30 to 45 minutes. It sounds for like emotional BS. I mean, if anything, if you want to walk away with a real practical piece of something from everything we just said, is just be like, watch your guard when trading any of these plays. That's the real conclusion. If you think I'm saying anything else, all I'm saying is that the real world impact has been nerfed. So that being said, just be very cautious as you that's why remember the first week I hit it a couple days ago or a couple weeks ago, and I got out real quick. Even now I'm telling you, just be cautious, because like you see the headlines, there should be an effect, and you know, people could speculate about it, but just remember the prices have been under heavy control right now with a lot of government cooperation. So yeah, that's why I'm just adding that there, where it's like that is a real practical point I think you could take away from this talk, where regardless of what you believe, in the sense that I'm saying, if you do want to make these plays, I don't think you should feel bad about it, but also at the same time, it's like if you're playing them, just remember what is at play isn't what you think, in the sense that it could move unrelated to anything if just given the way the prices and the agreements in place already are. Yeah, JPM, dude, this is, again, 157 is the level. If they break there, it's like 160, and then we're talking all-time highs. Which is wild to think about. ADP on the high. Discover, still clapped. Tesla on the low. Oh, where's the other one? BSGM. Boyle and Uber on the high. JP Morgan. Is Uber green yet? Uber's about to go green. Yeah, huge rotation. VWAP dropped dramatically, and like, let's see. I mean, it's not even Euro close, is it? Bro, give it 30 more minutes. We'll see Euro close, and then if that was kind of the vomiting, maybe everybody just starts going back to it. Yeah, J&J, that was killer. They did good. Maybe we should buy them next time. Next time there's a play that's like really good, we should buy it in the morning if it's up only 1%. I was just like, why is nobody buying this? It's stupid, bro. The report came out, J&J killed it, and then the stock was break even for the whole pre-market, and then right at bid, it just goes up. You say it's all BS, market manipulation, you lose perspective, react to macro data. Remember what you said about commodities, apply it to every asset. So, I mean, if you've been listening, I mean, how have I been communicating the CPI and a lot of the other stuff? I agree. I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying, in all of it, just, you know, it's there. But there is certain things though, and there is certain things that give a signal, and that's where it's few and far between. You need to have your perception, and I hope you have the discernment to know what is true and not, and I hope you have the discernment to put things to the test. But yes, again, that's why I have mentioned all of the revisions and how we're saying we're 30 days behind on all of the data. This is just the hard economic data says we're in a recession right now. So, and then again, just how they've communicated it and changed it and altered it. Your CPI is a rate of change. It's year over year. It's telling you 1%, 3% this month, which was after 9 and 8. So it's, that's where it gets crazy. But all that being said, that's why I do believe in the yield curve still. I do believe in currencies, but they do manipulate them up until a point. But I agree, yes. So yes, I hope you've been picking up on it, and I hope you are using your discernment to the best of your abilities. Based on Netflix, Disney, pre or post for LT earnings. I know you add regardless. Oh, I'm not following. Can you simplify that question for me? What are you asking? Are you asking if I buy it for earnings after? How do I feel if the earnings or what? How would the yield curve be forcefully uninverted? Yeah, they cut rates. Or if Powell can somehow get the interest rates to 10%, he could uninvert it. You want to add Disney to long term based on Netflix? Would you add now or post? Got it. Okay. Yeah, that was like I was saying. Are you saying go Netflix or Disney? But Netflix earnings didn't scare me for Disney in the sense that it may, if anything, because remember what was Netflix's problem? Netflix's problem was revenue. So, that's why I was laughing, because everybody thought it was going to be members and it's going to die. So I think maybe they'll do a little bit better in terms of signing people up for Disney, but I think revenue was the issue, so I'm not worried. But I don't know. At this point, the prices have relatively been the same, so you could add a little bit before, but after will probably be the best bet. It's up to you. But this is around the same price we got it at recently, so it's like maybe 50-50 would be the best bet in my opinion, but otherwise I like waiting after. Why would the curve uninvert at 10? Well, I mean, or I guess if he could pretty much talk rates higher, the short end would stay high, but then if he could somehow convince us that the rates would actually go even higher and stay there for a long time, then people would stop trying to buy the long end, and then the long end rises naturally. So it could be through a host of things, but the idea would generally be if interest rates go up and stay up for more than 2 years, is pretty much the think duration. So if he could do that, if he could keep rates elevated for more than 2 years, and people could eventually back down and say, wow, well, maybe it's going to stay like this, and then the higher yields rise above the short term, then the curve can uninvert naturally, but that's never really happened. And I don't, it would take a lot. Again, we could talk about it for days in all the scenarios, but that's it. If TSM are down and the only company makes chips for NVIDIA, how are they going to sell more? I don't know. That's why I said the AI boys should have been freaked out today. But the only caveat would be is that when NVIDIA guided up, TSM didn't guide up the quarter before either. So it's not like when NVIDIA came out and was like, we're going to make 50% more revenue, TSM reported before them too. And then TSM didn't report 50% more revenue. So that's the counter to that. So it was bad. TSM I did not like. I did not think TSM was good. I'm actually quite surprised it was that bad. But it not to the point yet where people are freaking out because they're like, well, NVIDIA is different. Okay, Uber has to be green now. Bond's at a low too. That hasn't stopped. Someone is lying. Didn't NVIDIA lie in the past on guidance? Somebody brought that up last time, but that would be a pretty... That wouldn't turn out well if they were like straight up just gassing you up on this. Mm. 150, I don't know. Where is it? Remember, Amazon's pretty big. I don't know, $20 is pretty big before earnings. So they have earnings next week. I don't know about 150, man. Maybe 140, but you need everything else to start getting up there. Been listening to Uncle all morning. Hype, let's go, baby. It is. It's good hype music. Oh, dude, I had the worst workout ever. So, like, I went to my girlfriend's gym yesterday. Dude, it was so bad. So bad. My girlfriend goes to a different gym. She's like, it's nicer. It's nicer. It's cleaner. I'm like, you... Anyways. And then I go with her to the gym. And it is nice. And it was great, right? But then... Bro. No Wi-Fi in this gym. And, like, I listen to my music on Apple Music. I need the internet. I don't save it. And then I have, like, the YouTube playlist, too. Right? So now I'm like, bro, I get, like, through my first two sets, first two songs, you know, or a couple songs. I listen to the same song, like, 4 times, okay? I won't lie. And then, bro, nothing would load. And I connected to their Wi-Fi, it still wouldn't load. And I was like, no, I have data. There's bad service. So no service, connect to the Wi-Fi, it still sucked. Dude, it was the worst workout I've ever had in my life. I'm like trying to get to my next set, put on another song, and then like I'm waiting 75 seconds for it to load. I was getting so mad. It was awful, bro. It was just completely, I didn't know. Yeah, I don't know if you guys are trying to get into the gym and like it's weird for you to work out. And, like, it's probably because of music. Get the music, okay? Okay, just get music there because, like, that was... I couldn't understand how anybody could do that. I couldn't do it without them. It's just different. I don't know. I was still I had to finish my workout, but it was, like... It was sad. It was very, very sad. Yeah, if you lift without music, it's crazy. It's crazy. RFK is testifying in front of Congress. I want to, if it's a Congress, I could do it probably. But, dude, did you see what they did to Hunter in Congress? I don't know. Did you guys see what they did to Hunter? I'm surprised we didn't watch it. Holy crap. Oh, you didn't see it. Oh, my, dude, oh my gosh. Dude, most out of pocket shit. Like, and I was like, wow, they did that. Yeah, bro, they did that. Dude, the MTG thing. What was it? Marjorie Taylor Greene in Congress. They're like talking about this whole like Biden Hunter thing and all the other thing, right? And this lady, this congresswoman, senator, I don't know what she is. Bro, she gets a photo exhibit in front of Congress and puts a censored photo in front of everybody in Congress of a Hunter sex tape. I was like, wow, that is not like, I never thought I would see that. Oh, wait, this is him. Here.
I said to them at that time, you've said publicly that I've been dishonest about that. Can you show us a single
online
pre-licensing safety
censorship
trial, placebo-controlled safety trial for any of the 72
Oh, I'm going to get banned if we listen to 10 more seconds of this.
American children.
I already know.
And he made that show of looking through a file.
All right, I got to hear him now, but that's it. Don't report me because I'm already taking it there. You see? I already know. That's it. No, if he's talking about it, I still can't run it. I'm sorry. I'm telling you guys. It's just we don't live in that. And it's sad that we live in this world now, but I've been banned like 7 times now. I fucking know what's going to happen. Like, it doesn't even matter whether it's agreed, like if it's true or not, or it doesn't matter. There's no jury, you know, they're always like, oh, the hate speech on Twitter, the user experience. Imagine my user experience, okay? So I have to operate a little different. But I got to hear him. I see. He doesn't sound as bad as you were saying. No wonder you have. Of course you have. That's what I'm saying. And it's not, and it just doesn't help too that YouTube has one thing, but then also, like, I tell you guys not to spend. Every person who advertises for stocks hates me. I am not advertiser friendly for finances either, because I just tell you to do it yourself and save money and stop pay. No wonder you're mad all the time. Oh wow, am I mad all the time? Well, that's sad. I don't think I am. I think if it does come across like that, it just, I think I've just kind of been more forceful with people, but I don't think it's okay. I agree. You're JKing, but that's what I'm saying though. Like, it's just people with, it's just fuck shit like that. I like you, Drew, but it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's just shit I don't get down with. Like, it's just the internet shit. It's like, you're not gonna win things, you're not gonna win arguments. It's like people bring up stuff just to like say your kid, you know what I'm saying? They like to put you on the spot with certain things, and it's like, oh, but that's all. And like, just a lot of things I've called people out on it, but it's not okay. I don't like it, but it is something I've got to struggle with and work on. It's a way I could improve. So I like it, you know what I'm saying? Because I do see it as something to improve on, but I'm definitely much more happier than I come off as. But at the same time, I've just I've called out fuck shit. That's all. But then I used to not do it as much, and I think I need to find a balance. But that's all it is. That's like I'm saying, bro. People on certain things, I'm like, these people lied to you. You got random people coming in the chat. They'll try to, again, you'll only talk about a play that's down when like we're straight hit every single share play this year. It's like certain people, I'm like, how? I'm like, you guys talked people out of the market, and then now I'm like, come on, bro. So we'll see. We need to find Jesus. Amen. Amen. I don't disagree with you. Misery loves company. Yeah, and I mean, too, it's just like this year or like last year, this year too, I've gone through way more things personally than I ever have. Like, you guys you've never dealt with a stalker sending you the craziest shit you've ever seen, threatening your whole family, sending your mom her address. Like, you've never dealt with that while you're live every day. You know what I'm saying? Like, again, the family members that have died, and then it's just like, you know, imagine waking up at 6 a.m. in the morning one day, right? And then after hitting like 7 plays in a row, and then you have people who will just be so evil and ugly. So, but that's why I always put it to God, but like, I just talk back. That's all. I started just, my fuse was set in the past where I'd come at them and I was just like, you know what? Time to put some people in check. So I feel you, bro. I feel you. But that's what I'm saying. It's just like, you got to realize that's what you got to do every day in certain things. But that's why I do show love. And I'm so thankful for the people who've been on it. And I'm so glad we have fruit that has arrived, no matter what. That's it. No matter what I've gone through or anything. You got a long-term, baby. Amen, bro. Amen. You've got an army here. I know I do. I know I have an army, 100%. But that's the same thing. As somebody, I never ask you guys to do anything. I would never. That's it. Just because you have an army, I would never send you out to die. That's it. That's it. So if I had personal beef with somebody, if I had anything, you know what I'm saying? It's not yours. I want you to have a long term, and I want you to be successful and to have a landowner, and I would never tell you to do anything I wouldn't do myself. So, amen. Amen. We'll clap the gun. Just get the long term. That's it. You don't need to do anything. You know why? Your long term will clap everything. You get it, right? You are going to become an owner. You guys you own assets, up, down, no matter how hard the market was, you're walking away with something. That's it. Just let that speak. Live your life. Go hard. You know what I'm saying? Go hard. Live a good life. Live it to a high standard. Walk away winning, even if they say you're a loser, and just let that speak for itself, and you'll be... Amen. 40 months. Oh, Adidas told Joel Adidas. What's up, baby? Thankful for everything. Love to meet you one day. Hey, let's go, baby. Let's go. I'll tell you. Here's this. I have the secret to meeting me. I figured it out. The secret. I know how it works. You just got to get me at the right time, and then you can't be sensitive, and you just got to pull up at when the moment is there. That's it. Because Benny, I didn't know how I even met up with Benny every time, but like it don't matter. It's like if I don't hit him up right in time, he always gets back, like he's chill with it. But then like he was like, "Where are you?" And I was like, "I'm here, bro." I was like, "I don't know if I'm gonna make it." He was like, "No, I'm coming." And then he was like, "No, I'm here." And then I was like, "Okay, you're here. All right, fair enough." And that's it. And then even with Charlie too, and then we tried it, and then we were trying to pull up on each other, and then it didn't work, and then it didn't work. So it has to just like I think we will. It's just the stars align, and we just have to make sure we're both just like determined and get through traffic. That's it. Usually traffic is a killer. That's sad. Marcus Hamlin. God bless you. That's why you're the first and only channel I've ever subscribed to. Oh, and that means a lot, bro, honestly. Because I know what you're saying. And that's why I love the lurkers. And some of you are still never subscribed because I feel you. I'm an internet guy like that myself. I've started to support people recently because I've realized it now that I have a channel, but I used to never I've never subscribed to anybody. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel you on it, where it's just like I just go on the internet. I've never been like on the internet, like on that. So thank you. It means a lot. That's not an easy task. It's not an easy task. Oh, God bless you, man. That's what I'm saying. But that's all. It's just, so I hope none of you who have always held it down, I hope any of my little clapbacks, I hope you never get to. But even then, too, I don't like it. But all I'm saying, though, if you're not an OG, like, I'm going to call you out on your shit. But I don't want to. But I hope we could both work together. Like, that's it. That's it. Please help me not to do it, because that's it. But if I see fuck shit, it's just, I need to get my filter back on. Is Dell or DFS? Yep, Clapper now. So get ready. I'll make an average down later, but we'll hold it. First person consistently watching Monday through Friday. Now you need that long term. China Vice Premier speaks at meeting at public facility. Vice Premier China to prevent fiscal financial risks in new infrastructure. Damn. Coming back. We haven't done much. I need to go pee, Chad. Culty things. You meant because you're honest and genuine and you got your finger to the sky. Amen. 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 But I just internet. I don't know. I subscribe to Allen Iverson. I don't know if that counts. You see someone subscribe today. It says for how many years, like on the studio app. Roblum. Bonds off the bottom. SPY coming down. Google's still dumping. LMT came down. You had almost 100% on that. But now Google's up. Amazon's up. Meta's break even almost. It says your subscriber date, like the first day you subscribed. We do have that. I listen all day, out for 3 years. You're the realest of the real. I love saying the pledge every. Dang, Lee, you heavy lurking then, huh? I don't even think I've seen that name. Hell yeah, let's go. I love the lurkers. I know y'all there. Some of y'all working right now too. We love you, man. Do your thing. You could like the video and just do it later. It's fine. I understand. Hey, man, you better get the long term though. That's it. Because if you're working right now, the long term could also be working. But two, if anybody delayed on the long term, like, I don't know, in a weird way, I said this earlier, I kind of want to say it, like, this is going to blow your guys' minds. Like, I don't want you to start a long term anymore. Is that weird? I don't know. Don't worry. I'm safe. I'm not using Weeble. But what I'm telling is, like, in the sense of, like, dude, it's the same thing I told you the first time Redfin and HBI started going up. Is like, dude, just like, don't chase, please. Like, you get what I'm saying? So, like, I want everybody, you should have a long term. The best time to start is today. Trust me. It really is. But it's like, if you are along the lines of, like, if this is too emotional, if it's rushed and you're only wanting to get in on it because you're seeing everybody do it, and it's like, do you get what I'm saying? Like, where it's just like, in the sense of, I just do not. I hope you know my intention of calling out the long term and shouting it out, and how I'm just very proud of so many Chads. You have no idea. I am so proud. They fucking did it, dude. They did it. Like, that's something I stand on. Like, and that's why I'm so excited about it. But it's like, the more when I shout it out and I'm calling it out and talking about it, it's like, I'm not trying to foster any FOMO. And I hope you realize, if you're not willing to go buy the bargain bin value right now, it's a different thing. And and yes, you can start, but it's just like, why did you take so long with all of it? And guess what I still believe in? Cash. There's no problem with it. That's all I'm saying. The picks right now are all value bargain bins, and that's a different world. Otherwise, bonds paying the highest in 25 years is great. But all I'm saying, though, is like, I hope you recognize that this long term and the appreciation that we have for it and the calling out of it, it's like, I want you guys to make a plan, start it, and stick to it, and make your decision for Christ, the long term. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want you to get FOMO, and I don't want you to only think about long terms when the market is going up. I don't want you to think about buying the plays after they went up 30-40%. That's not how you're gonna make money. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's just not how. Like, why are we making money? Because that's not what we did. We did it ahead of time, and that's where it's just like, I want to make sure long-term discussions, no matter what, I just hope you recognize, like, I want you to be wise. And if you want to get involved in the market now, you can. But you have to do it with wisdom. It's going to take time. And if it's just to go and buy and chase and get in that, it's like, you're going to experience the same thing that other people did. And that's not what we're looking for. But there is value, and you have to take different steps. So I hope you feel me on this. And I know it sounds weird, but it's like, I just noticed, because, like, I love the long term, and I have been very hyped on what I've been seeing from you guys. And that's why I know we've talked about it a lot, but I know there's people out there, and I don't want a second round FOMO. We've done this already. We've learned too much. We know better. You should know better right now. You know what I'm saying? And that's why, if you do want to start the long term, and you delayed this whole time, there's only a couple of plays available, and it is anything that is lagging. Again, you got to do the value and the growth. And even the best part, though, is that cash is still a great alternative. Bill is, again, while you wait, Bill is great. But that's what I'm saying. While we were waiting, we took stuff. But that's where now, if you didn't, you got to figure it out here. But also, I don't want you paying a premium just to be sad because you paid a premium, and then like, oh, I wanted big gains, and it's like, oh, I got in when everybody was talking about it. Well, that's the problem, you see? So I hope you feel me on it, and I hope it does give you more context to all of it. And also too, so like, you know, like I said, anybody could get involved anyway right now, but it's the person who wants to plan, and it's the person who is not like thinking they missed out on anything and rushing, and it's just like, okay, this is what I have, and this is what we could do now, and then slowly starting taking steps to, you know, just kind of work your way and leg your way into this market that's already done a lot. China is an option that is not ran yet. I agree. But then this is the thing, though. Like, what I'm trying to say is, like, investing in the underperformers, it's a whole different breed. Those are the only plays I think you should be getting right now. That's the only plays I could see that make sense in terms of pricing and getting into the market in 2023. It's like, I'm not buying NVIDIA, dude. But the problem is those are hard to buy because they could keep going down, or everything keeps outperforming, and then you're like, oh, I wanted to get the NVIDIA gains. That's why I FOMO'd late stage. But then you're like, I bought Walgreens, and now NVIDIA went up another 12%. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, it's not easy, and it will. That's why I was like, make your plan now and just know what to expect with it. But hopefully you're not chasing too hard, because one of those value plays will run up, you know, and then you will be happy. But it's just like, you got to keep in mind the risk. There is value. There's a lot of value out there. That's what I'm saying. There's a ton, but they're not the plays you want. You know, they're kind of like, it just makes sense. Like, you want AI right now. You want technology. You want maybe even energy. You know, you want something with beef behind it, like something that's giving you something to feed off of. But it's like, well, like, why do you want AT&T? It's cheap, it's value, it's underperformed, but it's like, there's nothing exciting in that space that investors are thinking they're going to buy and you know, make a ton of money. You know, Walgreens, you know, people don't want it. They want cloud. You know, they want healthcare more than the pharmacy. But it's just like, it's a weird list when you look at the underperformers. They're underperforming for a reason, but it's also like, things got to kind of cool down on the other end, because those guys, they don't have the excitement right now, and that's why they're kind of just meandering would be the word. So you got to definitely go for the quality on that list, but also there's a lot of them, but they're not necessarily, you know, make sure they're companies you know and use, and you could definitely fill your value, your dividends. You can get good dividends now, but your growth ones are going to be kind of hard to pick until we get some bad earnings. Okay, I need to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. We'll do push-ups when we get back. I want to do some weights, man. I had a shitty workout yesterday. I need some curls. Amen.
Into what is happening with Volvo. This is a company that is definitely struggling on the margin side right now. Think about what we heard from Elon Musk yesterday, but Volvo Cars, which is making this aggressive move into EVs, down by 4.24% today. Let's talk about what is going to happen tomorrow. There's plenty of things that we need to be thinking about there. We're really into the earnings season. Norsk Hydro is out with numbers. Metal sector, keep an eye on what is happening with aluminium. We're into the banking story here. Danske Bank out with earnings. Sales and revenue out of Glencore. Watch that one. Again, I think it's going to be really interesting to see what they have to say. Macro signals are going to be coming thick and fast, I think, tomorrow. And then we're going to get UK consumer confidence. And we're also going to get Kaylee retail sales. Now, what I think is interesting here is that, yes, there's a cost of living squeeze happening. But while in the States we've seen savings being run down relatively aggressively, here in the UK, that is not the case. Yes, mortgages have gone up. Savings haven't fallen that much either. And wages have been rising. So I'm really fascinated to see what this data tells us about the state of the US consumer, the UK consumer versus the state of the US consumer.
Yeah, likewise. We're going to learn more, hopefully, about the UK economy. And that is something that Bloomberg spoke to former Bank of England Governor Mervyn King about on the Mervyn Talks Money podcast, the risk of a recession in the UK. Listen to what he said.
And I think it's quite possible that having lost control of inflation and therefore having lost a good deal of credibility, that central banks will see that the safest course for them is one of overkill now. so that they do bring inflation back to 2%. And if they carry on for the next 6 months or so, tightening monetary policy, it could well be that they generate both a recession as well as a sharp fall in inflation.
And to correct myself, apparently it's the Marin Talks Money podcast, which is just very, very close to Mervyn. Joining us now is Bruna Skarica. She is Morgan Stanley UK chief economist. Bruna, listening to what Mr. King just had to say there, his outlook for the UK economy, how do you expect the data tomorrow may track or contrast with that view?
Sure. So actually, I'm above consensus for retail sales tomorrow morning. I do think we have to keep in mind that June was an unseasonably warm month here in the UK, globally as well, but in the UK in particular. And when that happens, the UK consumer does tend to go out and spend. We've gotten some very encouraging surveys from the retail sector, the BRC, that's the retail body here, Kantar as well. And so with that, I have to say the consensus number looks a bit on the soft side, at least compared to my own models. Now, the retail sector has been really under pressure in the UK over the course of the last year. It's really more services that have benefited from more resilience in consumer spending. And I do think that going into the second half of the year, we could see a bit of a differentiation here where perhaps services sector spending does start to flatline and the retail sector starts to recover a little bit. So that could be a start of that tomorrow morning.
I'm really confused about what is happening here, but
I'm really confused. Oil died? Hold on. SPA. Damn, we bounced right above the level. Yeah. Oil's going down. I'm not seeing any headlines. Oh, wait. Isn't it? Oh, it's supposed to be oil numbers. No, I think. But they're not out yet. Let me check, Kyle. What time is it? 11:30? Yeah, you should get AIA 7. No, that's 10:30. Interesting. I still can't believe EU doesn't have AC. Yeah. Check Rivian. Well, see if oil. I mean, that's a watch if commodities move too. Remember, commodities already took a little hit off of the morning, but everything's kind of cooling down after a very active week. Even Netflix 434 has not hit 430 yet. Tesla down 666. Ah! Brought to you by Tesla. Rivian, Airbnb. Yeah, but we got to be careful with Airbnb now. I'm just telling you. It's the same fucking story now. These companies have ran a lot. You see what I'm saying? So and everybody knows travel is good now. That's it. Some people were questioning it a couple days ago, but now even after the UAL and all of it, it's just like that's going to be the next problem. So we need to see. If next week earnings are good, the later stage reports will do good, but then again, unless now, I know they have low guidance since they sandbagged last time, but at the end of the day, it's just, if this thing is moved outsized, any name, I mean, I would get more cautious towards their earnings. Not in the sense that it'll die. That's the thing. Like, look at Netflix. Like, you guys realize Netflix is not dead, right? I don't know if you guys understand that. So, like, it dropped today, and it's down the most since, like, November or December, the most in 8 months. But you guys get that, like, all of this is cushion. So, like, right here from, like, 400, this was just, like, getting crazy. Right? So, it's like, you're at 436. Last even updates, I don't even think this was earnings. I think this one was the earnings. This might have been. But you were at 370. SPY popping right now. Good companies who have beaten down going into earnings are great plays. If they didn't move up the double their earnings pricing in. Does that make sense? So like Netflix moved how much it was pricing in the day before it reported. So Tesla as well too. They moved another 4% leading into it. Is it dying more? See, oh yeah, I saw. I was like, no way. I was like, is that 73? Yeah, I don't have a headline on it. Oil numbers were about an hour ago, but oil just took a fat cheek lay and even SPY went up. That was a little, like, couple minutes ago. I like PayPal. I wouldn't buy it at 75 though, just because we bought it at like 62, 63. But I think PayPal is one of those growth names that could surprise to the upside. But then again, they're like Snapchat in the sense that they've guided down years in a row, and just they have not had the numbers come back yet as much. Last quarter was decent, but not decent enough to stop them from going down. So I just be careful at the higher prices. Would you trim growth and reallocate to some beaten? It's tempting if there's like, again, you probably have names that are dog shit. Like I know I do. There's names I would never buy again. At least one, like Big Commerce, where they've gone up a lot this year, and I'm tempted to just like sell it and reallocate it, but I don't like doing that in my long term. I know it may go contrary to a lot of people, but with the fact that we have small deposits coming in, I'm able to kind of rebalance over time, and that's kind of what we did. So, and why I say that is because we bought value already. So we've been buying our value, and then we were buying the growth when the growth kept dropping. So that's why it's getting to the point where I wouldn't want to switch it, even though it could make sense. But that is a decision you're going to have to make. For my long term, though, I just let everything sit because you never know. I had this talk with my girlfriend because she was asking me, she was like, should I sell stuff for my long term and put it to the stuff I like? And we said it, like, you guys know, isn't it like everybody in here, every single one of us in our long term, every person, whether it's a long term or trading, you have a name in your portfolio that you're like, I would never buy that again. Why the fuck did I buy that? If you haven't already sold it. If you haven't already sold it, yeah, that happens to everybody. So that's what I was saying. Like that's like the garbage name. Like that's the one where it's like trash, right? But there's still some that are trash, but not to the point where like you wouldn't not buy it. Like for my example, Big Commerce, trash. I'm never going to buy it again, right? I bought it. I understood why I bought it. It made a little bit of sense at the time. I put one deposit, but it's like that one, I'm never going to fucking buy it again. But Coinbase, that's trash, but it's not like Big Commerce trash. You see what I'm saying? Where it's down 50%, but it's still like, I actually believe in that. I may actually buy that again. And it's that one as like, I'll hold that one. I'm going to let it sit. But the whole point is like over the years, why I'm like this, especially with growth stocks, is because I've seen too much fuckery in the market. And what I mean is that you really never know. And in the sense, too, the way I look at it, it takes 10 years to make a good decision. In the sense, like, everybody judges something after 1 month, 1 year, whatever it may be. But it's like, I think you need 5-10 years to make that decision. And the point is, you'll see things that, you would be surprised how valuations can move. So usually, I think if it's in there, I don't like to move it because sometimes it comes back. I've seen that happen in my crypto experience over the last decade as well. And it's like, that's why I make sure I'm committed to allocating that money. Otherwise, I don't commit money I would allocate, especially even if I want to use it. If I think down the road I could use it better, it's like, no, I wouldn't buy it though. And that's why I stuck with it. But you will be faced with this because everybody has this in their portfolio. Everybody here now, you have something that you would never buy again, and you also have stuff that has gone up a lot, but is still down a lot too. But then you have your winners, but then you got to ask yourself, what do you do with it? So me, I'm staying put because we started this year with more value than growth. Now I'm back to 50-50. Why? I didn't add more value. The growth just rallied. So, my balance will kind of hold. And then guess what's going to happen? Next 7 months, if tech keeps going, that's going to keep going. Or if the value comes back, then we'll find our balance there too. Coin wallet. But that's what I've seen though. Like that's a different example. And that's how you get into like speculative investing in the sense like, because again, it's coins and stupid coins are different than equities, especially on good companies. But like, dude, 10 years in crypto almost, it's like, how many times, like literally, how many things I've saw like $1,000, $2,000 and I just let it sit there and I forgot about it. and then it's like 7 years later, something happened, or 5 years later. It's stupid. So, and even names, even stock names, that happens. But then again, I'm not that you're not going to live off of that strategy. But that's why I'm saying for some of the names and how you allocate, that's why I don't sell them, more or less, is that, you know, I believe in them for a reason. Some of them I probably would never buy, but there is ones, and like, you just never know how that investment will play out. So, but the best thing you could do is not add to it more and then rebalance it with other things. Before you know it, it will not be what you think it is. And that's what I love. Like, you know, like, fuck out of here. It's one of the best examples I could say. I say this to everybody on the call, and I hope everybody on the calls get it. I hope all of you with the long term understand it anytime we talk about it, you know. But it's like, you have time to rebalance. And all of you, no matter what, like, you could, and even for the guys who go really risky and stack up all Baba, all one way, it don't matter. And you guys are like, oh my gosh, you could always change it without even selling. We're above VWAPs, they're getting some action, but the best example is Snapchat. That's it, bro. I put every deposit in the Snapchat consecutively. I loved it. You got to make fun of me because I loved it. I loved it so much you made fun of me because it even went up. And like, how many 100%? Yeah, it came down. I know. Said we down 29. We got our cover calls. We break even. But like, think about that. All of the Snapchat I told you about. I love it. I love it. You could associate Snapchat with me. I told you I'm buying the deposits. I put every deposit in there. I started adding deposit. It was my biggest play for at least a year. Right? He's not even in the top 5 anymore. Do you see it? Because guess what? We were up on it. Again, my cost basis is low on this account. Like I said, covered calls, we've recovered. We're almost break even. The small account, you should be positive on Snapchat. Because when we got in, yeah, you have a gain of 6.5%. Because when we got it really low. And then when it ran up, we never bought it. So that was the thing. When your growth runs up, we just never stop buying it. So, or you stop buying it. You see what I'm saying? But that's what ended up happening here. And then, but it's just like, you saw how active this was. And it was one of my biggest positions. But then over the years, as it ran up, I didn't add to it. As it came down, we got our covered calls back. But during that whole time, I used all the other money and time to build out everything else you see. And while he was going up and down, I was able to grab Uber up and down, and right, and then it does its own little thing here. But before you know it, now, like, Snapchat, at one point it could have made or break our portfolio. Now it doesn't even have the same. Like, that's it. It's like 10% of it or less, not even. But do you see what I'm getting at? So that's where this all comes into fruition with setting it up and making that decision of value and growth. So either way, if you got a future plan, you'll be able to work it into it. When you allocate, do you break everything down by percentages, cash savings, LT, real estate? Pretty much like liquid cash assets, illiquid assets, and then I keep money. I hide money from myself, so I set aside money and I do my calculation off of what's remaining. So I make sure there is a safety net always. I've told you that for how many years now? Remember, it should be years now. I told you I was stacking the cash for the to make sure I could cover all the real estate no matter what happened. I'm glad I did, and we still got some other deals, but yeah. So but I just make sure, even outside of that, you got to make sure you hide some money. That's why some of y'all should change the long term of you change the password to your long term, or make like a separate one, or maybe if you got a crypto account and you're really like, I don't know how much you believe in it, you should totally hide it from yourself. Seriously, but that's nothing like a hidden bag. It's great for you, especially if you could link it to an asset or interest, bearing asset. That'll be even better. It's like, no, it's just your secret long-term. You need a parachute long-term, just in case. You know, preferably in a Swiss bank account or on a boat. Nah, but like, in all seriousness, no, that was a joke. Just to have, like, just hide some money from you. I've always said that. I'm telling you, hide some money from you, and you'll be good. I found a hidden ETH last week. I was surprised. Yeah. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's why it's good when you don't need to, you think you have to invest with a lot of money. No, you need to invest in stuff that you could hold like that. You need to be able to have enough money to buy little assets, or whatever is little or large to you, but to the point where you could hide it and never look at it again. Again, that's why I can't wait to see my NFT shit in 10 years. Fuck, I don't even, I'll randomly check it here and there, but it's just like crypto when I first saw some of it. Again, even my long term, there's plays even in my OG long term. I'm like, what the fuck? But it's just like you hide it, you buy enough where you never think about it. It's not going to have that effect. And then you give it enough time to not look at it, and then that's it. Their NFTs in 10 years are going to be Blackberries. I don't know what that means, but it sounds like shit motherfuckers told me when I bought Bitcoin at 300. I got it harder than any of you guys. You don't understand, you fuckers. And all you little new moon boys and all you like, oh, AMC, oh, I'm double. It's like, man, you have no idea, bro. I was buying Bitcoin at 300, Ethereum at $8, bro. $8. I was buying Amazon before they had AWS, Facebook before they had Instagram. Do you know how what Wall Street did to me? He said, "You fucking idiot." You fucking, oh yeah, you want to buy not real money. You want, oh dude, they hate. I don't know, maybe that. And then now I'm like, oh yeah, huh? Funny how that worked. So that's it. Well, not even clowns. I'm just saying, like, how many of you guys went through, you have to hear people tell you about all your investments that are going to fail. You have to hear about AI being a scam. It's like, dude, you don't understand. I heard this from all of the people I looked up to just because I bought Amazon at $300 before a split because I believed in it. Like, again, I bought Bitcoin at sub $1,000 and was laughed at by people that literally, like, I respected. Again, and I've heard all of these things for a very long time. So it's like, it's the same thing. That's all I'm saying is, moving forward, but just always go within, invest in time is one thing, but, do it with amounts that make sense to where you could actually hold it. Do you still respect them? Yeah, I do. I mean, they eventually asked me about it later. I mean, who do you think they came to? They ended up getting involved with it. It didn't take long to realize, but some other people, we still disagree on it. But I definitely, I don't care. Why? At the end of the day, why would I hate them or not hate them? I mean, I take full responsibility in the sense that I got something from it. So why would I care? Who that's how like I said, you guys are long term will speak volumes in the sense of, people have disagreed with me in the past. People have agreed. I've been right. I've been wrong. I take full responsibility, and I mean, the consequences of my actions will reflect, and that's it. So at the end of the day, I walked away with Bitcoin at $300. It changed my life. So I don't care if I respect them the same, but I did what I needed to do. The fringe is where the gains happen. Oh no, man. Oh no. Josh gonna love DeFi. We'll see, man. DeFi already fucked it up. In the beginning, you guys all just wanted wait, SAP pending. Yo, Disney popping, Goldman, and SAP halted. SAP don't get halted. That's a weird one. And then China activates emergency response in Beijing. Flooding. Watch agriculture. Remember, if those floods get bad too, that adds to the agriculture. SAP halted on NYSE for news pending. That's confirmed. Earnings leak. I feel like they have had an earnings leak before, didn't they? Like, no joke. SAP has had an earnings leak, right? No, I know you guys are saying, but like, I swear they have in the past. ADR halted, scheduled to report earnings today. Yeah, they're going to come out with news probably. Their earnings is today anyways. No, I don't think they reported this morning. So I think they're going to. We can't even have the value discussion without mentioning Bitcoin. That's growth. That's not, don't get it twisted. You know, that's a fucking growth play. It's not bad, but in the sense, the only value is that in the short run, the last 3 to 6 months, is that it's lagging the NASDAQ. It should be at 46,000. But I don't know if I couldn't call it value. Unfortunately. Again, I love Bitcoin, but I couldn't call it value. Short term right now, is it value in the growth space? Is it lagging behind the NASDAQ and other risk assets by 50%, I would say, but not in the long term. Again, any even of the purchases I've given to you on this channel are value. I mean, our last Chad purchase was $10,000 in 2020. So, and it's just like that. Those are, I think even 16,000 was getting close to it, but I don't think it's value. I think short term, you're lagging behind the NASDAQ heavy, but just for your long-term portfolio, remember, Bitcoin is massive growth. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing that you buy a little bit of and you hold for 10 years and we see where it's at. That's going to be the thing doing the work for you. But it's not going to have the, value in the sense of either dividends or just kind of stability and making sure that's just going to be very volatile. You think Tesla will drop again? Yeah. I mean, it just depends on the prices and the rates and all that. Still up 75%. Same problem as buying stocks that have ran up. Well, yeah, I wouldn't buy Bitcoin right now. I like it, but I wouldn't buy it. It's just, that's what I'm saying. That's why I haven't bought it. It's not, it has ran up too much. It's lagging behind the NASDAQ, but right here, right now, I go for the real value. I don't want just lagging behind the NASDAQ. I want like lagging everything. I want lagging everything and then ability to stay alive, even depending on how things change. I don't want the volatility. I just want upside with the downside already taken. Yeah, but I think Tesla will come down a little bit after that. I think ETFs are good, but you're on the cusp of missing I think they're still at value somewhat, but the REITs have moved up a shit ton. You got to realize a couple weeks ago, the REITs were like bottoming out as everybody was freaking out. So like May was really here. Even like June, the middle of June, this is the REIT ETF. This is where you wanted it because it's ran up a lot in the short term. But if it breaks out from here, and then the worst is over of the whole commercial stuff in the banking, because that's, again, people were feared on that, you'll get your upside. But in a very subtle way, it's already up 10% in a couple of weeks. So like we've kind of already experienced it. Tesla will drop their price more. Oh, I think they will, depending on rates. That's what Elon said. And it's just like, I mean, I don't believe the Elon Musk nice guy story. I don't know if you do, but like, I love Elon, and I think he is going to change the world. I think he already is. I think he's already done a lot for EVs, and he's opened up so many things, But it's like, I don't believe nice guy Elon's story. I'm still kind of hung up on race to the bottom. I think these guys are going to, I think Elon's going to blame it on rates, but I think Elon can fucking put a sword to Ford and GM's throat right now, and he doesn't give a shit. The only thing Elon's going to suffer is his stock price, but now he has a 120% cushion. So it's like the Elon nice guy story is that, like, he's here to, you know, democratize or liberate all of EV and all this, and like he's gonna help out the car, you know, the charging, the chargers, all of this, you know what I'm saying? It's like he's gonna, like, I don't think he's gonna be nice. Like, you know, you guys are thinking price cuts and margins. I'm not. I'm thinking price cuts and take off their head. That was the big issue. Remember Ford, Rivian, GM, when Tesla was doing it, you got to realize Tesla is putting mad pressure on all of them. If Tesla does 2 or 3 more price cuts, bro, a Model Y is cheaper than a fucking Camry in California. You could get a Toyota. It's harder to get a Toyota than a Tesla. And that's a great car. And then you make it cheaper. And then now the Mach-E, and then the GM trucks. Like, dude, it's a race to the bottom. So if, like, in a weird way, this whole production ramp, that's the thing. Elon, the only challenge Elon has to do is get his fanboys, because he's hyping them up on production and growth, right? And that's the funniest thing, because, like, the fanboys love it, but that's not, dude, what is he doing? That's giving him the fucking war chest to cut to the bottom and fuck up all of them. That's it. If you could produce and cut prices and survive, and then you tack on AI software features, oh my gosh, he's gonna crush it temporarily. I think the margins will get killed temporarily, but then it's gonna murder somebody. Somebody is gonna. That's what I'm saying. This is all speculation on my part, but I'm just saying I don't think Elon's nice guy. I think he's playing this game where he has a red button, and if he presses this button, he could cause a race to the bottom with all of the EV cars right now. Low key. I have your stream alerts. When did you sign up for them? Should be like 24 hours. Send an email. You'll get them. Be more or less free. This is all speculation. So maybe Elon doesn't do this, but I just remember all of those price cut news, like, early. It was a big deal. And people were worried. Analysts were talking about this. But I'm just saying, if he really, depending on how things played out, he does have that lined up. He has the production, he has the cushion, and now it's just like that is the real issue with EV right now. Yeah, SAP Q2 EPS euros 62 cents, adjusted free cash flow 604 million, EBITDA 1.358 million. Walmart cuts prices of Walmart Plus subscription for SNAP and Social Security recipients. So adjusted EBITDA 2.5 million versus estimate of 1.9. Q2 cloud revenue 3.3, adjusted EPS 1.0. Oracle, yeah, I think their cloud revenue is good, or adjusted EBITDA beat. Oracle's dropping on that. So again, SAP is halted. They just halted and released their earnings right now. SPY's at VWAP too. With Warriors blew a 3-1 lead in the final. That's a funny name. It was damn DFS. We're down 3 on that. Allah Habibi. I went to 97. Where should we be at in relation to bonds? How so? What do you mean? I mean, with the market, maybe we should be up a little bit, but not even. I think NASDAQ moved more than the bonds already. Dow is up the inverse of the bonds, and then SPY, if it was going to match up, would be down about another 0.5%. But if anything, I mean, the NASDAQ's kind of already there. Expedia's running. Amazon's at the bottom. So they came back now. Amazon green, and all of them went green except for Meta and Microsoft. Or wait. No, Meta went red. Oh, and that just went peach on Friday, Junior, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, Bradley Frizzle in the peach. It has arrived. Horna, let's go. Oh, my goodness. Chatadonia, where's the horn? Oh, my goodness. Peach Nation. Oh, wait, I didn't do my curls. That reminded me. Get up for Peach Nation. Stand up and do some push-ups, too. It's Friday. I'm going to do some curls right now. Yeah, relax your eyeballs, too. Chest to the sun. Flex the core. Oracle's still falling. Chad called out Banks moving up here a little bit. Tandem on the low as well, too. Oh, man. God bless you. Thank you, Bradley Frizzle. Amen. Amen. That's a Bradley Frizzle peach on Miss Barry's birthday. That's crazy. Oh, my goodness. Happy birthday. Let's go. Let's go. Get some curls. Get the body moving, Chatadonia. Yeah, 3M. I need to do my curls, Chad. I need to do it. God bless you. I love you all. Happy Friday, Junior. Hey, man, Bradley Frizzle. Hey, man. Apple popper. Peaches, 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 peaches. So SAP updates 2023 revenue and operating profit outlook. Outlook for 2023, euro 14 to 14.2 billion. Cloud revenue at constant currency. Outlook for 2023, 8.65 to 8.9 billion in non-IFRS operating profit at constant currency. I don't know their estimates, so I can't compare it. And I don't know if you guys saw it. Like yesterday, I hope you guys saw kind of how easy it is. Once you get the estimates for a company's earnings, I hope you guys saw it. You just go to the investor website, and then you get the you just get the number and compare them. So you guys watched me do that for you on the earnings yesterday. But yeah, your kids love that song. Dude, my niece and nephew love that song too. I don't know why. I feel like all kids love that. Peaches, 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 peaches. It's a banger. Oracle's dropping most likely off of the SAP earnings. So SAP is halted right now, SAP. And they announced earnings. I mean, they're a German company. I think that's why it's such weird timing. They're in Germany. And then Oracle reacted pretty much right when that came out. Tesla. Do I listen to Arabic music in the car? Nah, man. Nah. I know my family's disappointed in me. But I never really got into that. I never got to listen to ASAP Ahmed. He was never on my playlist. You know what I'm saying? Or Lil Musa. No, I never had Lil Musa. Would you understand the lyrics? Yeah, some of it. Arabic music's so upbeat. It makes you want to move. Yes, sir. It is hype. I vibe with the beats, bro. What would happen for Disney to wake up? Earnings, man. Earnings. Earnings are another sympathy earnings that does good, or an update, or people speculating Apple is going to buy them, even though that probably never going to happen unless Bill Gates got involved and then Elizabeth Warren gave the approval. But that's about it. But other than that, I think just wait for earnings. AAL, I think they went down, but I've been liking the airlines, man. It's wild. Tell me, look at GFAI. No, I see you. Hold on. I saw the other one. I was just mid-conversation, man. It goes crazy. My bad. GFAI. Yeah, we've seen this one move today. I didn't know it was going hype today. Is there a reason? Peaches, 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 peaches. Guard Force surge on new Singapore partnership. Security said Cancord is a Singapore specialized provider in office buildings. to co-launch new robotic security solution in Singapore. Singapore. I think it's too late though now for me. If it drops down, I mean, my one hype play I got today, I already got clapped. I took one hype play today, and was it BSGM? I guess we're not down too much on it, but still pretty bad. Oh, it's actually climbing right back up. That was my hype play for today. This one was NVIDIA partnership, so that's why I'm like, come on, how is this NVIDIA partnership only up 10? Oh, shit. Egyptian food? I do like Egyptian food, yeah. Google announcing general availability of application integration standardization platform. What the fuck? As a service, IPAAS. Hold on, Google's dropping something now. It says Google general availability of application integration standalone integration platform as a service. They say that IPAAS is the acronym. So stock's not moving though. Oh, what happened? No clue. It's like kind of like software as a service. I think they're trying to make something new. It's integration application standalone integration as a service. So it's like it's subscription as a service, but they're trying. I think it just means AI as a service, pretty much. All right, I'm gonna take it. Let's try it. I'll go for a flip. I get clapped. 120.90. No, I don't. It may not even be the AI news. I think it is, but I like it. I mean, they're already down 1%, and we have the puts, so we'll see. I grabbed 300 shares at 120.90. I'm already clapped. Google long, yeah. Disney, I think I'm at like 88. Yo, Goldman's going, RCL, HPK. Yeah, they're all going. GFAI, again, you're just bringing that one up there. And then Disney's on the high. Abbott has earnings, or I think they already reported good earnings in the morning. Baba Green. Disney is running up there again. Goldman, Disney 87. Disney's barely up. Delta's on the high. Many blessings, baby. 41 months. Amen. Apple's still climbing. Yeah, Goldman is pretty. So again, I'm glad we didn't take the short there. But dude, they worst earnings ever out of the big banks, and they're killing it. SAP, it seems like the earnings was good, but I don't know the estimates. Like, that's it. You have to check the estimates. It seems like their numbers were a little higher. I think free cash flow was good and revenue was above estimates, but I don't know about what the guidance meant. And then I think it's all about their cloud numbers. And then Oracle had a negative reaction, but that could mean a lot of different things. So SAP is still halted. Close to the peach, baby. Let's go. Hey, man. And then Juice. You've been here. Or I've been asking if you've been here because every time someone asks me the question, they're like, oh, is next year going to be the best for the election? I'm like, you guys don't remember Juice trades in the beginning? It was the end of last year, beginning of this year. You kept bringing up the how we perform in the third year. So I think it's very important there because I was just saying, like, bro, after a couple more months now, next year is an election year. That's it. So just get ready for it. But that's even then. The whole year before is looked pretty decent. When he said it. No, I was just trying to remind them. I'm like, because people are bringing it up and talking about it. I'm like, it's something we have discussed in the past, and it's interesting to see it play out. And then now, sure enough, we enter into the election year. Verizon on down detector. A lot of customers nationwide, no service. They can't even call 911 or use GPS. That's what Dr. Swade in the Twitch said. Yeah, they're like, turn it off and find the lead pipes. They're like, sir, we make wires, not pipes. I don't care. Find them. What? Okay, I'm on it. Yeah, usually you rally the year before election. And then election year, I still think is positive. I mean, SPY's back to the high of the day almost. Not really, but close. Only down 0.15. NASDAQ still murdered. NVIDIA came up a little bit. Remember Intel and Micron earlier? They were doing good. Costco's up, but again, I think all staples and discretionaries. Oh no, discretionaries are down too. You do your homework of watching RFK? No. We saw it, though. He was just speaking in front of Congress. I got to hear it for a couple of seconds. He didn't sound that bad, though. I thought you guys made it seem like it was like crazy, but nothing I haven't heard in Congress before in terms of voices. Election year, first 2 quarters positive, third quarter positive. If incumbent wins in negative, if they lose, fourth quarter positive. Zoom's kind of just been hugging that $70 level in its own little weird way. Airbnb, they're actually in the green. Remember, Expedia was running. AAL's not doing as good, but then Delta, I think, was on the high. And then UAL. What was that? We get IEF to turn around. Now you're going to need the data. Or at least oil turned around. They put up Tesla. You can. It's right here. Actually, Tesla looks like Google. 3M is going up. That's the value too. 3M's up 1%. Well, 3M kind of looks good now. Low key. It's actually kind of surprisingly high. It was just at 96 bucks. And then SPY's just slowly melting up here. High ticker is very active. It's a lot of staples, consumer staples, healthcare, financials, anything that's doing good, and all those value plays. Even DRI, that's real estate builders. Yeah, that DRI. I was thinking DHI. Didn't DHI have earnings? They sold off. No, DRI, the food company's up. A DFS for bargain bin. Oh, this is just a trade. DFS has a long way to go, I think, for bargain bin. Like, I think it would probably be like $20, dude. Some Southern Kennedy voice. I agree with you. I'm not gonna. Nah, sir. I agree. I yield back. Thank you. I appreciate it. Did you see Hunter? Did you see the pictures of Hunter? Did you see him walking around making a tape like he's a director? Exactly. Thank you. Goodbye. SAP is resumed. Thank you. Is it? Yeah, they're down only 2%. Not bad. I think Oracle probably moved a little bit more. So SAP, they just had their earnings there. Again, German company. SPY is back to the first VWAP level in the morning where we sold off. VWAP is much lower. Tesla with a candle as well, too. NASDAQ still down 1%. SPY 0.14. Dow is up 0.88. And Russell is down 0.71. Investor syndicate nears deal for CoinDesk. Assigns crypto enterprise value of 125 million. We watched Congress. I put it on for a quick second, and then he just started talking stuff that I knew YouTube would ban me for, even if I didn't say it. Barry Silber owns that. On what? Sap Dumpy. It looked calm at first. Down another 2. Yeah, there you go. It is down literally another 2. That's why I was like 2% wasn't that bad considering. I think Oracle was bigger, but watch out there. I still didn't check the guidance on there. SAP, it does move a lot. And then Google's coming down. That was the latest play we got for the flip. J&J's on the high. Pepsi, 3M. That's it, the value place. BSGM. Oh, yeah, son. There you go. I think this is around where I got it. Oh, I got 155 and change. I'm like at the halfway. I'm still in it, though. But that's the NVIDIA one. Pfizer. Google's coming down. Pfizer should be going up. Yeah, Pfizer's up 1.7. Procter Gamble, J&J, record. This is record since 2022. Even 3M go good. Very good, Habibi. Very, very good. You got in 3 minutes ago. That's good. It's very, very good. I got in the morning. I liked. I was like 15%. It hasn't even hit highs on the other one. I was like, people will hype it up. I don't believe in it. I think we've played this thing and got clapped before. I love biotech and AI. It's just hilarious to me. I love them. But it's I just thought it was. I bought it at 15% high now. That's where it's at here. But just that was pre-market. J&J still going. HBI, no, it's not. I wish, man. I wish. But it's cool. I'm not mad anymore. Because I was mad that we bought HBI. That was supposed to be our high dividend play with a lot of upside, and then it went up, and then we had to walk away with like 30,000 or 30%. But then it's good because MPW now. That's it. We got 30% back on that, and we did it with triple the size. So we're great, bro. We're great. We still get 15% dividend on triple the size. No more HBI, but we found somebody better. You remember I told you guys, like I said, we can't take her back. That's after everything. Like, just the whole issue with HBI, it salted the relationship. But we found somebody a lot better. So I hope that cheers up some of the Chads who got broken up with. No? Are you guys here right now? If you got broken up with in the last 7 days and you're not here right now, then what the fuck? I'm kind of disappointed because then if you're not at the gym and not in here, then what are you doing on this breakup? Are you even trying to make the most of this breakup? Because that's what I'm saying. Like, that's it. Yeah, that's after everything. But no, I'm saying, like, it's one thing to walk away with HBI with money, but I was so mad because we bought HBI and I wanted a high dividend and I wanted a high yielder with growth that was going to be there. And I was like, perfect. And we bought it at the end of the year. So it ran up with everything. But once they cut the dividend, it was so annoying because then it's like, what the fuck? We could have just bought more Redfin if we knew that was going to happen. We could have bought more Meta. We could have bought anything else and done way better now because then all we had was we walked away with 38, 40%. But it's like, dude, I wanted the dividend. The growth was nice. I'm glad we walked away a winner still, but that changed up everything. So I was mad because then I had all these growth plays and I thought I had a dividend and then I ended up not. But then by moving it to By moving it to MPW, it was great. Apple, whoa, yeah. Chase Corp's KKR, DFJ Emmanuel. Hold on, I'm seeing automaker stuff. I'm not check Apple right now. I don't see anything breaking right now. Don't tell me this is this the tech stuff? Is this the tech rebalance? Nothing else moved. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything. I see 851, HomePod. And 923. Dude, I don't know. Is it quiet? It's all, I see Department of Justice related to like emissions in cars. That's the only thing dropping right now. Powerball ticket, Thursday earnings, Covio. See if there's anybody else. Check chip makers. Check any other sympathy. No one else is moving like that. Dude, even Google's not even dropped. Google, Micro, no one's moving like that. Is it off of SAP? I doubt it, but that's weird. So again, big Apple drop out of nowhere off of no news. J&J shares hit 6 months high. Very weird. See if anybody else. Google's coming down. I'm already down on that. All indices. Kind of, but that Apple thing, I think maybe part of that rebalance, but we'll see unless a headline comes out. Apple. APLS. But where is it? Was that BSGM? You think I'd doing BSGM like RXRX? If it runs up like that, but I don't, is there options? But it depends on the cushion. RXRX, we just have great cushion. Like we're literally up 40% on equity and then lowered our cost basis 10% with a covered call. So I like it. I like it a lot, but I don't know how this one's going to play out. This one will just be hype. It's a different type of play. This is a partnership as opposed to an investment. It's a lot of volume, though, and like it really hasn't moved much. So I think we can ride it for a little bit. There is options, but they're showing 480. What? Apple struggling with manufacturers for the iPhone 15. The information, there it is. So there is something with Apple. It's the information. Bro, weren't they the ones yesterday with Netflix? What the fuck is wrong with them? Who is writing these at the information? Is it Trent Krim? Oh, no, that's the Independent. I love you, Trent Krim. But still, that's conveniently late. It's just weird. No, it's just, yeah, interesting. But yeah, that's it. Apple struggles with manufacturing larger screen for iPhone 15. So someone who has experience with stocks and no experience with options, day trading, where would you start? I mean, go find your nearest toilet, stand in front of it, get like $10 bills and $1 bills. Like, so get 10 ones and then throw it in the toilet, $1 bill at a time. Throw $1 in and then press flush and then do it again when the water comes back. And then like on like the 7th one though, throw all of them in there, and then if the toilet backs up and shoots up water, you hit it. That's a great place to start out to give you an idea of what you're about to experience. Okay? I think everybody in here can agree. Right? Perfect. No, but in all seriousness, though, just if you are actually trading stocks and you actually have traded stocks before, it's like you're going to get the easiest part that everything moves. One contract is 100 is 100. There's 100 shares. But there's going to be a difference too. You could swing trade with shares. You don't have to use options. And that's why, like, all jokes aside, you might be better off swing trading shares for a little bit until you get into options. And then if there's, hypothetically speaking, if there's an option or a share play you want to make, but it's on a stock like Booking and moves $50 at a time and you don't want to put up that money, option might be more appropriate to limit there. But if you want to get an idea of how option price values work, there's a description in this video. There's a link that says option trading, how to find 1,000% gainers. I think that's a great place to start. But honestly, if you already are trading stocks, that is the best place to start. I always tell people, don't trade options. Don't even get into day trading until you've actually like invested and know how to invest, especially with options. Yeah, thank you. Well, yeah, it's very general, so let me know if you have any specific questions, or I don't know if you see a trade on here that could inspire a question. You let me know, but I'd watch that tutorial. I mean, I think it's one of the most viewed videos, and people like it. Even if you don't like me, it's a good tutorial. I could definitely stand by that. China's Ministry of Water Resources will take preventative measures for floods in Haihe River Basin. Unless you max out your 6.5, I wouldn't trade stocks. I think as long as you just invest before trading. That's it. You'll be fine. It's just order of operations. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't press the brake before you press the gas. Like, you know, you just got to you need certain things that just set up there, and that's just how you naturally get into it. But, you know, because once you understand shares and investing by general, that gets most of the foundation for trading. Recommend taking out your 401k and putting it into the market yourself. Well, I'm sure you don't mean sell your 401k. You're talking self-direct, I assume. But that's a good strategy, but also it's like, if you don't know what you're doing, you could just totally fuck it up. So I do like self-directing, but at the same time, if you don't want to think and be passive, then that's it. Google's dumping now, man. Oh, it's not too bad. It looked more aggressive on the low ticker. Still down though. Almost $1 a share, 50 cents. Google moves slow. I like Google. Like, I forgot. Apple moves kind of slow, but Apple can still move big. Google that's it. I wouldn't recommend shorting a company. Seems lame, but I'll say these next few years between Feastables and Hershey's will be an interesting one once I actually ramp up. Yeah, he's going to partner with Hershey's. Not fucking short it. Fucking. That was it. Lately, the short reports have been good because I feel like they've been told by storytelling. Like, they've been good stories. That one I've just been like, nah. He hates Hershey's. He hates everyone. Really? Well, that's good. We'll see, though. But I don't think it's just the Hershey's and fucking... The Airbnb was garbage one, too. I mean, at least, like, that one played into the story, though. You know what I'm saying? Like, I get it. Like, I know what the fucking story is, even if I don't think it's correct. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, at least that he read the room properly with Airbnb. You got angry people mad about real estate. They don't even care about fucking Airbnb. They've never been to an Airbnb or booked a hotel in the last 12 months, but they just mad about the real estate prices. You got all, you know what I'm saying? The cleaning fees. He's like, he fed into it. You know, like, that was good, but like, it wasn't like, it wasn't even, like, this one is just wild. Yeah, no forensic account. Oh, I don't think we've gotten, like, I think, what's his name? The guy who went after Adani, that one was a good one. That's been the only short report with, like, forensic accounting and, like, actually trying to pick out, like, fraud and some things going on. But these short reports based on just, like, oh, there's a new guy in town, or, oh, there's a trend of of this happening. It's like maybe this is going to make the whole thing fail. Like, no. Even then, even the MPW one, that knocked the company down. But even then, like that just, it's still to this point now, it's just like, even after dropping 50%, it's like, okay, well, why didn't they go bankrupt? People are, some people are calling for MPW to go to zero by the end of the year. So that's again, that's why you have 21 to 29% short interest. All right, coming down. Bro, low ticker's gassing now. Hold on. TTD, Meta, Shop. Whoa. Software land and tech. Getting murdered right now. I think NASDAQ's at a low. Yeah, bro, NASDAQ's about to hit a new low right there. Hold on. You don't see it on the SPY, but the high-low ticker is getting very active, especially on the low side. So Apple just had that sell-off on the iPhone, iScreens, whatever. Google just hit 120. DOJ automaker group FCA pleaded guilty to felony as a result of conspiring to violate, that's old though, the Clean Air Act. Apple's moving up a little bit from the low. Google's still flushing. BSGM's holding. Nvidia's dead. Now Meta too. Apple's coming up. Bro, they're all just doing whatever the hell they want right now. Carvana's flushing. Netflix, Tesla, all of them. Carvana below 7. 7, isn't it like 60? Or is it down? No, it's down 16. Down at 47. YM, yeah, Dow's doing very, very good. Premium's moving fast. Everything's moving quick right there on the tech side. The other stuff is chilling, but tech got a little bit more downside pressure right there. And then yen play is about to go to break even. So shout out to the kid killed by the bonds. Oh, Pfizer. Zim tank. This is after Euro close, yeah. Euro close was like right here. We're actually at, this is like same level of Euro close or a little below. I think just something going on with tech, and then not to mention you still got earnings vomiting. That Apple news wasn't good here today. And then no real big tech, I don't think, after the bell. It's almost shocking we aren't down more. Netflix and Tesla, huge weight. You got the 5 other ones, but it had its effect. I mean, Dow's up. SPY's only down 0.3, but, we're about to hit a new low on the NASDAQ, 1.5 right now. Euro closed an hour ago. The payment bill for bill, a payment date, I think next month, beginning of next month. Apple News, they just said they had problems or manufacturing. It was from the information. There was a report about having troubles manufacturing larger screens for the iPhone 15. Yeah, SPY down 0.3 with QQQ down 1.5 is a huge difference. Well, yeah, that's Tesla and Netflix, but it could be worse. Like, I just imagine if what if Google's even down 1.5, but what if the other guys drop too? Like that look a little different. And Dow is up 0.8. Value. So Apple, another cheek layer. So remember, this is the Apple news we're just talking about. It hasn't gone lower than there. But market's coming back down. So you literally started off, weaker from the earnings, kind of went up, cash open, melt, sell off, hit a new low, bounce back up, and now we're selling off once again. You've seen this setup a couple of times, but where we end, that's hard to say. And now you are also, again, just all dealing with the earnings. The earnings hangover is real. It's a 13-point move in about 15 minutes. Not bad. 20 minutes. Apple News, CNBC. It might hit eventually. It's either we got it early or maybe it won't even be breaking news. It's just the information. It's the same. There's like this. It was like that headline with Netflix yesterday. It's literally the same source. So it's borderline just an opinion article. I'd say give them 3 hours, but we didn't play it. Usually if we play it, they report it later if we're like too early. So I don't know, but maybe it's just not that important. It's interesting it caused that drop, but I think in the grand scope of things, Apple's still only down a quarter, and then you just have some of the sensitivity from Netflix and Tesla being down. Subscribe last week. Want to see what this channel is about. What's up, baby? I hope you like earnings. I hope you got a long term. We need to see it. Where's the long term? That's good, though. Today will be the first day down. Oh, my gosh. I didn't think about it. Dude, today breaks the record if we end red. Oh, no. Ooh. Or was that yesterday? Was yesterday counting as red? Oh, wait. Yesterday was red? Oh, damn. No, yesterday was green. Yeah, this breaks the streak. So remember, this has all been in the last month. Remember, we went on it was like what? Was it 7 days in a row? This was the biggest record of consecutive days. You set a new record here yesterday. So now today that ends if we actually end up red. Tesla's flushing. I convinced my girlfriends to start their long term. Are you the one with the whole, what's it called? You're the one who lives in the commune? What? Is that you? I thought you had a different. Did you change your profile picture? Is that you, or is there more than one? Because apparently, again, Chad attracts a lot of different people. No, it's the last time, seriously. No, you don't remember last time somebody said this shit and they like straight up fully came out, like fully with like the whole, they're like, nah, man, I got this. It has a specific term. I don't know, but AI leaders set to accede to White House demand for safeguards. Can this be the turn? I mean, it could for sure, but this is just the beginning, though. So that's why we got to see what happens after the next week and all that. But this is why I bought those earnings puts ahead of time with the IV, because this is just getting people thinking. Russia courts approved settlement agreement in gas VW case. I'm a lurker, but this channel helped me change for the better. Let's go, baby. Amen. Amen. Saving for my first property. Let's go, baby. I would, if I could recommend a multi-unit, you could rent the first unit to girlfriend 1 and then the second unit for girlfriend 2. No? Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not good at these jokes. I don't know about this life as well. My girlfriend's probably listening and she gonna hurt me. Okay? 348. He said, facts. That's a great idea. Wow. Okay. There you go. Maybe it had more legs than I thought. Is Tesla back in the S&P? I don't know, but environmentally speaking, though, Exxon is a way better company than them. Hey, man, I'm just going off my ESG scorecard that I review every month. So don't get mad at me. I don't make the rules. I just read them. You know? Airbnb. Do you entertain my girlfriend with the Biden Arnold impressions? Yeah, she doesn't like him as much as you, Doc. She doesn't get it the same way. Like she likes Biden because she thinks it's funny, But like she doesn't understand my love for it. Like, you know, she doesn't get it. The same way, like I feel like some of you like, it's funny to you because you like the world, you like the politics, you know, and like it's just like you appreciate it differently. Like she just doesn't understand when I do it the same way. Like, Russia is not preparing to attack civilian ships in the Black Sea, despite claims. RIA quotes Russian ambassador to the U.S. So corn is going down, but they're saying they're not preparing to attack civilian ships. So just remember, this is what I was saying. These are the headlines. This is how you keep the price in control. Russia didn't say that. This is just the fog of war again. So remember, that's what I say. You're getting good news. It'll calm the price down a little bit. Then you're going to wait for the next headline. But just think, you bombard it with all of these headlines. Eventually, it's going to stop reacting. That's what they're trying to do with all of the grain stuff, because it works. So, because remember, yesterday they're like, we don't care what flag is on there. We're going to tie you to the enemy. And now they're saying, well, this is what an ambassador told us. I heard that an ambassador said we're not preparing to attack the civilian ships, despite the U.S. claims. So you're going to get the confusion back and forth. But here's the funny part, is that corn and wheat are already down. That's why. So we'll see how it plays out. But it's a first positive headline for the most part. Airbnb. I want 148, man. That's it. But even then, though, the next week is going to be quite perplexing. We better see how these earnings come out, because I don't know. If a company is running up now a lot and we don't have good earnings backing it, I don't know how I feel about it. Pen is dying into the low. You bullish or bearish? I think it was a good report. I think Tesla could go down a little bit, just depending on what Elon is doing. But I don't think the report was bad. I don't think Netflix was bad either. But I don't think those reports were good enough to justify $100 run-ups in the prior month. So I think that's why we're exactly where we are right here. If not, I think there's a little more downside, but I don't think those reports have nothing. Those reports don't tell me the economy's bad. They don't tell me everybody is so far off of buying the dip. Like, the reports were good, but it just wasn't. They weren't blowout numbers, and they weren't enough to justify, the real craziness we've seen. And since 2018, full-time Uber Eats, DoorDash, you need some motivation to stick with the long term. So have you stuck with it? And have you done the 200? Because I think the most inspiring thing about the long term that should motivate you is what happened with it, in the sense of the small account. So I don't know, because people have sent me them, but we'll just use the small $200 account. Because I don't know if people like hearing this or not. And like I'm saying, I hope any long-term shout-outs are not an encouragement to FOMO into bad decisions. Who's with me? But like, if you did $200 a month from that time, it's like, this is what the whole logic I've always said with this is that this is 10% of your income. So if we're depositing $270 a month now, right? 270 times 12, $3,200 a year. And that's we raised it. It was a lot lower. It was, again, probably 20% lower earlier. So that means you make $32,000 a year. So this is why you should stick with the long term. So if you made $32,000 a year, even a little less, and started putting just 10% of your income, and you kept this up, this is about 3 years. If you did keep this up, it's actually less than that, depending on where you want to look at it from, and then you'll have a different starting amount. But let's say it was 3 years, right? At 3 years at 30,000, you're sitting on half of your yearly salary just sitting there now after 3 years. And then now after 3 years, you would have made about $96,000 of gross earnings, not including taxes or whatever. But you would have you're sitting on what? Maybe like 20% of that. So, and then it's still your money and you have it. And then to me, that's beautiful. If that doesn't get you inspired and encouraged, because we're talking if you made $20,000 to $30,000 a year, you now have half of your yearly salary. Now after a couple of years, you actually have something. And I mean, let me ask you this: do you have upside? When you look at this chart and now you're seeing it go up, do you see why you have it invested in here too? Because now it's like you actually have an opportunity to who knows where this will be. You could also lose too, but we've also gone through that as well. So you make 50K. So yeah, but the idea is like, even if you just follow this account, even at the 50K, you'd be sitting on, that's like what, 30% of your yearly earnings. You would have it now saved up. And then you would have retained, I guess, 15% of your 3 years. But that's what I'm saying here is that, like, this is off a way smaller amount, but it's like, even if you if you made an amount that is on the lower end or below average, after these couple of years, you have a down payment for a FHA loan. Literally, with the same $200, this could get you a down payment. I could get you a cheap house even without the FHA if you really wanted to. But that's the whole idea there. Make 80, but I try to sell 15s is hard. Well, 10 is the minimum. So if you do 15, even better. But like, this is where I'm saying, when you look at it, even the smallest amount, like even if you made 30,000 a year, if you just stuck with this 200 deposit and put it towards stuff, you have a gain. So even the small account is up way more than the big account. So I think you're up like 16, 17% and the dividends. And then it's like you have upside and you have all of it. But it's like you just now held on to a good amount of your earnings. And now you have in a savings account 50% of a salary that most people would consider low. Well, 32,000, I mean, maybe in California, it just depends where, but I mean, 32,000 I think it's a very accessible number, or 24,000, 27,000. I really, really think it is. I think that's part-time wages, I believe. Yeah, I mean, market chilled out a little. Penn, I didn't see anything on that. Google 120. Apple never hit a new low from there. $27 is really low. Average household income is like 30. I thought it was 6. I mean, average. You could look at median and average, but I'm pretty sure they're both. I want to say they're double that. I want to say median and average is around 50 to 75. If not higher. Baba Pop. GFAI is still going. 80K for household. So that's 44,000 a pop. If it's average household, that's 20K a pop. I don't know if that's... And then again, if you ask AI this question, it has trouble. But, I mean, I don't know. Regardless, I think I think it's accessible. I really think this is possible. And even then, I just know if I made $30,000 a year and I logged into my TD Ameritrade account today and I had $15,000 sitting there, I would feel really good. I would feel so great about my financial prospects. I would feel great about getting a house. I would not feel good that I'm making the $30,000 and be like, okay, now I would even think of how I could make more income. But I definitely would feel empowered by this. Especially if I had some dude on the internet saying, what do you mean I could get a house with this? But it's like straight up though. It's like if I was making $30,000 and now I have half of that in an account, that's amazing. So it's there. As someone who lost money, it's not inspiring. Well, depending on how you went about it, but this is all you did with this account. It's not trading. This account was putting in 10% of that 30 grand a year and buying stuff you knew about. And we even made bad purchases. We even lost in the process of doing that. But even then, you still retain assets and upside. So again, I have 80% losses. Granted, this one's only $62 by keeping it small. Another 60% loss. This one's actually free shares, but AT&T $200. So it's like we still take losses on them. But this was the model portfolio outlined, and with a small amount, I think it is possible. Well, trading is different. I hope you guys realize that too. If you guys are like, I don't compare my trading to my long term, and I hope you don't either, in the sense that, but I hope you recognize how fast you can lose trading. That is the reality of it. But if you're trading losing 20%, that's one thing. But long term, I don't think anybody's long term should be fluctuating 20% right now, unless it's relatively newer. Wasn't Sound just at like $4 or $8? But yeah, so shout out to small accounts, man, and do it. Man, even then, it's like monitor the trading as well. But what I'm saying here is tortoise versus hare. If people are even saying they've lost money and that, it's just like I'm telling you, if you just save up a small amount over and over and over again, put it into decent stuff, let it sit there, you may not make a lot of money, but you will surpass a lot of people. I promise you. And this is why we have done this. So that's just been something he asked me for the motivation. So if you're telling me you're door dashing, you're doing all of that, you've been doing it for years, I would really stick to this plan, man, because I want all of you to have assets, and I want you to have a big amount. Your purse is getting heavy. That's what I'm saying. If you made $30,000 and you logged into that account, it's richest man of Babylon. You have coins in your purse. You feel it. You see what I'm saying? You have money now. That's how I remember I told you, he's like, how do you get 25K? So when I was young and looking at that, it's like, damn. You always like, how do people get that? Again, if you made 35K a year, 32,000 a year, you're like, how the fuck do you get 25K to day trade? It did take time. I'm not saying this was overnight, and that's the only downside to it, because you had to wait and it took time, but it was like a little amount got you there. And now you could even see some of the future. So that's why it's just like, I really love that. And I hope that does inspire you, because, whatever you're doing, and if you are grinding and putting in that work, man, you're gonna have it, and you're gonna have that money for the time the next business or the house comes your way. And it's very good to have. Tesla's still dying. Yeah. Tesla now more than Netflix, which is kind of wild to me. Actually, I guess they're both the same. And then even Netflix trying to come up here a little bit. Tesla's just still printing on the low. Inspiring. It don't resonate. It will, though. Eventually it will. I feel you, and I hope but then again, like, I know I'm annoying with the long term, and I want to be, and I'm glad, because some of you said I bullied you into the long term, which I find hilarious. But then, like, at the same time, though, just don't FOMO. Don't be dumb. Like I told you, if this took years to build, and was a result of small action, you do not need to FOMO into a big action today. You see what I'm saying? I really want you to get in the plan, you know, and find the plan and stick with it and know your approach, so that when every day and month and week moves on from here, you know what you're following, and you know that whether it goes up or down, there is something we are following. And that's what I'm saying. So I hope you do not FOMO on any of this. And that's why even everything, it was a journey. It still is a journey, and that's what it's about. So you don't need to add the pressure to yourself, but you do need to make a plan, and you need to start it, and you need to start it today so we could consistently do it and stick to it. And that's what it really is. And it's all about the Chads you meet along the way. Amen. But that's why I feel you though, Max. And that's why I'm so happy with these calls. I don't know what I'm happy about. More so just I am very impressed with the Chads, because I'm glad to see that, you know, we all went through that shit show, and an extraordinary amount of you guys you went through it like a G. And I didn't think it was going to look like that. So I'm glad to, you know, I was expecting a lot worse, and I was expecting a lot more bitching out. You know what I don't know. Maybe I guess I always set my bars low, but I was expecting, you know, something way, way, way worse in this, you know, because again, I remember in the moments, you know, the comments and how people were like, dude, you know, Chad, maybe they just let a lot of emotions out sometimes on the what's it called, on the type. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm like, dude, it's crazy to think about. So I'm very, very excited to see. Nah, nobody was gonna bitch out. We only saw no, but they did, dude. They did. I saw people bitch out, and like, it's okay. And even to say bitch out, I don't mean that when it was rightfully so, in the sense that I understand why people did that. There was a lot of emotions. If you invested in too much, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's crazy. Like, it's crazy to think about. So, but that's why I'm like, it's good. It's very, very good. And we're all doomed. Yeah. I mean, we kept buying shit, but like, I was not optimistic. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's why I felt bad. I was like, I know I should have bought certain things, and we did, but then it was just like, I knew like a lot of it, the disconnect was real. Like, people didn't want to buy it. The likelihood of people missing out on some of the best plays, it was there, because it was just like, you know, I didn't think, again, I was just going through the bargain bin ready to buy low quality shit just in case things got worse, and they ended up becoming great. So that's what I'm saying there. Just keep in mind with all of it. But it's just like, that was something that turned off a lot of people, and I saw it, you know. I got to see a lot of people turn around. I got to see some people turn up, but that's where it was just like, wow. So I'm very excited with what I've seen. The bonds are reacting to earnings. I think earnings now, and then even after the inflation stuff, it's not getting people there. There's China's movement and stimulus, and people are losing faith and hope in that. And then just in the last, I mean, guess what? It's low key been underneath the surface. I said it 3 times in the morning, even on the watch list. You got to realize what's happening. This whole week has been new high, new high, new high, all about the earnings, new high, earnings, new high, earnings, bad earnings, new high, no new high, earnings, right? But what has happened the whole week and a half? Every economic data set has missed, and that has also moved a lot. So that was underneath the surface, and then now throw on top of it earnings not being as good. Well, why wouldn't earnings be as good? Maybe earnings were good, but not that good because interest rates are 6%. But now I think that kind of factored into the bonds, and then UATA comments, and then the yen giving back up too. It's kind of all feeding into that, but bonds are just getting knocked. But that's kind of fine. in a weird way. I don't think it changes things, and we've seen these already. But just to give you an idea, there's a lot of things moving around, and that's what earnings does to us, though. Earnings gets us hyper focused on earnings, ignore the other stuff. Once it's a bad earnings, we get distracted, and then we go back to the earnings next week. So it's going to play with that. Buying bonds would do bad data because safety. Well, look at the data. Go just put up the charts. I mean, I could do it with you now because the data missed expectations, but everything was like lukewarm. That's why the Lord spits out lukewarm. So does the market and the bonds. Low key. Because look it's still bad. These are just data today, but do you see what I'm saying? It's missing the economist estimates, but it's not getting better or worse than where it's kind of already been at. So this is saying rates need to go higher. So this is why they're not panic buying the bonds on quote-unquote bad data. So like I'm saying, it's coming in a little bit softer on these different fronts. Let me see, like even jobless claims, a little softer, but it's nothing's higher or lower to a very new degree. I guess jobless claims, but even not there. Where's the data yesterday? But like we had manufacturing, right? I think even building permits kind of high. You see, nothing's new. So it's like we've already been there, and it's kind of the same situation of the last quarter that highlights, okay, maybe they can, the economy's not dying, but then that means they need to tighten up a little bit. So again, even industrial production, where's the year over year? This one dropped a little bit on the PPI, remember? And that we had the reaction, but then all the other stuff, it just kind of starting to fade. But I think we're going to balance between it. So just no new lows on the data, but it's missing expectations. So that's where it's like we're kind of in a weird purgatory. And then Powell and earnings all next week. VIX no good no more. VIX, Habibi, VIX. You don't know the VIX. BTAI on the low now? Oh, no, that was GFAI. I was like, what? It's like, no way that's hitting a low. Yeah, GFAI is still holding up. Where's BSG? Terror Squad. Right below 150. Test net. Netflix kind of came up a little bit, but they're all struggling. VIX should be. I think it's there. I closed my. I would have killed it on the Netflix short, but I closed it yesterday because the pre-run up. I hated it. That was a nightmarish pre-run up. After running up for 100 days, but I only made $50. I would have made $2,000 if I held it, but it wasn't worth the risk to me. Because even then, the earnings because think about it, dude. All of this shit's a trip, dude. Netflix came out with 6 million subscribers. I was telling you if that number comes above 5, it's going to rocket. But then again, I couldn't have forecasted that revenue wouldn't have gone up off of 6 million new subscribers. So it's like that. I think the earnings wasn't bad, and like there was so much risk associated with it. But I still feel the same way. I think it could hold up some of the gains. They didn't do bad, but like they didn't do $500 good. But if that revenue went up, they would have done $500 good. That's just the weird part that people want answers to. Does the bond stock correlation tell you anything today? Not really. I mean, NASDAQ is even down more than the bonds. I think the bonds reacted a little bit today. That's the key, is that today you got a reaction on tech in the bonds. It seems like that's my opinion. That's the one new thing I could take in bond land today, is that you know tech and bonds kind of got a wake up call today. Your first bad earnings, or in the sense earnings not going through the roof, people kind of took a step back and said, well, yeah, maybe we're at 6% interest or whatever. So that's the only thing I could take away from it. Otherwise, the shapes are the same. If anything, the tech is vomiting more than the bonds, and then bonds are still outpacing the S&P. We got a little bit of that rotation, so that's pretty much about it. U.S. Federal Aviation seeks to boost in-person worker for teleworkers to at least 3 times per week. What is that? In-person work for teleworkers? Would you sell Bill once the Fed decides to pivot? Hell yeah. No questions asked. Once those interest rates go down, dude, we're never going to talk about Bill again. Even then, I hope you realize Bill is the best place to put your money when you wait. Whether you waited too long or whether you waited for a quarter and then bought the dip. Even now, if you never got in or you're waiting for your next move, as long as short-term interest rates are at a 30-year high, you should be putting your money in that while you're waiting. So I like it, but the minute they cut rates and rates go down, it's done. Interest rates could come down, yes, apparently. You know, believe it or not, we've spent decades at 0. It's crazy.
So I hope you can kind of guide.
What's this? Nobody knew, though. I said start with shares. And they said they already have, so I just said, you know, just make sure you understand the basics of an option. And then swing trading, you could swing trade with shares. At that point, it's not even, it's going to be the same thing. Just lower your time frames and what you kind of expect there. But we could talk. I said even then, if you have specific questions or examples, like even other plays, you could ask me about stuff I've done. And, you know, a real-life example is always the best. So I'm going to go to the bathroom. Follow me on Instagram, at The Trading Fraternity. Okay, Tesla's hitting a new low. SPY's even breaking down a little bit. Hot dog. I'll be right back.
The other day that actually got a car delivered in an hour and 59 minutes after placing the order, which is pretty remarkable. So, you know, we're trying to give customers a huge selection with our online model and then build all of our operations and processes in a way that allow them to not only have that huge selection, but also get the car very quickly. And I think that's something we're very proud of.
How much do you expect buyers to embrace the online-only model? I mean, you know, a lot of people want to go into a dealership, kick the tires, look under the hood, or they have in the past. How much do you see that changing? For example, in terms of a percentage of all sales, where do you expect it to go?
Sure. So I think different people like different things, and they'll continue to like different things. I think what we're proud of is that we're giving customers a different kind of offering. They can go to our website. They can buy a car. You know, we've had people buy cars on our website and schedule delivery in as little as 10 or 15 minutes. And then, as I just told you, our fastest delivery was an hour and 59 minutes after that. So it can be very fast. It can be very easy. They get a huge selection of cars, tens of thousands. They generally save money. We offer our cars at lower prices than most of our competitors because our business model enables us to do that. And so it's a different kind of offering for you know, different preferences, and different people are different. But the great news is, you know, today we're about 1% of the market. So I think our view is that, you know, when you say you can get a broader selection and you can save money, you can save time, there's probably more than 1% of people that want to do that.
All right, I'm looking for Dodge Challenger RT Scat Pack wide body. They're not super easy to find at dealers near me, so I may look to a dealer in California. Is that what people are increasingly doing, and do you expect it to be maybe 2% of the market in, say, by 2025, 3% of the market by 2025?
Well, what I would say is, you know, we've, you know, at various times we've had in some of our older markets market shares already above 3.5% and growing very quickly. And I think, you know, our product offering is only getting better. I think customers are only getting more comfortable online. And so I think our view would be you know, much larger than that over time. We'll have to see exactly where it goes, but I think, again, the benefits are not being online. Online is something that enables customers to save money, to save time, and to have a huge selection, so we're more likely to find that scat back for you. So I think that's what customers are really looking for, and we're trying to provide it.
You've had to pull back by your inventory, I see from our reporting, by more than 50%. Are you going to be able to bring that back? Because obviously you want to offer a broad array of vehicles for customers to choose from.
Yeah, for sure. I think, 2022 was about getting back in balance after car prices went up and interest rates went up, and it made cars unaffordable for customers and slowed down their purchases. And I think we've done that. I think that's why our results, have been so positive recently. But I think undoubtedly, as we turn back to growth, which we will do in due time, we will certainly want to grow our inventory and give customers an even broader selection. But even today, with the pullback in inventory size to get back in balance, we're offering customer selection of tens of thousands of cars. So it's still a pretty great place to go check out.
I saw a figure that your total debt load was about $2,000 a car in the last quarter. I'm wondering what it looks like now after this deal and where you want to see it.
Sure. At a high level, I think it probably decreased by 15 to 20%. And again, I would go back to the answer I provided before.
I don't think he wanted to answer that.
I think the most important thing we can do as a company is just keep delivering great customer
experiences.
This is
Carvana, chairman and CEO.
I think the capital choices we'll make over time, but I think that's very secondary to just building the core business in the best way we possibly can.
So, before this happened, obviously there was a lot of speculation in the market. People were worried that you were on the brink of filing. Now you've been thrown this lifeline. Can you say now that we're past that sort of crisis point? Does this allow you to avoid any chance of bankruptcy in the future?
I'll say more than that. I think we were never there. I think drama always finds a bigger audience than reality, which can sometimes be a bit more boring. But we always had a great business. We were always making a ton of progress. We continued to do so.
Sorry, you had lenders negotiating.
This is a great transaction
I feel you.
I
like the confidence, but I don't.
I think we're in much better shape than
I like the answer, but I'm just
believed before. And we're going to work hard to be in even better shape in the future. So we'll just keep improving.
In terms of
we weren't
costs,
even worried.
Ernie, I wonder. Do the people of
there was like a $1 billion note like being renegotiated, sir.
Right now,
we weren't worried.
Go for the single instead of the suite? Do you fly commercial instead of private? Do you do everything you can as a company to bring those costs down?
I think that there's no doubt that we can do more, we should do more, and we have done a lot. I think one of the lessons that I'll take from 2022 is that pressure is very valuable because it drives discipline, and that discipline isn't just where you're spending money, it's also where you're spending time, which is very, very important. And I think an advantage that every startup has when they first start out is they always feel a lot of pressure. There's a lot of milestones they're trying to hit. It's really tough, and I think as a result of that pressure, productivity per person is very, very high. And I think when you get to become a bigger company, you don't mean to. People are working hard, they're focused, but I do think pressure tends to alleviate slowly but surely. And I think, in a way, we may thank the world for providing more pressure on top of us in 2022, because I do think it made us better, and I think we're going to try to maintain that footing that it forced us into, because
we still would have went up, but not this much.
Ernie, what do you say to the shorts? I saw a report, I think, by S3 Partners yesterday that almost 50% of your stock was shorted. What do you say to them, or do you thank them? Because it does look like short covering is a big part of the huge run-up we've seen in the price.
Oh, I don't know. I think our job is to build the business. I think there's a place in the market for shorts, right? They look for opportunities where they think things are overvalued, and they decide to take that view. That's their position to take. We got to do our thing and build the business. So I think, I've got no advice for them. Nothing positive, productive, or useful.
But you're out with more stock as part of this deal. I assume.
I honestly like him a little better though than most of the CEOs.
Lower debt even further.
He doesn't piss me off too much. To be honest,
the pain of the bondholders enough.
He's dumped a shit ton on you, but he doesn't piss me off for some reason.
You can ask the sum of them. I think last year was a tough year for sure, and I think we're on the comeback trail now, and I think all stakeholders are pretty happy, I think, today. So I think that's the good news.
I did see that 8 analysts now, in the course of 24 hours, have boosted their price targets. You're trading right now
if you
for
close
just
your
under 50
eyes,
at $47.23.
He sounds like an excited Mark Zuckerberg.
Do you have any idea where the stock's going to be, say, in a year's time, Ernie?
No idea whatsoever. But we're going to do the best to make the company as best
sound like
we can.
AI Mark Zuckerberg
and I think the markets can figure out exactly
PCP.
where the stock goes.
That's probably the smartest answer. I really appreciate your time, Ernie. Thanks so much for joining us. Oh, you know what? Since you're in Arizona, I do actually have one more question. It has been hot there. And in fact, I think I read that...
All right, shut up. Thank you. Tesla is dying. It's not bringing Netflix with it, so now I think Tesla's down more because Netflix had a little. They're about the same. They're matched up. BSGM is running, so we're back to break even, or I was for a second. I-bonds, I think I-bonds are useless now. Inflation dropped. I think you might get, I don't know, check the total return, but I don't even think it matters as much. I don't think I-bonds offer the same appeal. Because remember, I-bonds are linked to inflation. So when inflation was at 10%, you were getting 10% before the bill was ever yielding anything close to 5. It keeps, just give it, somebody said it this morning, they said 3-day rule with earnings. You know, maybe give it like a 48-hour rule. Like earnings, they got to, sometimes they'll bounce right away, but then sometimes it'll just tweak out throughout the day. But like there's reaction that needs to digest through all of it. So even like Netflix, Tesla, and then all of the other stuff we got coming out. DG, Dollar General on the high. That's killing it. Again, staples all day, value. That's it. I have had Section 8 tenants, yes. I think I have a couple now, and then I used to have a lot more, but then, you know, like, a lot of people don't, like, Section 8 is a renter. It's not necessarily the property, and there's some properties that more commonly are Section 8, but, like, I had properties that were rented out by Section 8 renters, and then a couple years later, down the road, as the areas would change and develop, I mean, now they're rented out, but it's non-Section 8. So that's happened to a lot of my properties. Garcia says company, yeah, never. That was a great quote. He said, I would go as far to say we were never worried. Sir? Answer, hope I'm not brave. I got you, bro. Let me know if anything specific. Again, good option trading tutorial in the description. It's a good one for understanding, for sure. Testing. Where's Banks? Are they still killing it? Yeah, dude. JP Morgan's still at the high. Again, regionals are there. I don't invest in penny stocks in the sense of like long term. I try not to trade them, but like, I mean, I'm in BSGM. That's a penny stock, I think. We traded a couple, so not against flips, but I don't really, there hasn't been too many companies that I've like added to my, I don't think ever, that I've added to my long term as like a penny stock and it like made me money. I guess I bought Netflix, but not when it was a penny stock. Netflix, I think, is your only story of like a true OTC stock becoming a behemoth and like actually becoming successful on like a massive scale. I got a BSGM, yeah, this morning. I liked the news. I was like, dude, NVIDIA partnership, what? The other one got the partnership, they went up 60%. But I'm like, this thing hasn't even like broke out comparatively, and then it's the most volume. I just think there's a lot of toxic debt, and I remember flipping this company and getting clapped on it. We played this one back in the day. I think we walked away with free shares and profit at one point, but I think there's just a lot of trash behind it. But I thought that news would have hyped it, so I'm still in it. Oh, Biden, yeah, can I tell you about the stock market? Yeah, what the fuck? Were you talking shit? Huh? Yeah, where you at, Donald? Where's Donald at, huh? You said you're gonna fucking crash the economy. Now what, bitch? How many 52-week highs, huh? Count it. How many? How many? 1, 2, 3 every day. Every day. I gotta stop counting. I can't even count that high. See, I told you. It's fine. We built it back. The market went down and we build back better. What are you crying about? Look at that. Boom. Just like that. I'm gonna go gamble with D Lucky. Boom, just like that. Boom, economy, green show. What, you're going to lose your job? Fuck you. Nobody lost a job. Yeah, exactly. What, Sam Bankman what? Exactly, you're fine. What are you crying about? Get back to work. Get back out there. Do your thing. Nothing, everything's great. Yeah.
Workers, boilermakers, electricians. In fact, this shipyard runs an apprentice program giving workers the skills to do these jobs. They can earn up to $100,000 a year. And you don't need a college degree. Just a few years ago, this shipyard was down to a handful of workers. As these guys know, I've been coming here for a long, long time, since 1973, when it was a Navy shipyard. And a lot of us wondered whether it would still be here, didn't we? A lot of us wondered 15, 10, 12 years ago. Well, let me tell you, It's coming alive again. Just this week, my administration completed review.
LVMH share buyback program. I think they got clapped the other day.
It's part of the
There's an
National
ADR.
Project Labor Agreement with the building trades. I want to thank the AFL-CIO President Liz Schuler for personally getting that done. Together, we're transforming the country, not just through manufacturing, but also rebuilding our infrastructure. We need to have the best infrastructure in the world if we're going to lead the world. We used to be number one. We now rank number 13 in the world. Highways, bridges, how can we be number one in the world?
You invented the chip. Fuck it. How?
Economically.
You invented the chip.
We can have the best economy without having the best infrastructure. So the bipartisan infrastructure law, which a number of our colleagues did vote for on both sides of the aisle, I've already announced 35,000 projects in 4,500 communities all across America, proving we can do big things. By the way, right here in Philly, we're going to build $1 billion tunnels underneath the water as you go from Amtrak station heading north. It's going to increase the speeds of trains. Be able to go through at 100 miles an hour instead of 30. And guess what?
I like
you
that.
Get to point A to point B.
Yeah,
you can do it on rail,
increase the speed
people leave their cars
of
home.
trains.
It saves money.
Yeah.
It saves the environment.
Yeah.
There's no better example than here in
Nothing.
Philadelphia. A tanker truck crashed, closed the key stretch of I-95 last month. You remember that? 150,000 vehicles crossed that part of the highway. 150,000 every single day. With leadership of Governor Shapiro, Casey, Fetterman, Boyle, Kenny, it opened in less than 2 weeks. Hear that? 2 weeks. Congratulations, Mr. Mayor. I mean, think about it. All kidding aside, we were saying that on the bridge, people were looking at us like, oh God, here they go again. It's a record time, and guess what? Used materials from right here in Pennsylvania. All that crushed glass, all that base, and it was done with union work. Also announced $78 million for safety improvements along Roosevelt Boulevard here in Philly, from North Broad to the Bucks County line. Between 2012 and 2021, accident along that stretch of highway killed 119 people. And I don't know how many injured. 119 died. Nearly 1 in 3 Philadelphians lives within a mile of there. Thousands of families will benefit when we make that a hell of a lot safer. Removing every single lead pipe in America, including an estimated 20,000 lead pipelines here in Philly, and thousands of lead pipes in school fountains all across America, including here in Philadelphia. There are risks to everyone's health, especially our children. We're making investments like this in communities all across the country, in red states, blue states, it doesn't matter. I'm president for everybody. And I said that no matter whether they voted for me or against me, I'd make sure we change this. You can see exactly where this money's going if you're interested. Go to invest.gov and find out what's happening in your community. Because we talked about, remember Infrastructure Week? Well, we have infrastructure a decade. And guess what?
You prick. Guess what? No, I'm not done. Shut up.
It's committed $1 trillion.
Bitch.
$300 billion.
Yeah, carrying it.
And guess what else?
Yeah, what else?
I lowered the federal deficit by $1.7 trillion
Me,
in the first
baby,
2
me.
years.
How'd you
can
do?
do both.
Yeah, all of it.
Yeah,
clap a little bit. Fuck you.
The reason I'm saying this is we've operated on principles that haven't been working. My Invest in America agenda also had another transformative impact.
Hey, I made a play though.
All those members
so don't
of
trade it.
Congress
Not a
who voted against the
recommendation.
bill
I
suddenly
spent
realized it's pretty
$65 on a
they're
next
bragging
week
about it.
Broadcom for the
I found it
rebalance.
interesting.
So
As
you
you may
will
have
only
seen,
one. It's a lotto play.
apparently 40
$60
million people watched.
next week.
Marjorie
Broadcom
Taylor
they
Greene,
gain
a
the
very
most from the
conservative gentle
rebalance.
lady from the state of Georgia said Biden is doing things like Roosevelt and it goes on the line as if in creating these jobs, and he thinks that. I thought that was. I never had an endorsement from him before.
Bro,
can you
they
sign?
refused to say Nixon.
Every Republican,
Whether
every single
it's
Republican voted against
Bloomberg or the White House, nobody. Why can't? Is Nixon a bad word? They do not want to repeat Nixon out loud in any comparison. It's amazing.
The act was to repeal the clean energy provisions. That's why they voted no. It didn't stop them from claiming credit. Now the billions of dollars and thousands of jobs are coming to their states. Then there's a distinguished senator from Alabama, a former coach of a winning football team at University of Alabama, Senator Tuberville. You know, the one who's blocking the nominations of America's finest military leaders, jeopardizing our national security over domestic social issues. Well, he's also strongly opposed to the bipartisan infrastructure law. And now I listen to him on television. He voted against it, and here's what he says now. Great to see Alabama receive critical funds to boost ongoing broadband efforts. He thought it was a bad idea to invest in that. But now it's coming to Alabama. And hot damn boys, good thing. Look, I'm glad the senator's coming around on the infrastructure law, but I'm not going to let up until he comes around in the critical military nominations as well. Let me close with this. I'm not here to declare victory. We got a long way to go in the economy. But I'm here to say we have more work to do. We have a plan that's turning things around pretty quickly. Bidenomics is just another way of saying restore the American dream. 40 years of trickle-down economic and Democrat and Republican administrations limited the dream to those at the top. But I believe every American willing to work hard should be able to get a job no matter where they live, in the heartland, in a small town, in big cities, to raise their kids on a good paycheck, keep roofs over their head where they grew up, be able to stay there. My dad used to have an expression, I swear to God this was an expression, as kids growing up. This is how he'd say, Joey, a job's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about your dignity. It's about respect.
You know this
It's about
shit.
being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey, it's going to be okay. And he meant it. He never got to go to college, but he meant it. He worked like hell. Jobs are about dignity. That's the American dream. That's Bidenomics, and rooted in what always worked best for this country. Investing in America.
Dog, the rebrand is great. They really took that. They turned Boeing 737 MAX into the safest airplane. You know? I love it. Gotta love it. Yeah, it's okay. It's good, though. It's good. I think things are chilling out, though, in the market. Bonds, right? Maybe I spoke too soon. But if bonds calm down here, we're kind of chilling out. It's 10:30, Chad. So we've got. I should have got a carbo during that. How come I did not? Oh, he's still talking. Let me go get a carbo. Wait, hold on. I'm a fool. How foolish. I should have got a car. It's all right. I didn't realize it was 10:30. Today's flying by, bro. It's flying by again. Here, get a little more. Get a little more of your homie.
The longest time.
The longest.
We've been told to give up on manufacturing in America. How many times have you heard, read the paper the last 25 years, we can never lead the world of manufacturing again? Well, we are and we will. We'll never believe that. I've never believed it, and I don't think most of you did. This nation used to lead the world of manufacturing. We're going to do it again. I know the people of this country, and I can say honestly, I have never been more optimistic about America's future than I am this very day. I swear to God. I've long said to other world leaders, and I know almost every one of them personally, met them, it's never been a good bet to bet against America. It's never, never, never. You just have to remember who we are.
I'm sensing we invented the chip.
The United States of America,
Come on.
there's nothing
come on.
beyond our capacity.
Tell us what we made. Tell them what we made.
God bless you all, and may God protect
No.
us. This is a new day. We're going to have more work to do.
Gosh, no. Where's the computer? We invented it. Damn it. Damn. Anyways, he's getting hyped. Yeah. A lot of things. Coinbase on the low now. So watch. I was thinking if bonds chill out there. I had to go grab my carbo. He didn't. Coinbase flushing actually into the low. Maybe it looks a little bit more dramatic on the low ticker. So MPW, yeah, first drop there, down one. Again, real estate's dead. I was saying it from the morning. They're outpacing already, so keep that in mind. Jeffrey gonna get banned. Yeah, it's fine. Why? You could just, I love it. I'm appreciative. That's it.
What do you mean? Let's go ban him for Biden so I could get up on here and I could tell you about my re-election campaign. Did you hear about this Satan? Look at this Satan already running out of money. Did he take his 2 donors and lost the money? Did he spend it? He probably spent it at Disneyland. He probably got married at Disneyland and spent the rest of the money on a funnel cake. I don't know. Yeah.
What are you talking about, Anna? There's no place in this conversation. I've been telling them to get to the yards, and nobody has got to the yards. They're selling the bond. They don't believe me. What are you talking about? There's no place in this until we get on a Netflix show. So that's it, man. Nah, man. So you guys, like, I love you. You know that? You guys know that, right? I love you, Chad. Like the video. I'm complimenting you and then telling you to like the video, but just like for real, I love you, Chad, because anywhere else in the world, right? Just hear me out. Anywhere else in the world, this whole little like voice thing, you know, and like doing the voices and all of that is insanity. This is not socially acceptable anywhere. Do you know that, right? Okay, because I had this, my girl showed me this video yesterday of like a guy going up in front of like America, like American Idol type thing with like a Simon Cowell, you know? And then this guy starts like just doing this like Barbie world voice thing, you know, and then everyone is just looking at him like he's insane. And like halfway through watching that, I'm like, I wonder what would happen if I did that with all of my voices. And then I realized, I was like, nah, you cannot bust into more than 2 voices and have it be okay. Just in any circumstance. There's no other circumstance where you break out more than 2 voices, like randomly, spontaneously. There's just no way, no instance where that is acceptable. If you really think about it, if you could find it, I'll be impressed. Yeah, the Tucker SPAC. We should have played that. I mean, we had it at 10 for a little bit, but I don't like the SPACs. But Carvana a little bit. I mean, I didn't not like the CEO. You know, like I liked what's his name? I like Carvana's CEO just by hearing him on finance television. I like him better than Redfin CEO, just at that very surface level. But other than that, I don't know. I think they're going to go through it. I think they got another downgrade this morning. SAP going, what about Oracle? Ernie Garcia III. What a name. Oracle. Oracle is down too. SAP dropped 5. That's pretty big. Wait, what? Who got hospitalized? I'm confused. Oh, yeah, and then, dude, the Nixon thing is kind of funny. Bro, I noticed it today. I think I don't know if it's coincidence or today, but we were watching Bloomberg, and there was a very good fill in the blank where Nixon would have been there, and they talked about everybody but Nixon. They talked about the 80s. They talked about the 60s. They refused to say Nixon. I just thought it was funny. And then even during that speech, again, he brought up another, and I'm pretty sure the lady in that quote he mentioned, I'm not sure, you could fact check it, but I'm pretty sure she mentioned Nixon, and then again, they wouldn't do it. Oh, Carvana CEO went to Stanford. I don't trust him now. Yeah, they got a little, Stanford is just a gang. That's all I've learned. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't, like, they're smart. Like, you know, like, it's a very sophisticated organization, and I think they're very powerful people, but that's it, though. It's like, I don't even see it as a school anymore. It's just a gang. Like, you got Bloods, Crips, and Stanford. That's it. It's the type of gang Sam Bankman would join. I'm just saying. I love Stanford. I don't think no disrespect. I'm just saying I didn't know they had gang activities. That's all. You know, they protect their people. They're very, like, you know what I'm saying? They're in there. There's a lot of, like products and companies emerge. Like they're really tight knit. It's a nice network. It's a nice organization network. Rico, what? I don't know, but anyways. Stanford and Sons. The skeleton news at Berkeley? Nah, I did not. I represent the best alma mater that I think describes me perfectly. You know, I like investments and I like to party and have fun, and I'm just average enough to take advantage of all of it and live my life, and that's it. I went to the University of Arizona. That's it. I went to a party school, dog. That's it. You see, I'm right there in the middle. Like, that's it. No, I didn't. You know, everything makes sense. It checks out with me. I'm like smart enough and sketchy enough where all of that lines up and adds. I met other party people. I met other people who were rich enough to go to school, but they were not smart enough to go anywhere else, and they did want to party. So that's all I'm saying. Like, it fits, and then no crazy like gang activity, but that's all, bro. That's it. Easy. I love Arizona. Your oldest daughter's at Stanford. She's probably going to be okay. And honestly, tell her to make sure she taps that alumni network. Like, seriously. Just get involved with all of that. Whatever she's going to do with her career. Hopefully she makes friends with the, like, I didn't know they do. It runs deep. So, run it. I went to Hustlers University.
I tell you went to Hustlers. Was it Donald? Did Donald tell you that this guy, he went to Hustlers University? That's where we all graduated from. And then also Trump University.
Was it a boomer who told you that? That's a boom. I feel like boomers love that. They're like, you went to Hustler University. And I'm like, you grew up without color television. Okay, I love you, man. I love you, my boomers. It's okay. I'm one of you now. The young people are just too stupid to tell. So now I'm a boomer now too. All right, bro? So it's fine. I bought Bitcoin at 300. I'm a boomer. Ain't that fucked? You grew up without color TV. You grew up with FM and AM radio, man. And that's crazy. That was like a new development. I'm sorry. I'm just roasting y'all too hard for my old boomers out there. But the young guys just don't get it. They don't get it. Community college stand up. Hell yeah, bro. Hell yeah. Where's lending tips at? LT will tell you. I love it. That's the best part about the real estate course. In the one part of the real estate section, I think lending tips is transcripts are there. You know that? I think it took lending tips 8 years to get his associate's degree, to give you context. So good job. Amen. You could do it either way. That's all on you. You know what I'm saying? Middle daughter is at Yale. Dude, God bless you. You're producing some smart-ass children over here. You got to give some of the parenting playbook to the Chads. That's it. Hopefully, that's just the only risk is that they come out of those institutions like hating you, and that's all. But other than that, like, cause that's it. Like, that's very impressive, and I respect it. So tell them to uphold the academia and continue to think from themselves. But they're already on a very good path, and that's very impressive. I like it, and even shout out to the parents, bro. How you get 2 of them out there? How you get 2 kids in an Ivy League, man? That's good for you. You said your kids are dumb. Okay. So there's another parenting success story. Amen. Okay, that's for the other side of it, you know? Chad has everything. The Chad is college-age children? Yeah, several Chads. So you better step your game up and watch your mouth. Amen. Stop wasting your time. Get the long term. Somebody's listening to me, young guys. I don't know what you're doing. I get the fucking long term. That's it. Stop playing around now. Yeah, you got to realize it. Man. Yeah, I don't know. Just me and my sister, because me and my sister are close in age. She didn't go to I guess she just went to decent schools. She went to schools in San Francisco. But it's just crazy. I said it the other day, like we grew up the same. But just like it's because she's very educated. And I love it. I'm a big fan of education. It just has the pervasiveness of politics And if you're educated enough to understand what I'm saying, it's fucking wicked now, even to how it's like affected institutions and like learning institutions. But it's just crazy because I'm like, sometimes I'm like, with my sister, I'm like, we grew up the exact same, and it's wild our kind of our views on things sometimes. But then again, like she had a different, I think, schooling and deeper schooling level. Make sure they don't look at you and say, why you didn't buy Meta at 100? Damn. Just get the long term. Indoctrination. Well, it's always been like that. Like, that's the, like, to be fair. School system indoctrinating our children? Oh, well, duh. But, like, it used to just be, like, I don't know, in the academic sense. Like, I was encouraged when I was in college to challenge things. They still had that. I was able to challenge still. I feel like I was one of the last I think the last 2 graduating classes after me, they were the last ones to get it. And then, but after that, it turned into like, it's not even challenged. And like, there is a limit now that you're taught in education to what to challenge and how to challenge. And some things are off limits, which wasn't really, you know, in the academic sense. It was, I mean, you were supposed to prove it. That's all. Again, that's why they told me not to believe in God. That's why, again, even growing up, I did, as I fell more into academics, I did fall out of spirituality. And it's just like, but it wasn't like, as I've seen more and more of, and like, I know people in college now too, masters and younger, and it's just like, there is a limit to it now. And that's why it's, the old spirit of academics has changed a little bit in that sense. So that's why. But even then, though, there is, that being said, I don't think it ever, like, it doesn't it pollutes the well, but it's not as if just, there's still an importance for education, though. That everything I just said, you know? So don't ever let that outweigh. And that's why I say I'd love it. I'd love to hear it. Well, it definitely, just challenge. Amen. Prove it. Evidence. That's coming from the Jesus dude, so I hope you could back some shit up, man. Like, that's the craziest part about all of it. That's why I'm like, man, it's fucked up. Oh, man. Your coach just walked around with paddles? Okay. So you were in that, like, pre-color TV generation then? That's crazy. I didn't grow up where they could hit you. I was not out of that era. I was in the era where if your parents were hitting you, it was still like generally acceptable. And then like, you know, but like I wasn't in the era where like the school people were shocked. They're like, "Oh, your parents hit you?" I'm like, "Yeah." What? But we didn't have it where the school people had the disciplinary authority. You were in kindergarten? No, Marcus, I thought you were young. I swear you're like younger. I think you're younger than me. No way. In kindergarten? Oh yeah, you're right. Sitting is the new smoking. I agree, dude. I'm standing my ass up. Get up. Let's go. Move around. Relax the eyes. Stare at an object. Just do 1 push-up for me. Come on. If you've never done a push-up, do 1. Do a jumping jack, dude. Like, you don't want to do a jumping jack? Come on, how could you're telling me right now on this day here after earnings, you know today was the moon landing day as well. You don't want to do a jumping jack, just 1? Like you haven't done a push-up, you've heard jog, like literally I'm lifting. I don't think you realize, like man, just come on, just do a jumping jack. Just move up, just stand up. Do a fake squat, just do an invisible one. You know what I'm saying? Smoking makes you look cool. You definitely grew up without color television. Yeah, bro. Smoking is not cool anymore. Back in the day, it was cool. They got nicotine addictions, dog. This ain't even, it ain't even to be cool, bro. You look dumb as hell. Everybody knows it. It's not, we're past that now. You know what Lending Tips calls vapes? Lending Tips calls vapes a word that starts with a D and ends with a dough. And he says, y'all walk around with those and just like, that's what he calls them. It's not, I don't think it's even cool. It's just like, it's a straight addiction, like dopamine and lots of other things going. Like, that's it, man. It's a delivery device that is just turned hardcore. Shout out to Altria, not really. And then they banned it, but then it's all China and it's really weird. But still, man. Vape liquid has 4 ingredients, 3 of which you consume on a daily basis. And then the final active ingredient, cocaine. No, man. I get it. The final ingredient is nicotine, man. He's like, all it is water, sugar, and amphetamine. Very simple. 2 out of 3 you are used to. The third one would just wake you up a little bit. No, but actually I think nicotine, though, isn't like... I think nicotine purely is just different than the other shit. But I'm not a fucking scientist. Yeah, I'll figure that out. I hope you Google something. HGMP is down 2%. I don't see anything breaking on there. Let's check. Round 2. 725. Millennium Partners. Is that old? Oh, Irish Takeover Panel. This is a buyout deal again thing. Yeah. There's something with it. Remember, we've been seeing this. So be careful. Vapes kill you, but you at least look... No, but you don't even look cool. That's... Oh, I don't think you feel me. I don't think you feel me. What if you vape without nicotine? You probably have an addictive personality. It's like, that's cool, but like you addicted to something. It's not nicotine. It's just, I think it's the hand-mouth connection. What do they call it? Like, go just chew something, bro. All right, man. See, I got some curls in there too. That was a quick one. Oral fixation. There it is. That's what it's called. Am I addicted to the market? Yeah, easily. Easily. That's what sucks. Like, I guess sometimes I have a trading addiction, but then again, like, I don't even give myself enough money to go crazy. But I'm in front of this every day, every time, like, even after. But I love it. I don't know. I think it's just it's a part of me. It's not. I don't know how to explain it in that sense. Where, so I don't know. I think I got some of it, but it is an addiction. You know, first step is always admitting, and that's it. So I'll never get caught. I don't like getting caught thinking I don't have something. There's certainly worse addictions. Nah, not really. I don't know. You gotta watch out, dude. I had a funny story. I was thinking about it because I wanted to well, I wanted to buy a monkey. Okay, I want a monkey. I really do, because my girlfriend, she keeps saying get a dog, and I'm allergic to dogs and other things, and there is a monkey that I would not be allergic to. And, like, I'm just telling her to go hard or go home. And, like, seriously, I'm like, hey, let's just get a monkey. Like, fuck out of here. And then I'm like, yeah, bro, it's a lot of work. But I'm like, yo, I could get this motherfucker on my shoulder all day. I'm going to be like Aladdin. That's totally fitting. And then I'm going to just, bro, if I teach him up and down in red and green, we're on to something. You know what I'm saying? We're on to something. All I got to teach him is up and down, red and green, and I'm here 7 hours a day. So if I just teach him that, we got something. You seriously. Yeah, I could work with that. So I wanted to do that, right? But then, like, I was telling my girlfriend this, and she's like, well, what are you going to do? How would you teach him? I'm like, bro, he'll just sit there. He makes a noise on a play. Once he knows up and down, and then we reward him with bananas, right? So we were talking about this. And I was like, okay, like, let's say he hits a trade, the monkey that I'm going to train, right? I know this sounds ridiculous, but follow with me. Trust me. It gets better. I'm like, he hits a trade. I got to give him a banana. But I have to give him a banana that's accordance to the level of profit that he hits, right? But then I started thinking about it. I'm like, well, what if he hits like a $5,000 or like a $20,000 trade? And then I'm like, I'm about to take this little baby monkey who just learned like 5 trades, and then after his 5th trade, I'm going to give him 20,000 bananas. What's he going to do to himself? And then I thought about it, and then I took a step back, and I said, wow, that's what we are doing every day to new people in the stock market. That's amazing. That's it. I said, that's all of our journeys in this. Think about it. And I'm like, what's happening to us? You just getting 20,000 bananas thrown at you. Do you know how to handle 20,000 bananas? Like, seriously, just sitting there, you go, and then and then you just like all this, and then that boom, your first trade, and then you're like, damn, I got all, like, dude, you would go crazy. So I'm like, dude, the market is vicious. Because I'm like, that little monkey would go nuts. I would ruin that little monkey's life. If I gave him 20,000, if he hit a trade and I gave him the profits of the in terms of bananas, he would go insane. I would be like, oh my gosh, Theta would kill the bananas. That's really funny. Because like, that's just how we are. You're like, Theta would kill it. I don't think he would. That's the thing. I think he would go nuts. And then imagine when he lost the bananas. If like, you know, and he has to put the bananas down and then he loses it after just having 20,000. You know what I'm saying? Like, dude, it's a mental fuck fest. So I just hope you know you're dealing with that, and depending on the level of training you have, I could only imagine. Like, seriously, I don't know. So you may think it's dumb and wild, but yeah, that's what I thought of the other day on the journey to purchasing a monkey. Mm-hmm. Short ladder attack the banana. Oh man. Would he save 10% of the bananas? I mean, no. Did you? Why are you? I'm just saying you're going to ask about this hypothetical monkey in the training, but I think it's a lot easier to just ask these questions about myself now that I think about it. Because the first 20,000 bananas I got, I didn't save 10. I didn't say, hey, let me take 10% of these bananas and put it in the corner. No, I said, I just got 20,000 bananas in 10 minutes. I did the math. I'd have 1 million bananas by the time I went to bed. Are you kidding me? So we have work to do. I was not thinking of any bananas in the other side. That's it. So it's a crazy world. But yeah. I think that might be a good segue into a PHILO. It's a good time. I was already 11. Wow. Just got here. Why are we talking about bananas? It may be easier to try to explain something with like orange juice futures to you right now. But let's just chalk it up to you're a little late. I can't. It's a lot. It's a long story, sir. It's 10:55. It's good time. You take delivery. If you do it, if you order it the right way with the right party on the back end, yes, you can. But if you buy on a retail level, on a general retail exchange, most futures, all of them are settled. They settle in cash, so you wouldn't get anything. I think you guys really want me to get a monkey now. That's what I'm sensing. I don't know. Monkey or bust. I think call real estate or bust, but monkey is pretty dope. It's a lot of work, though. I don't think I'm ready for a child. That's it. Lots of monkeys here at my place in Boston. Oh, yeah, Bruce. You have any monkey training experience? You could train a tiger. You could train a monkey, right? I hope that's not a flawed logic, because I really hope it holds. In my mind, I'd be like, I got this. I trained Simba since a child. I've fucking Curious George ain't got shit on me. You know? Amen. Amen. Yes. Yes, it's time for PHILO. Chattadonia. I hope you guys are living good. I hope you're feeling good. I hope you're ready for more. And I hope, even from the last PHILO, I hope no demoralization regardless. I hope more decisions and less demoralization. Amen, amen, amen. But today I got a little one for you, kind of. It just depends. I don't know how much we're going to talk about it, but I think you're going to like it. And I think this is a very good one. And I mean, if you like the little monkey thing, that was its own little mini PHILO in a weird way related to markets. But I don't know. I just got something for you to think about. And just to give you a little something, it kind of relates. I mean, I was talking to you in the morning. I was telling you stuff, stuff I want to work on, stuff I think I could do better, not as good, and all of that. And then even taking full responsibility, Can I throw that in there? I hope all of you take full responsibility for everything in your life. You know that? Hey, do you know what Earl Nightingale says? It's actually crazy. Earl Nightingale says a quote. It's a funny quote. Earl Nightingale says that he's the guy who says the strangest secret in the world, you become what you think about. Earl Nightingale also says everybody is self-made. Only the successful will admit it, though. That's a fire quote. People laugh to it. People clap to it. That's OG Earl. But it's a deeper meaning of responsibility. And saying that whatever it is, that's it goes into a lot of things, And it's just like you could take responsibility in many ways. You could have done something last week. Last week is, today is not last week. I get it, but it's like, well, are you doing the same thing? Did you learn from it? Do you know what you're doing? There's a lot of things just in all aspects of it, and it's great because you get power from it. I hope you realize it. And don't ever be afraid of it. That's a good thing to start with, okay? That's all. That's what I'm going to start with. But the real thing I wanted to tell you today, that was just actually a little side note, is I'm going to talk about, I guess, weeds. And not watering the weeds as we've talked about. It's funny, though, because it could relate, And like, yeah, we were talking, you said sharp tongue. I feel you. That's what I was saying earlier. It's like, I don't like clapping back, and it is something I know where I could work on, and I don't like doing it. But I'm like, sometimes I do put people in check, and it's like, sometimes it's not my responsibility. Sometimes it is, but I don't want it to be, But it relates to some of this, and it's beautiful. I love all of it. But you guys know what a weed is, right? Not like mota, not like weed stocks. I'm talking like a weed in your backyard. You ever see, some of you garden, you got nice plants, you hate weeds. But weeds. Just they grow up everywhere. Isn't it weird how if you look at a weed, they're everywhere. It doesn't take anything for a weed to grow. They will grow in between a sidewalk. It'll grow nothing. You don't need to water it. You don't need to fertilize it. You could do a lot of different things. Like if you think of it, but guess what? What's the thing about weeds? They're automatic. Really, no matter what, it's automatic. And you are coming down here. I'd watch the tech names, Meta, Tesla, and again, all of them, staples, foods coming up. But you haven't hit a new low yet. But the weeds, it's automatic. It grows. That's it. You don't need to do anything to grow weeds. But that's the whole difference, though. Like, what if you wanted to grow a nice plant, though? Where are my Chads who grow things? Isn't it like if you wanted to grow any other plant, you would have to care for it, give it the right water, sunlight. If it was going to be a nice flower, like what's a nice flower? Like an orchid? I don't know, sunflowers. Like you have to do stuff to it, though. But you couldn't just, isn't it funny, though, weeds are automatic. Weeds you don't have to do anything to. Any flower that you'd want that would enhance anything else or for whatever purpose you would use that plant for, borderline would take more work, and depending on what it is and what it gives you. Great. Do you get it? So, that is, the weeds are the analogy of the negativity and the negative thoughts that are naturally going to have happen with you. And this is why, as I say, in responsibility, and you got to take conscious efforts to plant and care whatever is coming through. Because guess what? Negative thoughts, doubt, hate, envy, greed, pride, go through the 7 sins. Anything. The first time you ever look at something and that first reaction and impulse that you get, more often than not, it's going to be a weed. Why? It's automatic. That's how we are as humans. You are more wired and likely, like again, when you start thinking sad, if you ever get depressed, if you're going through, like, think about it. It's automatic. I mean, in a weird way, you may have the habit of being depressed and you could feed that habit, but it's like, did anybody have to teach you how to be depressed? If you've ever gone through it? Did anybody have to teach you to be jealous? Like, did you have to care and work on your jealousy? Oh, stop it. Y'all don't feel me. Do you feel me? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, who taught you when you see somebody more or less than you and you react a certain way? That's a weed. No one taught you that. Instinct. You didn't work on it. It wasn't practice. You don't think about getting better at it. You may feed that habit, sure, but that's automatic. As you've gone on through life, your mom or dad didn't have to teach you that or anything. You may have learned it, observed it, other things, but at the end, it just comes to you automatic. So the whole idea is if you don't want those automatic things and like the things that come to us automatically, that means you're going to have to plant something and work a little bit different than it. It's like there has to be a conscious effort to know, wait, that my first automatic thought is a weed. Whereas it's like if I do want the thing that's going to make me productive, the thing that's going to take me where I need to go, that's going to be the best for me and the people around me, probably going to take more than the same effort as a weed would come up and bear fruit or whatever. So that was the main thing. And that's where I like the simple analogy of it. And like I was telling you in the morning, you know, it's a good thing. I could remind myself towards it, and I know what it is. You know, and that's why I was like, you know, I'll take responsibility, you know, whether somebody says I'm mean or not, whether they say it jokingly or not. It's like, I know. And I'm like, well, this is what I know I could work on. It's like, I'm way too happy to come off as mean for real. Like, but then at the same time, it's like, I've gone through a lot of shit, but it's like the way it comes down to it, it's like, yo, you could choose all these things, but are you letting automatic happen more, or are you actually giving an effort to the things you want to come to fruition in your life and the fruit you want to see and all those things around you? So I thought it was a good one, and I thought it was simple, and I really, really like it, and I hope it helps. And if I could give you a cherry on top, would you like a cherry on top? Can I give you something for everybody? I love this, man. And you heard it before maybe, but I got it for you. I got the last cherry on top. So I hope I started the other. I say, take responsibility, asshole, okay? Trust me. Don't be afraid of it. And I hope you get this main point here with the automatic weeds and make a non-automatic effort to fight the automatic. But the last part, and I hope this is good to end with and that you feel it, dude, things are going to get better if they are bad. And if things are good, things may change at one point. You need to really understand this. But things will always get better in a weird way. I know that sounds weird to some, but you have to start expecting it. And I just want you to understand it. It is because moments pass. They do not stay. You know that this too shall pass? That is where that phrase is. Do you get it literally? Everything passes. You have not arrived at a moment in your life that did not pass. The good, the bad, your child, your first love, your first house, your anything, your first going broke, your first trade, your first loss, none of those moments stayed. You never stayed in that moment. Hate to break it to you. So that's why you have to have an expectation of more, of something getting better, or at the very least, if you don't want to be a delusional nut job about it, you could just take a step back and realize every moment has passed. So nothing does stay. Whether you're doing good or doing bad, I hope you understand the truth of that. So Chad, I hope you like this one. I hope it gives you something to walk away with. But take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on that video. You're on mobile. Press hi chat. X out that chat. Hit the thumbs up. Let's go. Don't be shy. Don't be shy, baby. Good morning. That's it. That's actually almost afternoon now. That's it. Little PHILO for you. You know, just a little one. Just a little one. It was very, very good.
To revenue growth for the first time in the history of semiconductors.
It's kind of Moore's Law 3.0 or whatever, I guess.
Follow on Instagram.
Chris, we have
to trade a fraternity.
Go ahead.
It's a function of a slowing Moore's Law, yes.
Chris, thank you very much. Queso on chips, we thank you. And from chips to Flix, Netflix down nearly 10%. This was after a key report after the controversial password sharing crackdown. Many users online claimed they would ditch the service, mess around and find out. Despite that, subscriber growth beat expectations, but maybe not enough for investors to love it. Julia Borston here to discuss. Hi, Julia.
Hi, Tyler. That's right. I mean, it was just amazing to see the subscriber growth in the quarter. 6 million new subscribers versus the roughly 2 million subscribers expected. So 3 times the subscriber growth anticipated. And the company is also looking for a stronger than expected subscriber growth in the third quarter. But what's notable here, Tyler, is that revenue missed expectations, revenue guidance missed expectations. The combination of those two facts, what that means is that average revenue per user is not growing as fast as expected. It's actually in decline as more people sign up for these lower cost services.
So what... In sum, the changes in the fee structure are one thing, but am I hearing you sort of inferentially saying that the era when Netflix was sort of number one among one is no longer? In other words, now it may still be number one, but it's got a lot more folks nipping at its heels.
Well, yes, there's definitely more competition than there was, say, 5 years ago. But I think what's interesting here is Netflix has realized that it would rather have more subscribers and have each of those subscribers locked into some sort of subscription, even if it's a lower cost subscription, rather than have people just mooching off their friends and family. So I think that's another thing. They really want to make sure they have paid sharing rather than password sharing. They want to crack down on that password sharing. But I think another key thing here is Netflix did lay out the potential for advertising down the line. They're going to be converting some of these people who are using these lower cost subscription tiers into subscribers to the ad supported tier. So what that means is that if you're watching Netflix on advertising, they're going to be generating a lot more revenue from you down the line than the people who were paying for their lowest cost ad free tier in the past. So they've they are phasing out that lowest cost ad-free tier. So I think they see a huge opportunity for advertising coming up. They say will generate billions of dollars in incremental revenue, and they're competing with many other players, whether it's Max from Warner Brothers Discovery or Disney Plus. But now they're not just competing for the subscribers, but also for those ad dollars.
For the ad dollars as well. Julia, thank you very much. Julia Borston reporting for us.
Coming up, another earnings laggard, Tesla. The share's also down 8%.
Tesla. 45. And then we're down a dollar per share on Google. That came back. Chad, we're here. Oh, no, I forgot. Uncle after PHILO. Oh, yeah. I've been giving you commercials. Oh, my goodness. Let's see, man. What time? 11:12. Nigel's edition. Yeah, we need Uncle, bro. I forgot. I don't know though. Uncle after PHILO. I might have to. Oh yeah, I forgot. Broadcom. That was another play we made today. I grabbed just a $60 option. I think it's at the same price right now. Fat spread. That's the rebalance. Remember, Broadcom is going to have the biggest upgrading impact on the NASDAQ. So they're raising the stake of Broadcom by the most of any company. Kind of already ran, but just literally $60 lotto play. U.S. Army intelligence investigation, King incident in coordination with U.S. forces in South Korea. The rebalance is Monday. So by Monday, it'll be taken care of. Yeah, I grabbed next week. So that's all. Just like pretty much the idea is there will be some people who are going to front run and be able to like move around. We don't know how it's going to play out, but also like there's also going to be there's some instances where wait, hold on. But there's another instance. I thought I saw something. There's another instance where Broadcom, it's going to be, why am I blanking on it? If they add to the, they add them up there. Oh yeah, they're going to add them all at once rather than doing it ahead of time. So instead of doing the rebalance all like trying to front run, they're saying on Monday, it's just going to be a bunch of block trades, and then that's it. Yeah, I totally butchered it. I got distracted. So if the only way you get lucky on Broadcom is come Monday, if whatever isn't rebalanced and if there's more money that arrives on Monday to do the rebalancing, then it might have a bigger pop. Otherwise, if it's already moved up to reflect that, then then you're out of $60. Netflix needed was one hit show. They made activist propaganda. I don't think they did too bad, but I don't think did they have like a crazy one in 2023? I feel like 2022 they still came out with bangers. 2021 they had Squid Games. Like, has there been like a smash popular hit of 2023 on Netflix? I know last year they had a couple. Again, like what's her name? Wednesday was a killer, and a couple of other shows really drew in a lot. But I don't know if 2023, low-key, we're halfway through, but I don't think they have a banger. Bullet Train is old. That's not a Netflix movie. Suits is old, bro. That's old licensing deal. Oh, The Secret, no, that was last year, though, I think. Or Night Agent. The Agent was good, but that was all last year. Oh, Black Mirror, but Black Mirror doesn't, it was good. That should have been it, but Black Mirror it doesn't hit the same after 3 seasons. The first season of Black Mirror, that took over the world. This season didn't. Oh, I guess Beef, but I don't think it stacks. That was good, but I don't think it had like Wednesday appeal or what was the other? There's a couple of bigger ones. So they have the rest of the year to do it, but low key, I don't think 2023 has had any bangers. Beef was good though, but that wasn't end of last year or that 2023. Murder Mystery. Wasn't that end of the year 2022 though? I'll have to double check. But I still think the last couple years, a lot of people said they don't have content. I disagree, but I would say this year's they're lagging a little bit. Yeah, watch out if Tesla goes down. SPY's about to hit another low now. The low ticker is very active. Look at the RPM, and this is the support level too. So to add to all of this, 45.43, the low of the day is 45.41. The level's like 45.39, 45.40. So watch out for that. U.S. doesn't know where the soldier held or his condition. How are you going to make content with no actors or writers? You can't. I think Netflix will be able to. You just go to different places. They go to TikTok. It's a very weird thing. That's why I think Netflix is going to do better because of the strikes. I think Netflix has their own thing, but eventually I think other people might have difficulties, but I do think they'll get it resolved. I think they just want more money. I think they'll get it too. Not AI. Dude, you don't stop it. Do you know how many second string actors and writers it's in do you know how many people will do shit for free? What do you guys that's the thing about the whole Hollywood thing is that yes, they have like the unions and all of that. That's why, but like if they find any way around that, like don't underestimate. Like, dude, you have a lot of talent. Dude, do you know how many people want to tell a story just to let their name out there? If, they will give you a good story and there's actors and you know how many C-list actors and actresses are just they're ready for their role, baby. They're ready, man. They're ready. They never got an offer in the last 15 years and they're ready. You people, wow, they used AI for Jonah Hill and Lauren London kiss. Really? I'm glad you told me that because I was offended. I got mad at Lauren. I said, how dare you? How dare you do that to Nipsey? Fucking, that was one thing. Okay, sure, you could become an actress again. But you can't be, you out here kissing fucking Jonah Hill? Really? Is that really? I'm very happy now, yeah. Oh, that's awesome. I'm so happy. I'm sorry, Lauren. Yeah, it honestly broke my heart. I think when that happened, I told my girlfriend I said, look it. I said, that's what you're going to do to me too, huh? Fuck you. I got mad at my girlfriend for that. I got so mad at her for that. Because of Lauren London, I was like, no, you're going to kiss some Jonah Hill ass. Even though I look like Jonah Hill, still, you get the point. It's not the, yeah. That's good to know. SPY, new low, Microsoft. Tesla hasn't hit one yet, but is about to. Google is. We're down a little bit more. So I wanted a quick flip on that. I might give it like $1 more and then cut it on a bounce. We'll see. But it's just been straight down today. No bounce except the first one in the morning. So it's already getting kind of late, but that's it. Asked if Private King was alive, Pentagon said they cannot speak to his condition in North Korea. What's up, Chads? What's up? Yeah, all tech is dropping. It's getting, I'd say watch if Staples give up. Energy, I think Energy might have already gave up there again. Energy staying stable, and then banks, and then healthcare. If those give up, dude, XLK is awful, 1.7, almost 2% on the NASDAQ. So XLV is holding up. If that gives up, even watch utilities too. Otherwise, this is, you're getting new highs on certain industries right now. So this is all just, I think, tech, Tesla, Netflix reaction, and now everybody positioning for the next earnings low key. And we did have data today, but then the bond just got murdered without it. Siri? What's this? Sirius XM, 16%. FTC to pause Microsoft merger, allowing settlement talks. ATVI? What? Wait, are they screwing the deal again? Hold on. Oh, no. That's a weird one. Move allows Microsoft to speak with commissioners, allowing settlement talks. Because then that means they shouldn't have delayed the deal. That means they could have closed it earlier, but if it's pausing the trial, it's fine. Oh, FTC to pause Microsoft trial. Yeah. No, they're good. It's positive. It's not bad. No, I thought it was saying they're going to pause the merger now that there's time. I was like, what the fuck? No, they're good. It's good news. It's again, the thing's already up within a couple dollars. Siri's still going. I don't know if there's news on that. How much time we have? An hour and a half, hour 40 minutes. So still a lot of time. Sirius XM 137. I think they showed up in a Netflix thing. Stock short squeeze as Liberty Media arbitrage backfires. So there's an arbitrage play going on with this? This was from yesterday. Lawsuit for damages? I don't know. I don't think so. If you're talking Microsoft. Halt. Yeah, something. I don't know. So apparently there's an arbitrage play. There's a apparent short squeeze. Sirius XM is the highest ratio of short interest to its publicly available float amongst companies in the Russell 1000. Appears to be driving up the price. There's been a huge rally in the most shorted stocks. Jeff Wadscrack of Pivotal Research Group. I don't know if that's his name. Wadscrack? No, yeah. We've been the beneficiaries. There's a popular spread trade that involves a long position Liberty Sirius LSXMA, a tracking stock for Liberty Media, and a short position in Sirius. In the past month, the arbitrage has hurt investors, with Sirius rising 35% and Liberty only gaining 12%. The discount of Liberty Sirius XM relative to Sirius hit around 45% on Tuesday, compared to 35% in June. I don't know. Yeah, so it's an arbitrage trade. I didn't know, though, that this was related to it. There's something on it. So people are buying one, shorting the other, and there's like a 30-40% value gap difference. I don't know enough about this. And then it's the most shorted stock on the Russell 1000. LSXMK popping. LSXMK. It's too many letters, dude. Liberty Media Corp. So this one's not halt, but again, they short. So they buy this and then they short that. Apple's on the low. Hold on, SPY's still kind of tweaking out right now. Dollar bill. Watch if the dollar was up 0.5% almost last time I saw it. Yeah, still, it's actually more. It's up 0.6. Dollar Tree and Dollar General, again, staples are doing great. Did travel come down? A little bit. SPY's about to hit another low. Is this the level? White for, yeah, 45.39 now. So you hit this once, bounced above it. You're going lower. This is big because now it's like 20 points to the next level. And then we will, I don't know, we already filled that gap. This is the last gap you haven't filled, I think. Give or take. And then this one too. 45.37. U.S. Senate votes to block SPR oil sales to China in amendment to defense bill. Fucking great time, guys. I think we shouldn't sell it to the Chinese anymore. I know we just sold 90% of it, but now I'm saying for the new 90% we get back, I think for defense. Yeah, no, it's not a. Yeah, you feel all right. Great. Gap near 390? You say 390? Like below 4,000? We were at 45. Oh, GFAI still going. Sirius still halting. That one's interesting. I didn't know it was an arbitrage. The Qs are coming up now. I mean, everything's starting to crack here a little bit. So now, again, I told you, SPY gets to like 0.6, it starts to get a little ugly here. And now it kind of is 1.8. I mean, I don't think this is anything bad because in the midst of this, things are hitting highs. So like utilities are going up. Staples are going up while you're going down. So like literally not everything is dropping on this. This is more concentrated on the NASDAQ. It's 2% almost on there. And then the SPY's not even down 1%. But it's borderline just all the reaction from this stuff we've been dealing with. Bonds not moving because they already made the move. Bonds just got murdered. Where does the uh-oh hot dog come from? My girlfriend is Filipino and says it all the time. I don't think it's a cultural thing. It's from a Mad TV skit from like 2004. Yeah, it's Miss Swan. And she goes, uh-oh, hot dog. Oh, it's Bobby Lee. Oh, yeah. Was it? Oh, I was thinking. I was thinking. He looked like a man. Oh, my gosh. Yeah, it was Bobby Lee, but why did I think it's... No. Hey, look, I think we were just talking. He looked like a man. Attack. You said that at work, and my 62-year-old coworker said, why do you say that? Honestly, no one's ever asked me that except for you guys. So, like, even if I've ever said it in person, most people just look at me weird and then they don't say anything. But, like, no one's ever asked me, why do I say that? Siri, unhalt and rehalt. ASMR. Bro, everything's dying right now. That's it. Chips, tech. Very, very ugly out here. Some, again, I'm glad DFS is still holding. But Apple's on the low. I'm glad we got out of that. But Google's dying now. We broke the level. Yeah, we got 20 more points now to the next one where we bounce up here. But, I mean, if the only downside of today now is if the shit that's up turns around. If utilities, healthcare, and anything doing good, financials, if they turn around, then, yeah, we got 20, 30, 40, 50 points to go down. But otherwise, if it bounces back up, we'll be chill. Then this 45.39 is the level. LT earn. There's no good earnings. I don't think today, like, there's a couple of earnings, but, like, I don't even care about the earnings today. So none of these plays I'm too focused on. Should you buy calls? I mean, check their premiums. I bought puts already, so that's the thing. Amazon have premium on the puts. Google has premium on the puts. Meta premiums are the same as 3 days ago. And then Microsoft's the only tech one where the puts went down. So just take a look at the calls over the last couple of days. If you want to play the run-up, just try to get them at a better price relative to the IV. That, again, a lot of these had an IV pump given the big run-up we've had. And we keep hitting a new low. We are not stopping in business, baby. Oh, man, my guy. God bless you. Or not. Oh, with a fresh horn. It was good. It was good, baby. Amen. God bless you. Ion News. Well, until the bonds and the equities are moving harder than anything right now. But yeah, those earnings run-ups bring up a lot of questions. I mean, that's the thing we've been talking about. Boop, 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 boop. Is there coin news? I don't think so. Is crypto? Remember earlier in the day, crypto had a fat candle, and then oil did too. They gave murder 102. I mean, 100's still high, but then it was another $10 higher. Coinbase. Why Coinbase has been spending big on lobbying. 125 million deal for CoinDesk. Bitcoin trust among ARK's ETF pop performers. That's it. Nah. Discover. I'm gonna ride it for a little bit. I mean, I think it could flush, but like, I'm chill buying a company down 15% in the day, if that makes any sense. So I still think there's a little risk. People were worried about the accounting stuff, but I don't think everything else was too bad. But there's a lot of downside if it cracks. So we're fucked if it moves, but if not, relatively, I think it should be stable. Like, again, just take a look today. We were moving for other shit, but I like how it's kind of staying here. But then Google, I want to kind of, I'm not married to the Google play. I thought we were going to get some hype on that, and we didn't. But I'm down to hold the DFS for post-earnings. The Google one, don't have to be in love with it. What do you think Powell is done with ZERP and the Fed doesn't fit? Like, we never go back to 0% interest rates. I think eventually we will, but maybe, I don't know, maybe we enter a world where we could survive with 2% interest rates. Does that make sense? I don't know. Maybe it's possible. Well, I think you'll go to 0 eventually. Again, too many crackheads. That's all. I don't think we could get the new generation. I don't know, but you never know. That's the thing. I like it when Hugh always says, you know, just there's some things you cannot even fathom, and you got to kind of be open to it, and just the wackiest things happening. So maybe, but other than that, I do think there is a. I don't know. I think we eventually have to be at lowers, but I do think there is a world. There's a timeline where it's possible, if that makes any sense. No, I have Meta puts already. Those are break even. So let me see. Let me get them. I mean, you guys could see it. Remember, I mean, I bought those tech puts the other day. It was kind of confusing to some people, or they were asking what was up with it, but this is the reason why. I was saying IV, I thought we had a good time on it because I was like, dude, it's good timing with the weeks. The earnings are about to come out, so I'm just you could use this as a place marker. These are up like 10%. We grabbed these at like 33 or 29. Amazon's up. Google is up. These are up almost 50%. So Google puts are up, and then Meta is literally 1 penny lower than where we bought it the other day. So the puts kind of holding there, that premium, and these are all for out of the money. As you can see the strikes here. And then Microsoft, I just bought it the day of the news and got murked. So as far as the big tech that report next week, I think the only one I'm missing is Apple. But besides that, Meta's prices are the same. Microsoft is cheaper than a couple days ago than Amazon and Google. If you're buying earnings to the downside, you're paying more than the last week or 3 days. The Broadcom play is I think you asked it earlier. I explained the logic a little later. You may have not been here, so I'll explain it again. It's for the rebalance. It's a lotto play. I only spent $60, and it's because on Monday the NASDAQ rebalance will be completed. There's no news on Siri. It's the most shorted stock, and it's related to an arbitrage play. We were going over it not too long ago, but I don't know enough. I'm folding. I don't know anything about it, but I just know there's something bigger at hand too. But it just, run it if you'd like. But with the Broadcom on Monday, the rebalance of the NASDAQ will be completed, and Broadcom is going to see the biggest change. Broadcom is going to have the biggest index bump up in the NASDAQ. So the theory is, come Monday, when that rebalance happens, is it possible that some of the rebalancing already occurred and people front ran it? Yes. But there's also a possibility that it's not all completed, and there's going to be a lot of big purchases that are going to do the rebalance for us. So if I get lucky on that, Broadcom just loves to move many dollars, and that's why I played it. If not, we'll get clapped. So just $60 though. That's all. $60 next week play. Just pure lotto at its finest. If we get lucky on it or not. But given how earnings come with the sell-off, keeping the puts for after earnings, maybe it's just starting. So we'll find out. So what happens if we go down tomorrow and Friday? Or if we go down to Friday? What happens even on Monday and then more earnings are bad and people don't like it? What happens if we end up going up 400% on those options before the release? If that's the case, I'd rather just take the profits. I might leave one or two for some like out of them. But either way, like we're very early. Everything's just starting. That's why I was saying earlier this morning, things are moving around slow. Like the Amazon contracts are just breaking into premium. Meta's just working. Google was working yesterday. So things are kind of moving around here, but kind of just depends. Half size YCL. So tomorrow, Japan inflation is going to move the yen. But now it sucks. We're back where you still got some profits. You got $200. You had 1,000 or like you had $2,000 at the end of last week too. So it's already came down a lot. Rivian running. Rivnan. Google, come on, bro. I'm glad Google moves a lot slower, but 2.5%. You were staying chill, bro. You bought crypto and Apple asked if you wanted to pay later. Like, actually? The bond plays, no, they're still down. Literally, I think we started the week at break even, and now they're back down there. So, but they're still in the range. I'm down less than I was after the Fed, and then I'm down more than the beginning of the week. But they're still, it's in the same spot. Ironically enough, the bonds have moved, but they haven't moved. They shot down, they shot up, and then ironically enough, you know, you're at the same 2 days before, a month ahead of the Fed. It's the same range. We hit 5% and came back down, and then now hovering. So in a weird way, it's still looking like 2006, though. So that's why I'm still holding them and the yen mixed in with all the other stuff. Amazon. Revolve's going up. Redfin was getting murdered the last couple days. Still high, though. And then where's Uber? They were doing good in the morning, but they're still down 1%. What you missed? The market went down, but they're not like there's any news. It does seem, though, it's pretty obvious today. Tech is just major outperformer in response to the earnings, and we're getting the rebalance because even on the drops here, I mean, you're watching things go up, and the Dow is still holding up quite nice. Revolve for the long term, nah. I think they're an interesting company, but I don't even think my girlfriend shops at Revolve. Yeah, rotation. That's why we came down a decent amount, though. That's the only thing that sucks. It's like you dropped a decent amount here is getting, like if we do that another 20 points, series unhalted again, still moving up there, another high. But there's still a lot of cushion. But you're definitely, it was 2 weeks in a row of being like, you know, like very bullish. And then now the final earnings didn't like go crazy. Everyone's like, all right, man, what if earnings? Maybe we should buy a dividend stock today. But then we'll see. By tomorrow or Monday, this attitude will either persist or get worse. do I give my girlfriend spending money? Do I pack her lunch and then I'm like, here you go, and do I pat her on the head and say, what the fuck? This is my child? Bro, I'm a gangster. I'd ask her for money in loans. Stop it. Nah, she doesn't really ask me for stuff. But then again, she has one of my credit cards, so I don't know if she uses it all the time. I gave her a credit card for emergencies, but that's because she's foreign. So that's just if any of her like other foreign accounts don't work. So that's about it though. But, you know, she's usually not like, you know, she's chill. Bold strategy. That's straw. Is it? Is that crazy? Is that mad scary? Oh, it's Siri. I was like, that's not. Nah. She's been pretty good. Like, she could go buy a car on it, but, like, she hasn't. That's it. She's pretty. I think she's, like, nervous. Like, honestly, so it's good. Don't worry. It's chill, bro. It's chill. Real men don't let their girl pay half the rent. Real men let her pay 100 and focus on their rap career. Hey. Amen. Siri, is it? I did buy BSGM, but it came back down. I'm down a little bit on it. It was at the high, but it came down. Wait till she finds the shoe store. Nah, she just I don't fuck with that shit. She knows it already. That's why. She just knows. You go shoe shopping by yourself, girl. I've went with her once and I was so mad at her. And I was like, why would you ever do that? But then I got her to buy a $40 pair of shoes, dog. You know that? I need to take a picture. I forgot. This was a great development. This was a long time ago, though. I should have showed you this. I should have made a video or something. Meta's flushing. Now Google. Shit. Hold on. Before story time. Hold on here. Because SPY's not going, but I'm pretty sure NASDAQ's hitting another low right here. And then Siri's your little hype play. Yeah, NASDAQ's about to. Now that Apple's selling, you could see the SPY drop. Some names are up, but this is just people got the tech worry is coming to life. That's it. After 5 days, of the what's it called, or 7 days of going straight up in the earnings, you know, everybody's kind of like chilling out a little bit. Oh, there is the rebalance too. But we're gonna see. Closing puts. Me? No, I mean I want more earnings. I mean that's why we bought those puts, is for this. That's it. It's like the Fed futures play. Everybody was just one direction 2 days ago. Yesterday, everybody stock market up, 52-week high, everything's good. That's it. It's just like, yo, we have 2 weeks till the biggest earnings in the world, and the puts are at the cheapest price they've been to, and they cover all the earnings. So just fucking grab. You see what I'm saying? Like, this is exactly why we bought them. So now it's just a matter of let's wait till we get more into the earnings season and then see where they're at. You could hold what you want to hold and then take profits on whatever you want to take profits on. But you're always bearish on the NASDAQ. Yeah, I mean, you could be a little bitch about it, but at the same time, this is an earnings strategy. This had nothing to do with any of my outside opinions. It's a play I've done on earnings, every single earnings. If you have watched and been here and know any of the earning strategies we've made videos on, going whichever opposite way of the run-up for the IV, easiest earnings play you could always do every single quarter with options. So I think that's the last time we did it. So that's why I feel you, though. I took my NQ loss. Amen. But that is, this was just earnings. So I'm holding it till then, though. But now, this is exactly why. I hope you see it play out, though. I just hate holding runners. Hey, who knows? Maybe it'll help you out. But the real dilemma is going to be if you want to hold it or not, especially if we get a run. What's your preferred ratio, growth to value? I mean, before interest rates ran up to 5%, it used to be 70-30. 70 growth, 30% dividend value. So now I could get behind like a 60-40 low key, just maybe even 50-50. But then I still like growth, but I mean, who knows if this stays like this for a couple of years? It's already been a couple of years. I mean, it's a whole new world. All right, maybe a little bounce off the bottom. Just red all day, low key, except for that one little pop, but we'll see. God bless you, Ghetto Spreader. You got that? You got it? Your comments on NQ still not below last week. Good bounce play. So I don't, if you want, listen, I'm not talking the market. I think we're in earnings mode. I mean, I even covered my broader NQ before July hit. If you want to play anything right now, I wouldn't look at the NASDAQ. I would just look at earnings that are about to happen. So even then, if like we even have this little drop here, what you should be looking at now is the calls, but making sure they've actually declined enough. Otherwise, you got to be a little bit more patient. So I just went through the puts and I'm showing you what has premium and what doesn't. So what you should be doing here is like, okay, let's see now. Mike, like which one? Google, our premiums are up 100% on Google, right? I believe so, just under. So now what you should be looking at is, are the calls cheaper than when we bought those a couple? Can you profit off of this upside in that sense? So here's the deal. When did we get that one? We got those on Tuesday. So they are lower than when we, so again, you could buy the calls higher, but then what do you notice? They're cheaper than when we got the puts, but that premium is still slightly elevated from the last 2 weeks. So there's still a little juice in there. So do I think if it bounces and you buy that, you're getting a deal in the short term, but this contract could still go down another 60%, like fast and easy, depending on how it wants to play out. So again, go through the premiums and see what's actually declined and not, and that's what I would be doing right here. Right now, you could profit. You don't need to be in the money if there's earnings run up. You should know why. That's, again, the hype. And now with one bad earnings, everyone's like, I need insurance, right? And then you see one big squeeze like Carvana, I need insurance. Out of the money, that's why we're going to roll over our covered calls too as we get closer to these. But for the most part, it's like that's out of the money's kind of your friend right now. But then, like I'm saying, the plan is you should be done with these before they report. Or you decide if you're going to gamble and hold any of them. Yeah, it's really not rocket science. It's really, really not. It's not, and we do it a lot, but hopefully it does. Patience is the timing of it is the fucked up part. You could still get plays that make, 100. That's what I'm saying. I mean, we did, the Google plays already almost 100%. Amazon went up a little bit, but then some plays are still break even. And then that's why I'm saying, if you want it to the upside, maybe you don't want the puts. I'm just saying, do exactly what I did to the upside, and then just make sure you're getting a deal, but be patient though. That's it. I'm saying, if you want to call, they're not at the lows. When we bought the puts, they were at the lows. Like, that's why I was saying, hey, look at the timing. I said the timing of it 1 week ahead of earnings. I mean, this might be good, because they were right here already. They were already dead. So just, it seemed like the out of the monies had a little more of a floor than not. Siri more highs. But the earnings, pre-earnings, always an opportunity. And just, speed will be one thing. You'll get somewhat of a protection from the IV, but at the same time, you got to get out of it. eventually. Just remember, if you hold it for earnings, you will be tempted to hold it. So you just got to decide at that point what you're going to let ride or not. Siri more highs. That thing's crazy. I don't even, the 18 tickers. The other one, Broadcom. Contract still holds. I think that's around when we got it. My strategy, if I had 12 shares of long-term, or 12 shares of Avago in my long-term, that's it. That's all you have. What about cash? Do you deposit? I would just build around it. If you believe in there, depending on if you have a good price, if you have Broadcom up 100%, that's your growth. I would build around some value right now. You're in a great position, actually. Siri, I don't think it's literally the most shorted stock on the NASDAQ 1000 or the Russell 1000, but I don't know what happened with it. People are talking about an arbitrage trade, and that's what I was saying here. It's like it's related to Liberty, LMX something or whatever, but other than that, that's it. Options. I think Meta is a good one. Meta's cheap still. Meta is break even. So in a weird way, we bought the option 3 days ago. The stock did go lower, I think, but after going higher. But that one's at least the same price. So that's how I feel about it. It's at least the puts out of the money. They're not getting the insurance premium, but I mean they're another $100 above. So that's it. I think everybody, if they could blow it out of the water, they all have upside. But if you do bad right now, dude, we're reporting from the top floor. We're not, we took the elevator up and we said we want to do this earnings season from the top floor. So that's the only problem. But like I'm saying here, let me get up the contract. This is the Meta contract, but this is, in a weird way, the premium's not premiuming, if that makes sense. Yeah, so see, like we got it a couple days ago, and like I'm saying, it's the same price as a couple days ago, but look what happened. The stock is lower, and the premium out of the money didn't go up. So that tells you something. Whereas Google went up 100% by just barely moving. So in a weird way, there's no fear premium on Meta right now, at least for the August. So that could change, but they still have $100 of downside. But if you would have profited way better on shares on this one. You think? I don't know what Meta will do. I think every one of these companies is up $100 in the last month. So I just think there's a good chance that people may not get there, but it doesn't necessarily mean they have to do bad. I think Netflix and Tesla are the greatest examples of that happening, because I like those earnings. I'm not mad at Netflix. I'm really not, but I don't think that the Netflix supported that, if that, which you I think can all agree on. I have the Meta. That's the Meta option I was just showing. That's the only play I have. I did Meta. We made a whole video on it. I bought them live in front of you. We're just the earnings IV play. I have Meta, Google, Amazon, and Microsoft. And the Amazon's green. The Google is green. The Meta is now green. And then the Microsoft is red because I just bought it at a really shitty time. A floor trader opened up 19,000 calls on Siri for July 18th. For the 6 calls, they got in at 20. Now they're at 204. So is that it? Just option pump? Option pump and shorting? It's a big short. It's literally the most shorted. And then SPY's coming down. Google's hitting a low already. Money markets. It's crazy, dude. The money markets are still record. Everybody's talking about cash and, the inflows on stocks and certain things. Dude, money markets still are standing at $860 billion for the year. It's wicked. So there's just a lot of money still parked, which is kind of wild to think about with everything we've already seen. Power hour in 4 minutes. The rate's very nice, Habibi. Everybody love a good interest rate, you know? Siri Hall, PNC, banks are just, all the banks are doing good. Again, Amazon's dropping more. You still supporting Bill? Yes. Bill is the best place in the world to put your money while you're waiting. So if you don't know what you are going to buy and you don't have anything you want to buy, Bill is the best place historically, even right now, to put your money, or a money market fund or a cash savings at the Fed funds rate, whatever alternative you could find. But for waiting, yes, it's the best holding pattern. It's the best way to put it. 100%. It served us very well. And I still got a little bit in there. Disney again. They had their little pop. But yeah, even when they were green, it was barely green. I have Pfizer swing share trades that I'm still holding, but we haven't added Pfizer to the long term. I want to, but I want it a little lower. You know, because I have a tough dilemma now because we have a lot of growth ran. I want to buy a couple of things, but I just don't have that much cash in the portfolio. But I'm also thinking that with how things have performed, our setup, it wouldn't hurt me to stack up a little more cash here as everybody's trying to figure out what to do now, where I just think we could save. And depending on, you know, if Disney and 3M and Walgreens get like stupid cheap in the process, I might have to. But I'm kind of been trying to rebuild the cash that we've already used. Microsoft knew that. Even Google, I think. It's no good, man. And then SPY's lagging behind all of it. So tech is down a lot. At one point, you're about to hit 2% on the NASDAQ. So it's weird because you had that little bounce. This is all hugging the level. So, I mean, just remember when we draw these lines sometimes, but, I mean, you can really notice the attraction sometimes here. So this is where all this bounces now. You're right below it. Like I said, if we can't hold this, it's 20 points to the next one. ARK is down 5. Well, not only did the growth names drop, but then interest rates too. Remember, ARK is like a pseudo rate play. As weird as it sounds. You have 64,000 sitting on 4.6. I want to roll that into Bill. I mean, if your Bill is going to give you like a 0.5% higher, you go put it in a money market, you go get your 0.5%. But if you already found a way to get high interest on your money, the only thing about Bill that is like better, because that rate you're telling me 4.5 to 4.8 or 5, it's not like there has to be another reason. But what I'm telling you is that Bill is only useful for liquidity, in the sense that if you want that money right next to your stocks where you could click 2 buttons and have it, or even withdraw it to another account, that's where it's good. Again, why we use it in TD Ameritrade is because it's for our long-term money. Every dollar in that account, I want to buy something with it. So it's along those lines where it's like you could keep it there, and I have stock purposes for it. So otherwise, I mean, if you're there, maybe wherever you got the 4.6, they could probably offer you 5 right now. We rally. Well, we'll see how we close. I mean, right now it's power hour, baby. Right on the dot. U.S. June milk production at 18.9 billion pounds of milk. That's how they weigh the milk. And then red meat production fell 3.7% in June. SAP, are they flushing more? Watch Tech, that could even be bringing it down. Oh, yeah. They actually just went into the death spiral. Like 6.7 now. Everyone forgets. Dude, it's I think short-term memory is quite the phenomena. If you think about it. Because you know what I was thinking of yesterday? And I like him. That's why I got mad when people would like, I always defend him subtly. Just because, like, I gotta give my respect where respect is due. But I was thinking about the whole Jim Cramer. Remember when he was crying about Meta? And I was like, you guys, you don't remember? There was like a period during that whole era. It was like a witch hunt. It was like where motherfuckers just were like, they just wanted to be wrong. You know what I'm saying? Like, and it was like Bill Ackman and like, on the same stocks that are up 300% right now. But like, you remember? And like, it's not about him crying. I'm just saying the whole philosophy of them, like Jim was doing it, like, and he was like, oh, I was wrong. And like, it was like this whole like month of everybody like, like a intervention moment of everybody coming out saying, I'm wrong. You guys remember that? I don't know if but that's what I was thinking about that. I was like, man, the short-term memory. Cause I was like, we really forgot about that too. And kind of just, but like everybody everybody wanted a scalp. You know what I'm saying? It was at that point, everybody wanted, they were like, give it. And that's why they gave up Jim. They gave up and like but then it's like, and I'm like, it's funny cause it's like, we wanted that, but then it's like, wait a minute. All those things, like, do they still think they're wrong? No, like, that's what I'm saying. So there's like Jim, because again, I mean, it brings up a lot of different things, but I'm like, wow. But short-term memory. You have to nurture the good and bad times so everyone feels okay. Yeah. It was like, I feel like they gave the media through us what's it called? They gave us an olive branch. They're like, see, look it. There you go. But it was Ackman doing it and a lot of other people. But I was like, Yeah. Ackman with the Netflix, that was unfortunate. Because a lot of people, then they're like, yeah, he's out. They're like, nope. They're like, even Ackman just bought in and then he sold out. They're like, yeah, that's it. Yeah, you're going down a little bit. Watch the big tech though, because SAP, that's the earnings one. But like, dude, Google's flushing. That's it. I kind of want to get out of Google on a bounce, but they're all dying now. It's like slow, but it's steady now. It's 2%. 2% in power hour. Not one bounce yet. You think it's the real Hunter Biden in the chat? I think that's the part that makes it so funny. Because, like, obviously it's not really him. But then there's that possibility it really might be. It really might be, considering some things, that get said. I'm like, maybe it is. I just don't know what to expect from Hunter. So, like, it really, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's definitely, like, it's the fact that it sadly cannot be ruled out statistically. If I had to, like, I know there's people better at math than me, but I do give them this equation. I think statistically you have to take it as a possibility, it's just unfortunately. It's like, it's on the board. It's on the board, Yeah, you're right though. It's maybe Pelosi, but I don't think it is Hunter. I'm just sorry. Any of my friends who do that much blow, they don't listen to me about stocks for longer than 30 minutes, and he's here every day. So honestly, it's really not him. There's no way. You can't. You have way better things to do. Bro, you could be filming a sex tape right now or listening to Josh talk about the yen. I like the yen, but I'm just saying, depending on your personality, you might choose the drugs and the sex tapes. It seems like a lot easier of a choice. You see the pics before Congress? Well, that's what I'm referring to. So if you do think I'm out of pocket, I'm referring to the latest news regarding Hunter that was in Congress yesterday. So, yeah. NVIDIA now, Tesla. I'd watch Google and Apple. NASDAQ is discussed 2%. SPY's not that bad, but I was telling you in the morning, I said like 0.6, it'll look ugly, and sure enough. But it's still too much cushion. The next support for Tesla, I don't know. The Dow's doing great. Dow's phenomenal. That's why I'm saying it's like you can't panic. I just hope you guys realize it. If there's no bond bid, the dollar's up, but it's not like moving crazy. But like there's no panic when we're watching everything go down and then the other half of the market goes up. That's just people like, nah, I'm out. Like, you know, they're moving around, but it's not like, oh my gosh. Yeah, come on, you better get to quickly get to the ads. I need to hurry now. It's nothing like that. So it's just, if anything, I think this was the first, like, hey, not all the earnings are going to be amazing, even if they're decent. It's like there's still like a little wake-up call. It's like, get back to work. So everyone kind of just woke up a little bit, but not necessarily to the point of like fearful. And I don't sense any fear today, but I do sense a little caution towards $100 run-ups on every mega cap stock. Now people are like, okay, maybe it did go up a little bit. Maybe we'll cool down just today. Maybe today. So again, they could run it tomorrow. They could run it on Monday. Again, Japan CPIs tomorrow. That's going to be a big event. No other U.S. data. And then depending on the rest, American Express consumer earnings tomorrow, bro. Come on, like that's what I'm telling you. Right now, the market is very short-sighted. We were just talking short-term memory. But, dude, if American Express give me a solid consumer report, no bad news out of Japan that fucks with the bonds, you know? Analysts don't be like, the consumer's really strong. And we know Netflix, and now, no, we feel good. At least until Monday. Until the next other set of reports. I think it's not. So that might. But otherwise, people are going to be like, no, we got to really be cautious. So we'll find out, but just be fluid. You know what I'm saying? Just be fluid with it. Vibe with it. You'll see. Bill, it should be yielding more or less, give or take. Should be a little higher here. I think even this month it started higher, and it should go back up here, kind of like last month. So just a little by little, and then I think after the next hike, you'll get slightly more, another 0.25%. Siri halted up. Biometin. All right, we're coming down still. Remember, it's power hour. 10 minutes in. 10 minutes in. There's some decent earnings, but I don't care about them. That's it. This is how it works. This is the big game. Nobody cares. These are like it's weird because Tesla and these are like the openers at like a concert. So sometimes the openers are dope. Like next week, you'll have way more dope openers before the main set. But like for right now, I mean, if you want to sit through this one, you feel free to. But I'm going to go to the bathroom and get me a drink or something, Like I'm not trying to. Yeah, but today you're going to have Capital One, CSX, Berkeley, PPG, Intuitive Surgical. That ISRG moves a decent amount. Bank of Ozarks, couple of first, and I think all the rest are banks, and then Knight in Swift Shipping. So you already have JB Hunt. I think CSX, Capital One, and Intuitive will probably be the biggest ones, but nothing game-changing. And then again, that's why I'm saying Discover today you had, but Capital One after the bell, and then you're going to get AXP. That looks ripe to build a consumer narrative if they wanted to coming into Monday or the weekend. Bears are so desperate to make their losses that they short this hard on good earnings. I mean, I could see your approach to that, but then there's some people who might say the Bulls are very desperate to keep getting the melt up, that they want that decent earnings to give them another 20%. You know what I'm saying? It's just all depends on how you look at it. This was what happened with Tesla yesterday. You don't realize that? We were listening. Everybody was bullish on Tesla, and then the last two people were bearish, Sam and Lending Tips, and then everyone was like, everyone's so bearish on Tesla. I'm going with the control. I was like, what? So it's like honestly, I think it's both people saying, like, both parties could say the same thing right now, Bulls and Bears. But that's why I just think it's just we've ran up a lot. I don't know. I don't have any theatrics to it. I don't have any other explanation. I don't have a target group. I just think we moved up a lot. So I don't think that means you have to go up or down by certain amounts, but I'm just like, we moved up a lot ahead of earnings. I'm not even saying the market. I'm not saying the S&P has a limit. I'm just saying this is one of the biggest pre-earnings run-ups I have seen in my life. Where I'm like, wow, Netflix just moved its predicted earnings every day for the first 3 days into its earnings. Like, that's big. Tesla, that was big. Tesla's at 300 near all-time highs. It was just big. So that's my only take I could give to it. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Got a couple more down days, settle in. Yeah, I mean, that's what happened after the 7 days, remember? It wasn't like we had the record. Remember, this was 7 days in a row. You haven't seen that since 2021. Then you had 7 days down. And then we went up, and then you did 8 days up. And then now we had our first red day. So, I mean, equal and opposite reactions maybe, but who knows? You think Snapchat will surprise with their AI platform? I think they have cool stuff they're working on, and it may be profitable, but nobody gives a shit. Because Snapchat, they can't go up on hype anymore in the same respect. They have to, even though they're up 70% on the year or whatever, it's like they have to go up from here. If you want to get past the high levels, double digits on Snapchat, and like really hold it and go past there, it's like they need to make money off AI. They need AI to bring them in more money. They need their AI to lead to more targeting or what, God knows, whatever. It needs more revenue on the top, just like Netflix in a weird way. It's like, it's great. You know, you guys said Snapchat's going to die. It's not dead. They have members. They grow. It's fucked up if you really look at it and think about it. But now they need revenue. And just like Netflix, go double up your members. But if you can't make me an extra dollar, something's weird. So AI is great and all. And like, I think AI has stuff Snapchat has stuff that sounds cool, but they need to turn a dollar off of these efforts. Otherwise, you know, they're spending money like 2015 Uber, if you think about it. So it's I'm optimistic and I like it, but I'm also a realist in the sense that they need a revenue shift. That's it. Snap needs live stream revenue. They just need revenue. They have good revenue compared to when we bought it and other things, but that's what I want to continue. Again, I'm a greedy bastard. If you haven't noticed, I like things in context, but then I needs to keep going. Just like, you know, like MPW, I'm like, great, I'll chill up until now, but you want to talk squeeze, like you need big dollars now. And let's go. You have 30% of the float shorted, like run it. Same thing, you know, Snapchat, dude, they've 5x their revenue since I first bought that company. I love that. But it's like, I need more now. It's like, if you really want to keep doing this and now you want to monetize and get a benefit off of all these things you're spending money on and AI now, it's like, you got to bring those dollars and show us what you did last time, because that's what you saw the world react to it. It did good. And that's what they need. So Once they bring back the dollars, I think the stock can start moving again. Until then, none of the hype matters. Apple's on the low. Jeez. Everything. New low, man. All right. So, I mean, 20-point downside watch is in play now. So whether that's by the end of the day, end of power hour here, or by gap down tomorrow. So that's it. Next level is 45.13, and then going right back to testing the 45s. Don't tease me with Snap. I wouldn't buy it here now, but even then too, it's like the reasons of like Snap does this, Snap doesn't do that. Just listen to what I'm saying for bears and bulls. If they lose money, they're dead. If they gain money, they're coming back. It's revenue. It's revenue now, assuming no other problem emerges. You know what I'm saying? Unless there is really something else. But this is now revenue, because if it stays stagnant, even the bears would win too in terms of revenue. But like they need that revenue growth to come back. Otherwise, I'm not worried about members. I wouldn't be worried about whatever it is. You could spend money if you make more money, and that's what they did last time, but it's not always a good thing. But the idea here is just they need to bring that revenue back and that revenue growth specifically. And the video, wow, everything. The video's back. That's $20, man. Google, bro, I kind of put me a mental stop on the Google. I was just trying to wait to get out on a bounce, but he ain't even bouncing. So I'm kind of waiting on that. Oh, a little bit off the bottom. We got 42 minutes. McDonald's, not everything's dropping. Things are literally this whole time, staples were just hitting highs. Literally, XLU is coming off a high right there on the day. And I think financials were coming off a high as well, too. So it's just rotation Thursday for sure. Tech is murdered. XLK, dead. 2.2. NASDAQ's 2.2 right now. That's all. If you had shorts, would you hold them till tomorrow? How much other money do I have? So that's the thing. It kind of depends on what type of streak I'm on. You see what I'm saying? Are you trying to play cautious, or are you trying to push it? Do you have room to push it, or do you not have room to push it? Is it a desperation Hail Mary, or is it kind of more, you know, I'm already running up the score, let's, you know, put your foot on their neck? So that's the question I'd ask with that. In terms of holding or taking a short right here. I think really what's your level of risk you want to go from here? So I think smaller risk, if you could hold it and there's smaller stuff, yeah, but I don't know. I'm not confident enough for a Hail Mary or anything else in that sense where maybe it does go down or not, but this is just the first reaction. If anything, I just like the IV earning plays a little better, surprisingly, and those are options, but now half of them already moved. MOH on the high, that's another healthcare again. Watch XLV. What time is it? It's got 40 minutes. 14 minutes. It's... Oh, excuse me. All right, you're still right at the lows. It's not too bad, but I'm just more worried about the downside here. So again, the levels here, 45.31. This was a high of Monday, and then this is where you broke out of Tuesday before we made that little crazy push there. Remember, there's a lot of earnings, and this was all bank earnings. This was JP Morgan. This was Bank of America. So you're familiar. So that's where you're at right now. And then the level there, though, is 45.13. So you're still closer to the support than you are to you're closer to the resistance than the support, so just see if it comes in. I mean, we did test it once. Tesla. Nvidia is not dying, bro, but is Tesla more than Netflix now? Yeah, they let Tesla go 2% more than them now. That's crazy. Damn, Tesla was up in the morning, right? It was only down 2%, so they moved 8% intraday. So yeah, that post earnings was there. Let's see. When Tesla falls, it falls hard. Very consistent downtrend. But I thought they were going to outpace Netflix today. They were looking great comparatively. Their earnings were better than Netflix in certain regards. At least no revenue scares. But man, the Google puts hitting. Are they up over 100 or no? I think around there. Yeah, it was stupid. The Meta ones should have moved. The Meta ones suck. These are just positive break even now, but like, it's a scam. Bro, we shorted it when Meta was like here. Meta was like, I guess $6 lower, but I guess 3 days. 80% on the Google. The NVIDIA butterflies. No, I did not. I looked at the other butterflies on the SPY, but they're expensive still. I wanted butterflies. I think it's a good time just because of how high we went up. But then surprisingly, the premiums, they're not free, or it's just like you still have to pay for them. EU kicks off talks of a 20 billion euro military fund for Ukraine. Wow. 20 billion? That's a lot. Euros too. It's a good start. Just ballpark. We'll just thought a starting number. Oh, dude, wasn't PayPal about to be at 75 today? Man, some of these are wicked. At least Discover just dropped after we bought it and then didn't go down further. That I could get behind. Amazon bouncing a little bit. Those are up too. Amazon, I think Amazon's up a decent amount. They have AI generated ad. That's when there's no reaction. Google had a little announcement. That's why I made that trade, but I got clapped. And no bounce. I wanna see if I could. The idea would be kind of lower the loss. If it's decent, I'll cut it. But if not, I might give it one more day. I don't want to give it one more day, but I'm also thinking I think I could easily get out of this with a win with either another average or not. I just went a little bigger on the first set. That's it. Tessie, Google. How much time we got? 30 minutes. I got time for the bathroom. I need to go pee, guys. Sorry. And all right. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning. God bless you. And I'll be right back. Oh, wait, is this lagging? I think this is lagging. Hold on. Hold on. I'm not going to give you no lagging. I got to give you real in the moment. Okay.
Off in big tech continuing as well. The NASDAQ 100 currently off by 2.5%. And look at the stocks. Exactly. That semiconductor sell-off continuing. Of course, we got some not great news out of TSMC. You're seeing that really ripple through the entire semiconductor space right now, off almost 4%.
And we're going to see that circle back to Asia as well, because TSMC
I had to come back. I already heard the music coming in.
Trading day, at least the Taiwan trading day. So that's going to have reverberations.
And you're going lower, 45.28.
Coming up. Stay with us.
Before a couple of weeks.
There you go. Thanks, CNBC.
Yeah. It has, and if I wish I'd been trading the model since December. The model got long Facebook or Meta on December 23rd at 118, and it has been long since. But I'm on version 3 of the model. I found that what works best in the portfolio is having a combination of the smaller, speculative, some would say profitless tech companies, along with the big tech stalwarts. And I am trusting in the back-tested data that I've seen. Meta, Netflix, Nvidia, Tesla, those are the large cap names that I like the most, but I've got a ton of the smaller speculative stuff. Obviously, the big winner since I was on last time with you has been Carvana. I bought it $15 June the 1st. It was $50 yesterday. It's down today, but that's part for the course with Carvana.
But see, here's what I don't understand. If you bought Carvana based on your model, the model doesn't know that Carvana is going to restructure the debt and the stock's going to go up 35%. I mean, an algorithm doesn't know anything about that. So can you explain this to me through my obvious skepticism?
I'm not omniscient, and neither is the model. You're absolutely right, Scott. The question is, can a machine that a human builds actually be smarter and hold a bunch of variables in its head at the same time and make more helpful suggestions about when to get in, when to get long, when to get short, certain names, than discretionary long-short human hedge fund manager? I think it's the latter. Obviously, there are a lot of people out there in the world with models, a lot of ivory tower academics who create models that work great in theory and don't work great in practice. But the model has to prove itself. But all the back testing that I've done over the last 2 years, it's been building the model, validating it, have shown me that this is the way of the future, and this is the way that I want to have my investors' money invested along with my own. So,
well, I'm gonna just buy a house, dog. I feel good work. V3 model. Yeah, you just shot at the ops, bro. These. Hey, man, we're entering a whole new filled with AIN goggles. No one to say go outside, and you can't hide, 'cause CBDCs control your whole bank. Thank you. Snaps, please, snaps, thank you. Is Meta gonna drop more? That's the only one with no premium now. Actually, no, they came back, but then Google or Microsoft, but bad time on that. Is this off of the chip news? No, this is all off of the earnings, dude. This is, I think, you feel it. You know exactly what happened. That's it. Just bad. We find it wasn't even bad earnings. It was just kind of like a check. That's it. It was like getting punched in the stomach, but not to the point of like, the bad pain, but like almost to the bad stomach pain. You know what I'm saying? Just a check. It wasn't, that's all. Just the first two are sets of big earnings on companies that moved up a ton. They weren't blowout, and they just still, and we've run up a lot. Again, in terms of market cap, it's how many billions of dollars, like 100 or 700, give or take, in between even a couple of companies. So, some numbers would have been better, but then again, they weren't the worst. But that's where I'd say it was. All the NQ going to the Dow. Not all of it, no, but there's definitely some, and I mean some just by nature of computers, and then there's the rebalance, but it's like, no, not all. Dude, do you not hear these? Do you know people believe this, right? Some of the bullish people in the sense, and I'm talking like the guys on TV, when this guy you just listened to is like, I'm going to put all of my clients' money into AI. This is the future. I love this model. I really think I'm confident in it after 24 months. That's like literally, people really are actually like bullish in that sense. There's some people strictly, even me to a point, like, you know, if I was really, really I'm not taking my money out of the NASDAQ and putting it into the Dow. I'll just tell you that right now. Even then, younger Josh at certain times too, you mean it's any fear? I'm not taking my money on switching it to the Dow if I'm really believing in the future, the upside, you know what I'm saying? So it's like, I don't think it's all of there, but there's some of that occur. Today's just definitely a rotation day, but as far as like what's happening now, it's not like it was big breaking news. It's not like anything changed around the world. It just, I think this was the first earnings. We're still elevated, heavily elevated. And again, a lot of names are still doing great. Like, you know, don't get too sad. Apple's still at $3 trillion. You know, Microsoft just ran up 5% in a day and is still holding that gain for the most part. So it's not like there's nothing really to be sad about here when you're, no matter how bullish you are, if you are a bull. But that's why I'm kind of like, just, I think this is just the first earnings gut check of like, hey, you got earnings. Maybe it's not going to be the most optimistic, and now it's kind of just preparing us though. But then again, if a couple of optimistic earnings come out, you just watch the reversal. And then same thing, if things get worse, you know, watch people kind of work into this attitude of maybe I should get safety. But then if you don't have a reason to, they're not going to. NASDAQ reshuffle, will add another layer to Friday's 2.4 trillion expiration. There may be fireworks. It's going to be weird. I mean, that's why I got my $60 firework play on Broadcom. I'm going for the biggest target on the rebalance, but only with $60. Happy Friday, Junior, baby. Hey, man, Mr. Soldado. UAV online. Cover me, I'm reloading. Cover me, I'm 10%. The market shouldn't be entirely reliant on two stocks' earnings. It shows weakness. I get it. I get the comments, but that's not, again, Apple is still at $3 trillion. So that is just incorrect in the sense where we are down today, but like I'm saying, dude, Microsoft is still like holding that run up. Like, do y'all not? That's why I'm like, there's nothing to be sad about right now. This is a 14-day chart. You know, you're still at a 2-week high after even today. You know what I'm saying? So it's not like the two got things moving, but you're not watching a full-blown death spiral out of control. You know, it's just an earnings check. There was a little bit of pain, but your balls don't hurt and you could still breathe and walk and you're not breathing too deep. But it's like, hey, you know, the turbulence, the plane's not going to crash, but we just finally got turbulence after smooth sailing straight up for 30,000 feet, you know? So that's where just give it some time. I'd say don't let the impatience get the best of you or lead it to a broader determination of the market right now when it's just earnings mode. The party is over. Just accept it. Panic. Well, that's what I'm saying. That's just dramatic. It's just, this is the beginning of earnings. Maybe it does end. That's where I'm like, it's possible. If the next earnings are bad, the party's over, dog. But it's also, we see this every time. Every single time we always see this with the earnings. So that's why. But that's why I made some of the plays that I made. You know, I think you could balance yourself in a way, and you kind of could have saw this coming. But just now, you know, I don't be quick to assume on both sides. And it's just like we 98% of the stock market still needs to report, if that simplifies it. So, and two, whatever this week happened, next week is the big week with the companies and then pow. I am long on Meta, yes, for the long term. We grabbed a put ahead of earnings, and we did that on all the big tech for kind of the logic and reasoning we're at today. We were talking about this at the beginning of the week. So, but I am holding Meta in the long term. I'm not going to stay for earnings today. I mean, maybe we'll listen to some uncle, go home, but that's it. A money supply? We're out of gas? I don't know. I said it. I think there's 860 billion just sitting in money market accounts yielding 5% right now. So I don't know whose it is. You know what I'm saying? I don't know if it's like one people, two people, one, but maybe it's a lot collectively. I don't know if they already invested or not. There's a lot of variables. It's like just shy of $1 trillion just parked in money markets like Bill and any of the funds just sitting there. So that's cash. Like, so even though there's been a lot of inflows, it's like, dude, the amount of cash just sitting there is ridiculous. He said 10K is mine. Yeah, I got a little bit in there too. Actually, yeah. I got some in there. Technically speaking, if it's even through Bill, you got some. You got some in Bill. Of the world money supply, I don't know. The payout's like 5% on 860 billion. I mean, do the math. Why the sell-off on tech? I think, how about this? I think this is the best way to explain today. After Netflix and Tesla, because I think the interpretations are kind of push-pull. It's just hesitation. This is earnings hesitation. After one earnings did not continue your 8-day streak that has not been seen since 2021. You could also blame the rebalance, and I just hesitation, I think, is the better way to do it. Because now we have 98% of the S&P ready to report, and this is our kind of our first step into all of it after the break or after the bank stocks. Minute rigged. Got 22 minutes remaining. Still a good amount of time. What's the volume at? Volume was a little low in the morning. 53 million. Maybe we'll do 70. Is your first little red. First going again. Do you guys realize this was a streak? That was another streak bigger than this streak. Any sort of market pullback? Not until end of July, and then if they buy enough time, then we keep pushing it back. I'm fine with that. I'm not gonna put myself in any position to get like whacked off of it, and then again still hold the assets. But also, I mean, I'm still not. I don't like the yield curve one bit, and it does not make me any more optimistic just because the prices change. So, but that being said, I mean, I like the strategy that kept me alive throughout the last year or two. Is I'm just going to keep riding out through that because I think it does cover all bases in terms of diversification. So that's kind of what I'm going for. But I didn't think July was going to be bearish. I traded accordingly on that, and we'll see. So after these earnings and everything else, yeah, end of July is next week. Yeah. So let's get through the earnings, get through Powell, and if Powell and earnings don't give you another buy time situation, we could start talking about downside. But if earnings gets you, if all these crackheads walk away from the earnings feeling like they have more time, and Jerome Powell raises the rates and gives you more time in the sense of not clamping down, and they keep up the same thing, then you get until September or October, and then we're gonna do that all over again until the end of the year, and every time, and then throw UATA in there with the yen. And that's just kind of how, and then hold your long term. Make sure you got a little bit of cash, growth in divvy. Get a little bit of the value at the low. We already picked up the ultimate growth at the low, but even then, there's still some we could go after. But that's it. And just let them fucking burn the clock. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Just don't put yourself in a position where you'll get a violation. And that's kind of how I'm viewing it. So, but after this next week, we're going to get a lot. And then let's just see, is the narrative buy time, or is it now, do we start to see the bond market hold the truth or not? And that's, otherwise the bond market will reverse, or maybe it still plays this shy game of holding the same range. Siri's still running? My goodness. Yeah. Where's Corn? Are they done now? AG, Tesla, Chad. Siri, the free share from Robinhood. I do that. I feel like if somebody should go look into the arbitrage play. That's very interesting. It's because this is like a heavy shorted stock, but there's like another element to it. But I mean, we got it early. I just have no idea what the hell it was. Back to the pool. Enjoy it, baby. It looked nice, man. Enjoy it. Live it up. Get a tan for me, okay? I got a tan a couple weeks ago, and then I didn't go back outside, and now I'm like awkward pale again. I'm just playing the hype. That's it. Just keep on a parachute. That's why I have bonds in the yen. That's it. You're free. That's it. Just keep on a parachute. Just don't trust them. That's all. Party. They're not your friends. Party. That's, you know what I'm saying? Just watch your back. That's all you got to do. But then again, even in the party, it's easy to get too drunk. That's why I'm like, just diversify. If you go and take a drink, go sip of water. Y'all don't feel me, man. I'm a retired. You know that. I'm just gonna leave right now. I'm trying to make it simple for you in a very complex situation with a lot to go in the future, and who knows. But I hope you hear me. You know what I'm saying? That's it. You ever a little bit, just be wise, be responsible. That's why I'm saying that get a little bit of everything until we know the party's ending or the party's like really turning up. You see what I'm saying? But you don't know that yet. And in the meantime, you're going to watch. There's different corners of the party, and you see the cool kids, and you're going to want to, you know what I'm saying? But just there's time, and you got to balance it out accordingly. And if you're going to go, if you want to play the game, you're going to party with them, you're going to get in the hype, just drink some water, okay? And have something to balance out. Have your long term, or at the very least, make sure you're not, just control the drinks, because this is kind of the pregame in a weird way. So, yalla. I just want the crumbs, not the whole cake. Amen. But that's what you gotta be careful. What if the cops show up? You see what I'm saying? That's what they'll say, because you'll be like, I'm just here for the crumbs. They don't care. What if it gets busted? And then what happens if you were next to Hunter and he slipped something in your pocket? You know? Now, they couldn't find it in the White House. How are you going to explain it? Exactly. See, it's even worse. You ain't even, So that's why, just get a pair. You just got to have an exit plan, know where it is, car parked backwards. You see what I'm saying? Like every single cautionary tale, and just combine it all. So just know how to leave and be ready to leave. But at the same time, like, you don't want to miss the party of the year. I understand it. So, but that's it. That's all. Just be aware of your surroundings, and be aware of also what's happened. You're watching overdoses all around you, so don't you just all last year was all of your friends dying at parties, and now people are like, "What shit? I want to party." I'm like, dude, short-term memory now, huh? So just again, you see it already. But I understand all of it as one. So just, I know you don't want to miss the party, but just be responsible. And that's kind of where we are moving forward. So this next week will be very important. And then as we see, do they buy time? Are they delaying the main event or not? What parties you going to? Hey, man, I grew up a little crazy, I guess. I know how to party. Hell yeah. But now I found the Lord. Amen. Carvana partners with Kirsten Bell and Dax Shepard for campaign. I'm just going to hold the bonds. I'm keeping a small amount. I'm ready to buy more, but just a little amount that I kind of want to hold throughout here. Unless we have a pivot and I know it's fully 2001, and then I'm going to dip out of the bonds. But at this point, I'm kind of set of holding these for just keep getting little bond plays for the next year, but not on time. I'm on just price level because I think it could just stay the same price. So I may not even lose, but then I think if anything happens, that's part of my parachute. It's just at this point where either Powell is really going to not raise the rates anymore, or is really going to stay here for a fuck ton of time, or then again, it's just history will repeat, and maybe we get a cut before, the cut that nobody sees. No, I'm in bond futures, but you could use shares if you'd like, but you have to be ready to buy more, though, in the sense of it's not. There will be a point when we know whether it works in our favor or not, because a small amount now, if you get it early, you win. But then it's like if this does go on for another 3 to 6 months and pulls into 2024, you're gonna need and then the bonds don't stay steady. That's going to be that's the pump fake you're going to want. That's the one we're going to really want to buy. And that would make sense timing wise. So I'm just keeping it small for now. I'm just I'm just aware, but I'm not necessarily, I'm not in love yet. And I'm not thinking it's there, but I do have some element of parachute that isn't a short. It's through the bonds and policy and everything else. Baby steps. Yeah, I mean, I could talk about it fast, but this is going to take months to another year possibly. I don't know. And but I'm okay with that. That's what you need to get okay with. Be okay with not knowing, and be okay with this taking as long as possible, because the element of what actually happens and the real outcome is there. But that's why we have to cover all of these bases now, because you should be able to be comfortable with nothing happening, or it happening imminently, or even being delayed by even longer than you could have even fathomed. And that's where we're at, unfortunately. The level of confusion sown by Powell to conceal central bank policy is quite effective, or maybe not as effective as they'd like, but still just there. That's what we're dealing with. Oh, wow. 45 seconds till 10-minute rigged. And the zoom out. Zoom out is great for today. Because, again, today was the first bad day. It kills the 8 days in a row of going up. But, on every front, we're still doing good. But we're going to see how people react tomorrow. The rig of 10 minutes. 10 seconds. Here it is. I want to open up Bookmap, but we haven't in a while. And I don't want to slow this down. We're below the level, so it's either we stay lower end or we close back at 45.30. Hackers are believed to have accessed 100,000 government emails. Blinkens appeared not to be hacked. Compromised Daniel Crittenberg, top department official for East Asia. Okay, 10 minutes, a little upside. Still, I mean, not down. You're down 1.98 now, but yeah, we already did it. Welcome to the FOMO zone. We'll see. Accumulate TLT. Well, I wouldn't, because the element is that if I'm wrong about bonds being stable, you'll get murdered. That's the risk. So if you try to front run this bond move and Powell executes higher for longer to a degree we can't even think, the bonds are going to get murdered. It's going to look like 2001. The yields will double. That's going to be a death blow if you have leverage on it or if you accumulate too much. So that's why I'm making sure I got enough, but I'm also there is a possibility you could be wrong. I could be totally wrong. And if I am wrong, I know what that means. It means fucked up bond yields, which will be great for my cash and value stocks. Again, back to the diversification, but at the end of the day, it would kill your speculative bond plays, especially if you shoot too early. So that's why I think a small amount is justifiable, but you got to be able to pivot. Series again? How? What? Bro, that was just all off of options activity, short squeeze, and then there's like another background arbitrage play. That's wild. Yeah, bro, 779. That's just weird. Again, it wasn't even off news. It was just a thing. Oh, you got in on that too, man. I know some of you said you got some of those early calls, but what the hell? You know, I love you too, man. I hope your long term's killing it. God bless the long term. Let's see, 8 more minutes. We'll see the final 5. Still got the B&B call. It came down a little bit today, but it's still up. But then now the Airbnb came down, but now all of our puts are in the green except Microsoft. So all the pre-earnings run-up puts, the idea worked for now. But then again, it's like because remember, I brought up my upside plays too when I got that play. I said Airbnb was already gave me cushion, so I grabbed some downside. So let's see what happens. Long term is down 6% today. Hurts me so. Just out of curiosity, how much did your long term go up this week and last week? Because that means you had all the growth, dog. You know what I'm saying, bro? If you say you lost 6% today on the long term, you were probably making 16% every day for the last 8 days in a row. Am I correct? Maybe half of that. Because dude, it was every day. Every day. So, yeah, you got the growth, man. You got the growth. Our long term starts today, baby. I mean, remember, little by little, too. So, it's going to start today. It's not going to even feel like a real long term for a couple months, but that's good, especially in this market because it gives you the time to work into it. You know what I'm saying? And it's all going to be little by little, but the consistency will always win. Yeah, so series going. Google came up a little bit. Where am I at? It's not as bad as earlier. I have recovered half the loss, but we'll see how many we got. 5 more minutes, 6 more. There's earnings that come out. I mean, Capital One will have a lot of sympathies, and then it relates to AXP in the morning. CSX, travel, I think Swift and night shipping. Those ones will be big, and then a couple of regionals, but I think everybody got their regional kicks so far. Is $16,000 for closing cost expensive? That's excluding the down payment. How much is the house? Is the house like $1 million? 1.6 maybe? Or 560,000? So it's either 1 or 2% usually. And then try to ask why and look and see. Dude, Siri's still going. So Chad, in final 5 here, we're 30 seconds in. High-low ticker, kind of equivalent. I think more to the high side, but SPY's still pointing down. But here is the deal, Chad. We're getting ready to close. You know that? It's actually, you got a couple more minutes, still 2 more minutes, but just giving you a warning. When you hear me say earmuffs, that's for the softies out there. So if you get sensitive of loud noises, my decibels, I get progressively louder as we get to close, and I start screaming, and it gets intense, and there's a lot of loud horns and noises and music. So if you're sensitive to the stimuli, I just want to give you a warning here of when to kindly back out and lower your speaker volume or kindly exit for the day, and I wish you the best, okay? Amen? Amen. Of course, I could be extra loud today. And without my pleasure, sir. Welcome to Chick-fil-A. Amen. Amen. So when you hear earmuffs, that's what that means, okay? post AMD play. Tesla with the end of the day sell-off. Where's Apple? Netflix kind of going up. Apple 193. My goodness. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. All right. Earmuffs. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal in description. That's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. out of sunny San Diego, California. So we make this final approach into San Diego International Airport. It's about 73 degrees and sunny, looking like a good day unless you thought stocks would go up with good earnings. I guess that's what happens when you run up 10% into earnings. But fortunately, we are no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required. But we do ask that you exit one row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys' business. If you're interested in your Cole Rapid Awards program card, please flag down your flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thanks for flying with the Colt, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Oh, yeah, Chad. Let's go. This was the earnings. We waited for it. You got it. You got a reaction. Tomorrow is Friday. It was a great Friday, Junior. This week flew by. Every day, 7 hours just speeds by. It's crazy. So, Chad, you got to wrap it up. You don't have too many earnings today after the bell, or at least the big ones. You got way more of the S&P next week. You're going to deal with a lot. So, Chad, wrap it up. Bring it home. We are almost at the bell. And we are almost out of time, Chad Adonia. You know that? Time keeps on slipping. Honestly, to be very specific with you, you should wrap up all your plays because you only have left 1 minute. Go, 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 go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's time to wrap it up. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Do you believe in the earnings? Do you not believe? Are you in options, shares, futures? Finalize it. You don't have any data. You got a big day for the Japanese yen if you're interested. So tonight you're going to see some movement. But other than that, you have less than 15 seconds remaining. Wrap the plays up. The first down day in 8 days, Chattadonia. In 8 days, NASDAQ down 2%. Oh my goodness. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh no, let's go, baby. Oh, Chattadonia, we did it, we made it. 7 hours in the books. Let's go. I need that GG. You made it to the bell. I don't care who you are. I don't care if you made money, lost money. I don't care if you a hater, lover, lagger, lurker. You made it to the bell. I need some good sportsmanship. GG, baby. Everybody. Let's go. I need it in the chat. Don't matter what it is. You made it here. Good game. There you go. GG will cleanse you of all sins. Everything throughout the week. All the bullishness, all the bearishness, good calls, bad calls. GG. That's it. You know that? Yo, he said it. Richard said it. You come every day to argue about who's right, who's wrong, who's this, who's that. You still in the game. So good game. Let's go. I see you too, Twitch. That's what I'm talking about. Everybody holding it down. Hope you know you stronger as one. Everybody contributing. Bringing something to the table. Sharing it. Showing love. Bringing laughs. Bringing good jokes too. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. God bless you. Good game. That's what I'm talking about. That's how you play, baby. Good game. Good game. Good game. Good game. GG, bro. Give me the rock. You won't see me a lot. Monday through Friday, you need me, let's talk. Who? Oh.
Rollie on my wrist.
Now you gotta listen to it.
Nah,
I'm sorry.
I don't wanna
Rock that. Pull up in a big body. I don't put the top back. Hit me with the divvy
I
on
don't even need the NASDAQ. Skinny and she pretty, I don't even need the ass fat. It was a freebie, I don't even need a fast.
It was
I
free, it
never
was.
greedy, I just never fucking had shit. Now I'm bet that I ain't
It
never
ain't about
fucking
green.
going
I never
back.
asked
These
shit.
back.
Y'all need masking. Little more balance and a lot of bit of counting. Oh my goodness. Chad, you're ready. Moments pass. Every moment passes. The good ones and the bad ones. So what do you expect next, son? Huh? Nothing. Let's go.
Same old J.
Same old J.
Tell
Tell him, Uncle.
But I play less games. I was ready for the war. I ain't playing campaign. But I was gonna script. Before I pop champagne. Proper for the fall, so I gotta stay safe. Lot of money on the table, boy, that look like fate. I'm thinking before I get it, boy, that look like fate. Either way the story goes, though I love that fate. Had these motherfuckers hated me before they love me. Now they selling half and they ain't playing with their money. I told them take a tent and pay yourself, cause that's your money. Put me on the bench, cause I ain't playing with you dummies. They ain't gave us nothing, even if they did, no, I wouldn't take it from them. They was took a shit, but we still try to love them. Got so many wins that I can't trip about a Rollie on my wrist. Better get a B&B and rent it for the scenery. And maybe live the season then keep on buying stats every month. Spread it evenly and shout it out to people that believe in me. I hope you living peacefully and same thing for the people that don't speak to me. I do this shit for everybody equally. I guess it's just a G and me. And when we done with that, we going back to the reality. Yeah.
I wanna ride that. Pull up in a big body. I'll put the top back. Hit me with the divvy. I don't even need the NASDAQ. Man, I love that. I love that. You know, that's why I like Uncle so much. That's it. Because, like, I'm just nobody ever said that in the ride. He said, hit me with the divvy. I don't even need the NASDAQ. That's a bold claim, sir. That's a bold claim, man. That's a bold claim, bro. Chad, we did it. We made it. Happy Friday, Junior. That's the day. That's all. We made it. That's no earnings. There is earnings. I don't care about them. That's all. We got to get ready for next week now. We have Friday tomorrow. That's all it is, for real. That's if I could end it in any way today. You know, maybe you need some more Uncle to listen to, but for real, Chad, thank you all as always. I hope you've been understanding everything. I hope the PHILOs hit, man. I hope you fight against the things that come automatically, you know, and make an effort, you know, get some intention behind, you know, will into existence, you know what I'm saying? But, like, you know, make some good decisions with it, and I hope y'all are ready to go for all of it. But, you know, if you clicked on the video today and even had the opportunity to listen to anything I said, thank you, because otherwise I'd be talking to myself at a wall, and that's why I'm saying you gave me the opportunity. I appreciate you, and you didn't abuse it, and you showed love to people in here, and you brought something to the table. You brought smiles that didn't require 5 reaches of jokes to understand you were kidding or joking or hiding whatever it is you didn't want to hide behind. But you know what I'm saying? It's like, for real. It's just like y'all came in every day. Some of y'all are just new, but you gave me the opportunity, and you helped spread it to other people and spread the attitude, and we had fun. That's why these days of 7 hours straight have gone by like nothing. Amen. So thank you, Chad. God bless you. And save that 10%, man. For real. Thank all of you, man. It's a pleasure to be here. So I hope I see you tomorrow. I hope I see you throughout the next week. But that's it, man. It's Friday. I'm going to stop. Fuck the description. It's Friday Junior, man. You could check it out if you want. I got Watchlist. I got plays. We got plays ahead of time. Now, you can do whatever you want, dog. Just fill out a prayer request or pray for me. You don't have to fill it out. Just pray for me, okay? Please. Because I'm praying for you. And if you ever want to do anything for me, pray for me. You got other people in here who need prayers. And you got people in here who will pray for you, dog. But it's just showing love. Because if it can't flow through you, it don't flow to you, dog. You know what I'm saying? That's all I'm saying, man. And who taught you to not let it flow? That's automatic. Oh, they don't feel me. The dogs learn that. You know what I'm saying? That's why all of my dogs, when I give them a treat, and that's it. Just fill it out. Follow me on Instagram. Do whatever you want, Chad. That's it. I'm just giving you Uncle now. That's it. We talked. I like today. I think we talked about a lot of good stuff. I really hope everybody was here today, because I really all day, because I hope they heard we had a lot of good talks today, Chad. So that's why you don't need to hear anything else from me. You know, you need Uncle. That's it. That's all you need right there. And seriously, long term, short term, earnings, not earn. We covered a lot of things. So let's go, baby. Let's go. Someone said this song. I like this song. You ready? I like this song.
Hey, man.
I like it.
It's a cop, baby. 2020. God bless y'all. Yeah. They say I'm different, I fought with some change. 1,000% is a regular day. Doesn't that hate me some regular shade? Spitting that knowledge from back in the day. I know I make them feel some type of way. Skimming my money, get out of my way. Lately you see that I'm done with the game. Spit to my mat and I broke out the chains. They say I'm different, I fought with some change. 1,000% is a regular day. Doesn't that hate me some regular shade? Spitting that knowledge from back in the day. I know I make them feel some type of way. Skimming my money, get out of my way. Lately you see that I'm done with the game. Spit to my mat and I broke out the chains. It lifted me up, I'm holding it down. Pass it around, started with nothing but went for the land. They said I'm crazy, but that was the plan. Mama, she raised me one hell of a man. She said don't get it if you won't get back. I gonna ask you what you did with that. I know he's smiling when he looking down. They think I'm crazy, but I think they boring. Remember the days that I couldn't afford it, so I got some dollars, I had to go flaunt it. No wonder I lost it, but I kept on seeking it, I kept on calling. So now when I'm eating, I'm no longer starving. I shoot like I'm Harden, but passing like Stockton. Got money like Wall Street, but loving like Gandhi. Ay, you can keep your hate on grade, I'm chillin'. I ain't hop up in the raid till I say, made a play on the building. I can play with your feelings, throw 100 in your face. Everything 6 digits, turn a 5 to a 50, but I ain't a magician. But you saw it on the net. Now I'm talking my positions like the video was hitting to the quad car switching. Made 1,000 off a plane, watching Facebook. Me is like they say I'm different, I fought with some change. 1,000% is a regular day. Doesn't that hate me some regular shade? Spitting that knowledge from back in the day. I know I make them feel some type of way. Skimming my money, get out of my way. Lately you see that I'm done with the game. Spit to my mat and I broke out the chains. They say I'm different, I fought with some change. 1,000% is a regular day. Doesn't that hate me some regular shade? Spitting that knowledge from back in the day. I know I make them feel some type of way. Skimming my money, get out of my way. Lately you see that I'm done with the game. Spit to my mat and I broke out the chains. 60 for growth, 40 for slow. Stepping in mode, heavy rest Spotify, I think they go. Higher rim, higher, so I'm buying slow. I don't like if it is below 4. Got me beyond cause it didn't take scrolls. I bought into Disney cause Frozen was dope. It's really that simple, I've done this before. I kept it simple so they thought it's stupid. I'd rather do that cause nothing feel more clueless. They wasting their time trying to decide while I do it. But do what you doing, my talking is fluent. Your talking is stupid, I'm teaching some game but your attitude truant. They judging like Judy, they rate me like Moody's. They trading like movies but paying to do it. Stay up in your lane, I'm trying, I'll kill it. Don't make me get your case, my name ain't shit. I can buy this shit for change, watch it change to a million. You ain't gotta see my face cause the plays make millions. I ain't do this in a day, but I wasn't that patient. Started with a long turn, hit a play, I take. Every time I bet it out, confident the market take it. Then I play the spot on my own, then I started banking. Call baby. God bless ya.
That's it. That's all. That's it. That's it. That's all I could do. That's all I could do. That's it. Someone, yeah, I like it. Someone put it in the chat. I said, now when I'm eating, I'm no longer starving. Hey man, that's deep. That's deep, dog. That's deep. That's deep. Ah, you want the ball? Yeah. Okay, I'll give you one more. And I'm leaving. I'm just gonna turn it off. If I give you one more, that's it. I got one more. It's a secret one. If I give it, but that's it. If I play it, you're done. That's it. It's gonna end. That's it. No turning back. You know what I'm saying? That's it. No turning back. You know what I'm saying? That's just how it works. So I don't make the rules, buddy. I don't make the rules. You know? Now, just what? Now, then who makes the rules? Do you need a ruler? Can I make what if we're on a different metric system? Then who's making the ruler? Did you make the rules without measure? Does that add up? Okay, now tell me this. If I wanted to measure my refrigerator, what would I use? Exactly, a measuring tape or a ruler. Exactly. So then, can I make the rules at Home Depot? No. I yield back. Thank you. Please take it away.
What's up? Yeah, where's Jill? Come on. I mean it. Hey. It's 4 p.m. I have 4 p.m. so I wake up, bitch. Hey. Shout out to President me. You could just call me JB. I do not answer no questions. You could leave that to Shaki. Camilla riding with me. Chill like you up for some weed. Say bad things back to vaccine. I'ma make sure you don't speak. Got a laptop you won't see. Hunter, I love him, but that shit was weird with his feet. I let my congressman trade. Shout out to Nancy, she paid. Double your cash in a day. Then won't say Putin's to blame. Real politics in your face. 500 mil on the way. 500 mil to Ukraine. Every day. Javelins keeping them safe. Fuck it, just send them some planes. Just tell them keep growing them grains. All of my bros in they dough. None of they borders is closed. All of us got climate goals. All of us trade together. Strategically releasing the ore. They said that Putin won't fold. They ain't my cabinet no more. Fuck the squad, fuck the foe. Had a 9, fuck a bro. Now we gon' back the code. 100 my dog, that's for sure. We ain't gon' follow about shit. Especially not 10%. We ain't gon' follow about hoes. Me and Nance get the votes. Larry that shit on the low. I got Congress in control. I got your student on froze. I got your mortgages froze. I got Keystone on froze. But mention and cinema froze. I get invaded, I'm eating this ice cream. I don't like voters who ID. Question from press, that's unlikely. Bring up Trump if they don't like me. Then give me the Eddie at wake up. Passing bills, that's a layup. I'm the big man, I got say so. They're like you then if I say so. Booster on booster on booster. Mandate on mandate on mandate. I just gave Evie a test break. Fuck you, Elon, I won't even say your name. Came in the office already ballin'. Silence this and change my name to Stalin. Read off the screen and I'm gone with the wind. Do nothing but something till they pass a bill. Pull up in a brand new Benz truck. Hop out fresher than a bread. How I gotta make his work hard. Changing on your block, took off. Mixing up my words, I'm lost. So I think they mad, my fault. Talking about inflation, I caused. Dumping our oil turned me to a savage. $1 saved on a gallon. Fuck OPEC and King Xiaomi. I'm tired.
Well, I hope you guys like comedy, regardless of anything else. But on that note, you'll get it soon. You're getting it real soon. So don't worry. You're going to get it. So everything. Oh, you got a lot coming your way, Chad. And not just uncle, but in life. You got to expect it, though, you know? That's all I've been trying to tell you all day. That's all. So listen, man. I love you all. And we got to end it with how we end it. Because it's true. And it's real. And it's why we're here every day. No matter what. So you could ask me why, who, what, when, where, why, and you should know all of it because there's a reason we're here and why we keep going and why we're in the game, why you don't back down. You know what I'm saying? And why that faith, hope, and love ain't never going out of style. You're going to have ups and downs, but it sounds like progression. But let's see what you do with it. But there's a reason, baby. Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Well, enjoy your day. I'm going to go listen to that again. But you guys get it soon. You guys get it real soon. So don't worry. You're going to have it. I need someone has to do the animations. I think we'll just make a contest with it because I have the script for it. But, like, I need it animated. I need the South Park people, bro. I just need them to animate it. That's all. Give me my animator, somebody. Okay, I love you, though. God will provide. Amen. 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 We'll see. So I'm out. I love you, Chad, and peace out. Goodbye. Yeah, I'm still here. I'm leaving. Hello. Oh, I'm gone. Yeah. I go.